They are ready to go, guys. What a great first half of it. I want to get your thoughts just a little bit. This next team I'm going to introduce got the most fans in the world. Can you even guess who it's going to be?
I'm going to guess
letters.
TSM. Is it TSM?
TSM. We got some TSM fans in here.
Ooh, they're loud, too.
Hal, Reps, Big E, Verholz trying to get back on that stage. Next to them is Space Station Gaming. All right, little love for SSG. Next to them as well, Apex South, Exo Clan. And then one of the, I think, cutest celebrations we've seen with the hearts right there, Dreamfire. Roy, you gotta love it. What about some love for APAC North, Ganbare, oh, Tucson. And show some love for Onyx Esports. And now maybe, just maybe, a chance at history. I know a lot of people want to see it happen. A lot of people don't. It's Dark Zero. And newly joining as an org, but an old-time crew who has been dominant. Can they finally get the trophy? Exit. And the Young Guns. I like to call Phony a villain, but I think he could be a hero today. Esports Arena. Make some noise for ESA. Maybe an underdog. They're going to prove that, though, and maybe the best zone team in this entire group. We missed them. We're going to go to them. We're going to cheer for them. The Guard. You know, it's just a great time to be here. And I want to say, Monsoon, of all the teams we mentioned, who stands out to you?
Obviously, everybody is insane, and I love all of them. But I got to go with Xset. I got to go with the boys over there, Xset, absolutely.
That's some love right there. Is there somebody that I mentioned that, Tiff, in your mind, you just kind of, you felt the energy, you've been thinking this could be their day?
Look, I mean, you'll see it later when I look at my talent predictions, and that goes up on the screen, but I picked Alliance. Look, they have been so consistent, and I want to give a big shout-out to Effect, who is also on Alliance, who is unable to be here today. I feel like they have a lot on the line right now to compete and do it for them.
Yeah, I mean, what they did yesterday, that was pretty impressive as well. We also saw some moments with E6. Talk to me a little bit, Gino, about who you've got your eye on.
I'm looking all the way over there at NRG. I don't think there was anyone that was more impressive yesterday than those guys, with Sweet and Nathan just leading from the front, dominating the rest of the competition. And you can see some of it here. Sweet always has been known as one of those smooth talkers in Apex, right? The way he commands his army is, you know, envied by a lot of people. He's known as being very heavy on the micromanagement. He loves to almost like place his feet in every single position that they are walking over to. And look, you would let him do that when you see the results that these guys pick up. Considering how well they did in winner's bracket, it feels like there's almost no chance that they are going to have a rough day today. I think no matter how it goes, and look, match point, we have to keep saying it, it's unpredictable. That's part of the fun of it. I think these guys are going to be top 5, no questions.
And NRG has so much to prove. This is kind of the thing that the last thing they've got to do to say we are the best. We know Sweet's considered the best IGL, but he's got to hoist that trophy, Tiff.
Yeah, that's the thing. You talk about being the best IGL.
Так, я попробую дропсы и у себя подрубить. Для зрителей дроп.
You need that land trophy to say you're the best IGL in the world.
Currently stays with 0 right now because he's won twice.
Yeah, I mean, the IGL question is a little bit tricky. I might actually give that one over to 0. But as a team at the moment, I think NRG definitely have the lead. I mean, they picked up Guild, obviously, from the old Team Liquid roster, and I think that's been a massive pickup for them. He was one of the freshest, most exciting, most explosive players on the scene. And to add him to Sweet and Nathan, insane lineup.
Great pickup. It worked well for Xset, and it worked well for NRG. One of the things I find that's amazing is not all of these teams have been sitting and waiting in the winners bracket. Some have to grind up from the bottom through yesterday's grueling elimination brackets 1 and 2, and sometimes just 2, which is scary. Luminosity Gaming, though, they turned up the heat to not 11, it was 25, it was 100 as you saw them pop off a massive game, one of the biggest we've seen at LAN, 35 points. Let's talk a little bit about Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, obviously going through the losers bracket finals isn't exactly what they wanted, to have to play another set. But they made the comp swap, and they're going confident into today as well. That is valuable momentum for them. We saw them, they had quite a few big games as well, so I'm excited to see how they do today. That's for sure.
I mean, one of the things I've been impressed is the 19-year-old Yanya. We talked about $40,000 in earnings already as a 19-year-old. That should show you that they've been successful. This is a team who's kind of ridden under the radar, Tiff, and I think that's where, again, this stage is proving themselves finally to the world.
Yeah, it's really crazy to think that Luminosity, this team that they picked up, is underrated because they constantly perform well. They just haven't done it on a stage in front of a large crowd to give them that momentum, that kind of like that following that some of the larger organizations like TSM and RG have. And I feel as if they show out here behind us tonight, everyone's gonna know.
Absolutely. What a moment it is. Match Point Sunday. I like to say it, you either win or go home. You either win or we keep going. For those unfamiliar with this format, we will not leave here until someone crosses 50 points, and then that team after that wins a game. It could go but we will, throughout, of course, the entirety of the day, probably have some amazing moments. We had some amazing moments yesterday as well, Tiff. I mean, E6, Alliance going at it, that K-Swinny Kraber shot, I expect that we'll have more of that this afternoon.
Yeah, it was really cool to see that. As soon as he hit the no-scope on the hipfire, I was like, okay, I got to watch it backstage. I was like, man, it's sick.
О, красивый момент с вчерашнего дня. Бам!
Like, he is so fun to watch throughout group stages. They were changing their legend compositions based on what Wig's chat was voting. And he literally tweeted this morning, he was like, who should I play today? Who should he play?
Yeah, they are fantastic. Talk about clutch moment right there for Swinny with the Kraber too. They have some big games, and I'm excited to see how big their games can be today.
Проснулся раньше гораздо меня. Алекс 5 раз. Хотя я там все равно бы встал. Это снотворное напасать давит пипец.
Just for how he looks. I mean, he's a handsome guy, Gino. But at the end of the day, he's been in more situations than we have seen any other player do.
Yeah, not just for that. Absolutely. On the server, he is a monster. That clutch he had against Hal, I mean, it was almost a battle of wills at one point, right? You know, who had the trigger discipline? Just a couple of bullets left in the chamber for each. He's taken left, right, and he still came out on top against one of the best players, and honestly, one of the one of the players with the best mental, like someone else you'd expect to pop off in that clutch situation, right? So for Yuki to come out on top there, that says so much about him.
Earned a lot of respect over the course of the season. Alliance have only been getting better. We're told they like to finish strong at the end. Well, there's no more time after this, so we'll see how they do today. Let's take a look, though, at how you can participate in choosing, whether it's Yuki, whether it's K-Swinny, whether it's someone like LG Yanya as your MVP today. If you go into the Twitch chat, if you're watching even in the Copper Box Arena, we're going to show a graphic for you that details how it will go. On Twitter, on Twitch, go hashtag and the player's name. You can see them on screen if you're worried about how it looks for the player you want to vote. Hashtag, say their name, whether it's Twitch, whether it's Twitter. We will count that up at the end of the day, and we might have ourselves a monster MVP at the end that you yourself have voted for based on their performance. A lot of great names on this list, Monsoon. It's hard to pick one.
It is hard to pick one. Obviously, all these players can be the MVP in-game as well, but I think I have to go through with Nocturnal as the ALGS Monster MVP 100%.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we've also got a couple of very important things to let you know if you are watching at home. By the way, hi, chat. Hi, everybody in chat. Say hi back. We miss you. We love you. And we know that next time you'll try to be here. We want to let you know that there are Twitch drops available while you are watching this. So if you are even in the Copper Box, like I said, you might have internet, you might not. Throw open that phone, watch. You will earn some unique cosmetics, some unique things that mean that you were here in this moment watching the Apex Legends Global Series. Tiff, you know, ain't a bad day of watching Apex hitting free stuff.
I mean, I love like collecting my drops for sure. I would definitely go for the Volt skin. I have a really, really sick Volt skin, I'm not gonna lie. But I mean, anytime I can black out my guns, that's what I would like to do.
All right, let's get into it. We're about to kick things off.
Дропсы, если не ошибаюсь, те же самые, что были до этого. Где дропсы? На официальной трансе. Я в названии стрима, по-моему, добавил. Должно быть. Ну да. Дропсы на официальной трансе.
I've got TSM. I don't know why. I just think it might happen. I think Dark Zero could do it. I think we might see it from NRG. Monsoon, we don't have you up there. Tiff, who you got?
I told you, it's Alliance.
Okay.
They have that clutch factor in Yuki. They've got motivation. They have power. They have drive. Plus, we're in Europe right now. They've got the EMEA buff.
That's
I'm sure they've got a ton of fans in the crowd here. We know Mandy's been popping off. We've seen him on the desk, literally. So, yeah, of course.
Do you know?
You're like, I might have to check the rest of the talent's eyes because I don't know what they were watching yesterday. If they
Что у меня появится?
NRG.
That's right.
These guys are just crazy, and the other thing we know about them is they're well
Вряд ли.
rested.
Yeah,
Right?
that's true.
You know, didn't scrim too much coming into this, so they were just saving
Я
their
смотрю
energy for the
турик,
stage.
но,
Monsoon, I know you didn't get in here, but
скорее всего,
who's
с ними
the
надо
advantage?
было
What's your
связываться.
talent prediction?
Oh man, it's
Рекрен,
it's so
кстати, получил.
difficult, especially
Вроде
being a
как.
player
Вот
can go
написано дроп
anybody's
включены.
way.
Правда, не знаю,
I'd have
сам
to
или...
go with Xset. I think they
мы
can
сейчас
do it. You
проверим.
know, they
Alright,
started
alright.
off rough in the winners
Что-то
bracket
не видно.
yesterday,
Я еще
but
раз
they ended it
обновлю.
really strong as well, and I know that they have the capabilities. But other than that, guards
Не,
looking
у
really
него
good as well.
дропсов нет.
Alliance, like you said, all these teams phenomenal.
So many
Показывает.
players, so many stories. We couldn't possibly tell you all that has happened in the last 6 months, which has been the last
Это всё
time
на
that someone has
Apek's
been able to
стороны.
call themselves a champion
Да,
up until
хуйня,
now.
как
But
бы.
we do know two guys
сам
who are
написал,
ready to
видимо,
tell you
так.
as much as they possibly can within one game. They're two of the best in the business, two of my very good friends. Let's get ready to send it up to your casters. You guys ready to start game number 1 of the final?
На буткемпе перед ланом. Классные обложки. — 28 убийств на двоих с Убикой. Там, очевидно, 25 моих где-то. Все в прицелах, блядь. Но я не делал обложки, если что. Это YouTube сам выбирал подходящие кадры. А где тут Апекс-то вообще, я не вижу. Во, я вот тут уже в Наве, судя по баннеру. А я помню, что Апекс вышел, когда я был в Наве.
Высадка пошла. Бля,
Значит,
чайник.
где-то тут сейчас будет.
Паный сыр. Короче, я не успеваю.
World's Edge teams, right? We have squads that have performed okay on
Непонятно,
Stormpoint,
не
but
успели.
amazing on World's Edge. I'm talking 75% differences at times. So who's going to pop off here in match number 1?
Я пойду.
Well, I mean, it's a heck of a zone for
Little
NRG
bit
by the looks
after
of things. And
first
speaking of
place.
NRG, they are the team who come into this lobby, Dan, first place from that winners finals, and that means they get an advantage with points. Match point, of course, if you are watching match point for the first time, you have to hit 50 points in total before then you have to become a champion.
Yeah, NRG have the advantage of 10. Then you've got Ascend on 9, E6 on 8, and then we go all the way down. And of course, it's 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now we can see the circle on our screen. Looks like we're going to be going slightly southwest, could be far west. So the likes of NRG at staging, they've got beacon information. This is great because this could end up staging. We've seen a lot of circles around this area, and it'll be down to NRG on how they want to play this one.
Very interested to see how Alliance play this one as well. Are they going to look to quick rotate, or are they going to take a little bit of time? But we'll speak about Alliance in a moment because we have to focus on the #1 team from that winners final coming in here, Dan. NRG. Like you mentioned, perfect start for them. They've got a great zone, they've got a beacon to play with as well. This could be a big game for them.
It could be a massive game for them, but do you want to try and put yourself in a position to convert a victory? Do you want to look for a good points total here? Remember the NRG we saw at the end of yesterday? Ruthless aggression, always pushing in, looking to get those extra kills, looking to punish the lobby. Or are we going to see today maybe a more strategical NRG, just ones who want to maybe secure those points via placement? They've got a lot of kills so far this tournament, and I think they have the benefit of being able to play either way.
Well, now we see Gambare Otasan making their rotation as well. Good priority for them to get towards zone, but there's a lot of teams already making their way to the other side of staging at the moment into that choke. And this is what I've kind of coined, in my opinion, the NRG zone. We saw them win multiple tournaments from around that beacon, and we're going to have to see if that's going to be the case again. We do have beacon information on our screens as well, and that looks like exactly where we're headed now.
And our two best performing teams, thank you very much, production, we have GARD and we have NRG. They have dominated World's Edge. GARD is actually our most winningest team at this tournament. It's maybe unexpected from some, but if you would have spoken to these guys coming into the tournament, they were as confident as ever. Rambo believed that this was the team that could win this tournament, and if they keep on winning games in a match point format, maybe they could be.
Well, it looks like the Guard have got the high ground. They've got this ridge to play from. Great to hold out teams and stop rotations coming in behind you. But look at this fight going down already. We've got Dark Zero, the back-to-back LAN champions who had a little bit of extra work to do yesterday coming through that elimination bracket, Dan. But they're here, they're set up, and this is where they want to hold down.
Yeah, it's going to be their chance now just to hold out a lot of these teams that are rotating from the north. They have beaten to the pulp when it comes to actually getting all the way down towards the kind of thermal staging area. So instead, they can hold that western side, and it is going to be Fun 1, 2, 3 who are going to be potentially pushing them. But here comes all of the teams. Everyone wants to get into thermal. We're seeing so many heavy rotates here, so this is going to be pulling a little bit more southwest.
I mean, the craziest thing here, look how many, like you say, teams are already stacked up in and around thermal, in and around staging, and you're seeing the difference in delaying a Skyward dive by just a matter of minute seconds, Dan. You lose that position that you wanted to be your priority to hold. A team takes that one, then you have to adjust on the fly.
Compositions are going to matter, of course, in every single engagement here, but also how you strategize, how you rotate. This is still going on, by the way, between Dark Zero and Fun. Fun are trying to just pummel their way through, but it hasn't quite worked out just yet.
Look at what's going down in the kill feed. It looks like the Guard are in a little bit of trouble here, and it's Exo Clan who are going to be pushing them, and we have our first elimination of the day. The Guard will fall down. The team who had the most wins yesterday, now they're out of the tournament. They're not out of the tournament, they're out of this game. The first squad is eliminated, and that's a team who hit that fast rotate, so it looks like people are happy to pressurize those God spots.
Honestly, considering how many points GARD have picked up on World's Edge this tournament, it's very unexpected to see them eliminated this early on, but that's how you can be punished sometimes with rotations, with these zones, and you are just sometimes at the wits of the zones, and you can have to just react to it in any way. And if the rotation doesn't go well, you might find yourself just watching for the remaining. Elsewhere, we are going to see a lot of these teams who started on the northern side of World's Edge having to now rotate through the map and fight their way through. There's going to be about 6 or 7 teams that are still moving from north to south.
One of those teams is going to be E6, and guess who they're chasing? E36 is who they're going to be chasing at the moment, and we can see a little bit of Revtain on our screens as well. It's going to be Swinny who's got the charge rifle in his hand, just poking and prodding for a little bit of damage, trying to force the team away. But E6 yesterday, I have to say, in my opinion, the surprise package. They were playing some lights out Apex Legends.
I loved the aggression we saw from E6, the confidence in the final circles. They were always making sure they could just push their advantages, making sure they could get any of those extra kills. They weren't necessarily picking up the W's, but right now, you don't need wins, you need points, and that's why this Revtain combo could actually work.
Very interesting one to watch for sure. One thing to also keep our eyes on as we see progression on World's Edge is the battle between Element 6 on our screens and Except. Both of them landing over at Trials and Skyhook, and that's been a little fight that's gone down for quite some time. So we're going to have to see if it's going to be a gentlemanly agreement on who's going to take what, or if we are going to see a little bit of a combustible situation at one point.
We have such a variance when it comes to legend selection throughout this lobby. Everyone trying to work out what is the best method to pick up points here in match point format. Remember, we start on World's Edge, we play 2, then we go over to Storm Point, and it's back and forth until we find a winner. So if you find yourself on match point, it's suddenly what map are you playing? We definitely have teams who are better at Storm Point in this lobby, and we have teams who are far better at World's Edge, and we'll have to see how that can impact things.
Well, Dark Zero, who were under pressure from Fun 1, 2, 3, like we saw a little bit earlier, have managed to hold down their positions. They've got the Watson fences down, they've got the Gen down as well to keep them being able to manage those resources in a way that they will need to. The drone's out as well, and this is smart positioning from the drone as well. Just getting the lay of the land, not just from what they can see, but the eye in the sky is going to let them know maybe if there's third-party opportunities to pounce onto.
And surely, you know, 3 lands in a row, it's not possible for Dark Zero, right? Surely they're not able to continue this incredible form when it comes to a live environment, but there's always that kind of thought in the back of your head of, well, they could do it. Sure, they're starting on 0 points, but we've seen before, even when you think Dark Zero are down and out, they find a way way to break back into things. Anyway, there is the map. You can see the beacon information, the extra beacon information that we've got means we are heading even further southwest, pulling away from staging, down in towards thermal station. That's why we've seen so many teams make that heavy zone push into the southwest of the map.
It's interesting as well. I think zone is something that's really going to influence this lobby as well, because we have so many teams in this lobby who are hard rotate teams. That means priority positions are going to be at a premium. Trying to get there in a lesser lobby, maybe in a pro league group stage, for example, you're going to have an opportunity maybe to just outpace people because you've got that timing down in your head. But everybody knows the quickest possible route to get to a zone. So prio positions might be taken. It's plan B, C. What are you going to hold if it's not there? How are you going to work if you're one of those zone teams and you can't get into the position that you want?
And as the latest meta has developed, zoning has been far better than playing edge. I don't think that is anything we have to try and avoid now. We know that zone players and zone teams have had more success. The statistics don't lie. We have more zone teams in this final. A lot of our edge teams and coincidentally, a lot of our Storm Point teams were eliminated already in this tournament. And we are going to have games like this throughout today where we've got so many teams. Sometimes we might have 15 plus teams in what, zone 4, zone 5, and that is going to be so difficult to manage. And a lot of that then is going to come down to the IGLs. How do you assess the situation? Where are you going to go? What's the next step? Who do you have to kill? Who do you have to avoid?
One team who's got a tough rotation to make is Exet. Like I mentioned, landing over at Skyhook. They're going to go all the way down south, and they're certainly going to have to take some battles. Looking across the armors, you've got Funny sat on blue at the moment. Six and Nocturnal are going to be sat on purples. Sykes, excuse me. And trying to level those up so when they do have those engagements in and around the edge of zone, they're going to be able to have a little bit better chance of being more successful. But a little bit of a poke and a prod and a introduction of neighbors here inside of these two houses just outside of Thermal Station. That's NRG and Onyx. So you have North America and APAC South just saying hello through the windows, having a little prod and seeing if they can pick up a little knock.
And of course, amazing to see the region representation in these finals as well. We were a bit worried that maybe we would see a region or some regions not quite have as much representation, but I am glad to see a good spread across the board. And we're still seeing, by the way, the same battle happening on that west side. You remember earlier when Dark Zero are holding out Fun? Still happening because we haven't seen the zone close to force Fun into them just yet. So Dark Zero have been naturally able to wait and hold. Moist at the moment, you can see in the bottom left-hand side of your screen, are being pressured by multiple teams. They are between so much fire, it's going to be so difficult for them to stay alive.
Darkstar starting to fly in as well at Moist. You can see the missile swarms are coming in from NRG. It is a tough spot to be in, but for now, they're able to survive. It looks like they're trying desperately to stabilize, but the question is, how long are you going to hold this position? Getting a gen down in this situation, very, very difficult down because of the line of sights that so many teams have. Yes, you're thinking, Watson, great, we can get that interception pylon down, but with teams, so many teams in the surrounding area, it's just going to be a matter of seconds before it's destroyed.
And Moist doing so well to make it here into the finals today. It was that last gasp kill that got them into the grand finals from the winners bracket. They just needed that one and they were able to achieve it. Dark Zero on the other side, of course, leaving the region, now a NA team technically. I think Genome is still trying to claim them as an APAC team, but I think that I'm sure North Americans, if we see Dark Zero win again, will claim them as their own, as a North American champion. Dark Zero have been able to dominate this west-hand side, and I'm really worried about any team that's going to have to force themselves through that choke, because there's now too many teams. So all of our late rotators, this is when things start to get interesting, because this is when you need to plan how you are going to beat those who are supposedly going to gatekeep you.
Hero in our screen right now. A lot of love in the crowd, and I'm sure a lot of love at home for some of the things that he's been doing, not just on screen, but obviously in-game as well. A lot of love being shown to Dreamfire, and they're one of the teams who are one of the later rotators towards this party. Just to give you a little bit of a map overhead on what's going on at the moment, these are on the east side of World's Edge at the moment, one of the furthest teams out, but there's one team who is super, super deep in zone, right just outside of Countdown at the moment. They're hitting a skyward dive to try and get a bit closer to zone, but E36 have been lingering in zone for quite some time.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that have committed to kind of the very farthest point you could get down into Thermal Station. One of those is also Luminosity Gaming. Now remember, yesterday they were breaking records. We saw a 35-point game from them on World's Edge, even though they were really a Storm Point team throughout regular season. They seem to have changed composition. They found a playstyle that fits them on World's Edge, and it seems to have come into fruition at the perfect time. And that's what LAN is all about. It's about finding your form at the right place, in the right games. But then it can all change very quickly when you get into finals. So you've got to remember, these lobbies now are going to be a very different experience than what it may have been in that elimination.
And still holding down this ridge, which is just outside of Thermal Station, trying to look over anyone who might be trying to rotate
этого
behind
звука
them,
реально
making
не
sure
было.
their backs are clear. But they will have to move when that zone does start to close. So what is the next step for them? Fun 1, 2, 3. We saw them engaging a little bit earlier on with Dreamfire, but now they're looking to engage a little bit more. And look at all the damage that's coming out here from qadRaT. This was absolutely huge. Gets that armor leveled up. Now he's going to get swung on, but this is the Revenant push coming in, and this is going to be surely E6.
Yeah, it's a rev push. It means that Fun can stop the initial push, but it's whether E6 look to re-engage here. They've got the Octane, so they can do it quickly, but they have been pushed back. The reset now comes through for both teams, so the rev push does not work out for them. Now, this game has been a slow burner, a slow roast, as Nasky might say, but it is going to start getting very heated in the next 20 seconds, because we have 6 teams outside of this circle who now all have to try and make their way in.
Very interesting that a lot was expended there from E6 to try and do damage to Fun 1, 2, 3, to push them back. They used that Death Totem to try and push forward with the Revenant. Use the jump pad from Octane as well. So now, resources-wise, not in a great position for this fight, nor geographically are they in a great position. They're going to be forced to make this play.
And they're going to have to go for a push here, E6, but you got to remember, Dark Zero on the other side of this mountain as well. So whoever wins this fight just runs into another.
Fun 1, 2, 3. They're going to lose the first player. Big shot coming in for the Peacekeeper now. K-Swinny is down. Amphi tries to fly in. Now it all falls up to Slayers. He's got 2 people to deal with, though, and that Peacekeeper is hitting something special. E6 eliminated. Fun 1, 2, 3 hold.
But they've done the damage against Fun. Fun have a 2. Are they going to be able to get up to a full 3 before Dark Zero try and push this one? Look, they're pushing into Watson fences. They are pushing into danger. Fun 1, 2, 3 may naturally be the next team to go down here.
Dark Zero did such a good job earlier on of holding out that push, like you said, and now they might be able to pick up the scraps. Inside the thermal station, though, we have Space Station Gaming trying just to survive, trying to force their way in from the burn of that zone. Drops is going to have to pop a battery, and Zenoyo has gone down, so SSG finding it extremely difficult to get inside the zone at the moment, and it's Ascend on the other side holding them out.
Sensei, we need to hold this ground, we need to hold this space, otherwise we're going to be forced out by so many other teams. Fun 1, 2, 3 do get eliminated. TSM now getting involved in the action as well.
Ascend trying to stabilize, a little push coming in though. Post skills down to barely any health whatsoever. Kishera's going to go down, and Ascend with this hold are not going to be able to do so. They get third party. Space Station actually survive as well. Dropped is still here. Dropped is dropping bodies as Space Station finally go down alongside Ascend.
So difficult when the third parties happen. You're all inevitably going to get shot by someone else, and suddenly we're down to 13 squads. We just lost, what, 6 squads just like that in a snap of a finger, but now Esports Arena, they've got the height advantage, but they need to be careful. Don't overstep your presence here. You've got 58 seconds before you have to make a move.
58 seconds might seem like quite some time, but I tell you that's going to evaporate in front of these teams' eyes extremely quickly. Fnatic trying to reset here. They did have 1 player knocked, so Esports Arena certainly with the upper hand in this fight.
And this circle is moving west of Thermal Station ever so slightly, over towards the Donut Building. Actually, Alliance are in arguably one of the best spots right now. We'll check in with them later, but NRG, Sweet is using that charge rifle from a distance to get involved and maybe get some KP for NRG.
ESA trying to hold out for now, 25 seconds. Like I said, that time disappears quicker than you think sometimes. Fnatic still down on this low ground, thinking about maybe having to be forced down to the low. Yuka's going to be taken down to 1 HP, just about survived. 1 player alive here for Fnatic, but not looking good for them.
And this is why playing early zone is so good, because if you can get one of these positions in Thermal where you can oversee all of these teams desperately trying to get into the next zone, you can pick up free KP, you can get those extra points, while also gaining placement, because of course, you're sitting pretty.
Fnatic eliminated, unfortunately. Yuka wasn't able to survive long enough to scrape a few placement points. Esports Arena now taken to the skies to try and find a spot to call home for just a few moments. They're going to go deep into this zone. They might be able to land on the roof here. The question is, how much damage are they going to take on the way down? It looks like they find somewhere to call home. Somehow this is open.
Insane that they've been able to find this. Is there someone below them? Is there someone that can contest them? Alliance, actually, I think, are right below them here. And now you've just got to try and survive in your Esports Arena. Elsewhere, still a fight happening. Singularity against Moist, and Moist are doing pretty well in this engagement.
While all this is going down as well, speaking of Apex South, Dark Zero were eliminated. Singularity trying to clean up the pieces, but Moist holds strong! Moist holds strong!
Incredible from Moist, really. That was such a difficult push down onto this side, but now they have to try and survive. Remember, they were between about 4 teams earlier, and somehow still are living. NRG watching over them, fences are down, and they're trying to protect themselves, but by eliminating that closest team in Singularity, it gives them that extra little bit of
Боюсь сглазить
you
их
see
в
NRG as well.
Но Energy прям очень-очень
using
стабильный.
Loba's black market to steal away resources as well, and I'm sure there's a lot of grenades being picked up right now, because grenades in this endgame, Dan. Frags, Arc Stars, termites, whatever it is, cause so much disruption when two teams are trying to engage.
So we're down to 10 squads. We lost a lot in the last two zones. And Moist Esport, you can see, they need to think about their next movement, because as this zone closes, everyone's heading back towards Thermal. That donut building that you can see in the top left-hand side of your screen as well. And right now for Moist, it's just about presence. They are applying pressure to NRG. They are trying to keep them back as long as they can before they make their move.
And I talked about how a tough rotation this game was going to be for xqadRaT. xqadRaT's still alive inside this top 10. Once again, Nocturnal has managed to maneuver his team in a position to contest for this endgame. Elsewhere, TSM, they're involved in Thermal Station. You can see ExoClan inside of the donut building as well, but this is the building where all the action's about to break out. You have Alliance, you have LG, you have Moist, everybody is stacked up here.
And they've all got to move as well, because the circle's got away from them. They thought maybe it would pull towards them, but no. We're going more east. Now Esports Arena looking to try and make their move out.
Oh, they're going to swing and Alliance get eliminated. That will be Alliance out of the game. ESA swing on the damage that was done by the team just outside of them. And now look to move forward themselves. Skyward Dive going to be in front of them as well. You can see xqadRaT also in that kill feed. NRG starting to lose a few players as well, but TSM still alive, and Verholst with that wingman is getting some knocks.
TSM, Exo, and Geo all in fantastic positions, but now here comes everyone. They're going to surround this donut building. They all want a bite of it, but are you going to be able to survive? Do you go low? Do you go high? This is carnage in this circle.
This is a layer cake inside of the donut at the moment. LG though, what a performance we saw from them yesterday in that elimination bracket. Staying alive, xqadRaT eliminated, while Esports Arena have found the outside of this building to play down.
Esports Arena just keep going, just keep shredding, and now they move in, and they are still a full three. The shield swaps around, you've got to push together.
Rain Day calls in the villain, and he might feel like that to some of the teams inside of this building at the moment. ESA are kind of going crazy inside of this donut building.
Exo gone, Onyx gone, Moist are losing players, Geo are losing players, but all the meanwhile, Esports Arena a full healthy three. So are TSM, so are LG. These are three teams that can compete for this game. Leaford still alive as well for NRG.
TSM takes to the skies, Imperial House some good shots, and Verholst's going to clean them up as well. That's the end of Moist. And look at this position from TSM. Everybody else stacked up inside of this donut building. TSM have views on it. NRG going to be taken out. Luminosity eliminated as well. Gambare Ultrasound down to just 2 as we have 3 squads now remaining.
So ESA want to eliminate Geo quickly, try and get this fight done before TSM get involved. But TSM will be watching this kill feed, and as soon as they see a knock, they're going to push in.
Just throws an arc star to the skies, hoping maybe it's going to do a huge amount of damage, but as a 2, you're going to hope. But you see the respawn was just called in there momentarily, so maybe a player falling from the sky is going to have an influence on this. There's Young Hee rejoining the battle at just the right time for Geo, plus all the death boxes down. He's going to be able to find some guns to fight.
But look at this positioning from TSM. They have high ground, they can overwatch this. Reps did not get up though. That could be important, but really, TSM want to force this fight between ESA and Geo, and then just wait. Just pick up the pieces. It is just strategy at its very best. We've seen it so many times already this tournament. They just wait for the zone to do its job and force these two teams out.
He desperately trying to pick up some guns so he can do some damage off that respawn. Has managed to do so. Geo gonna have to leave. Playing underneath now. ESA gonna be forced out all that while. TSM sat up on top of this spike, waiting.
Зона ближе к ТСМ,
так полагаю, раз они до сих пор стоят.
And you'd have to ask, looking at this, how did TSM throw this one away with such an incredible position? The answer would be if both teams in this donut would then focus TSM. That's a big hit. That can make things a little bit worrying. ESA have spotted TSM, and maybe
TSM нельзя перекрывать друг друга, когда они на перестрелку выходят. Но у них зона раньше заканчивается, что они делают? Она вообще на мост уходит.
Cause some carnage. How's going to go up to the skies with a gravitational lift, so is the rest of TSM. Grenades in the hand. TSM ascend to the high ground.
TSM take high ground again. They will take the high, and now we're going to see one
TSM тут третья либо вторая.
But they've lost reps.
How's still alive. Verholst takes to the skies as well to try and survive. All the carnage breaking out below him. It's all on Big E here for TSM fans to try and survive, but it's Gambare Ultrasound.
Вторые, походу.
Off the back of a respawn, right in that end game. Who managed to close out game number 1.
And it was actually the low ground which was the most powerful position because they were able to force the two teams above them into the fight. It may have looked like TSM were in such a good spot because high ground usually wins games, but unfortunately because TSM had to move and the ESA had to focus them, Geo just waited, they watched, and then they push in to get that final killer blow. An intense game to kick us off here at the Split 1 playoffs.
Yeah, just that respawn. Absolutely huge to them. You have to question, do Geo win that game as a duo? Probably not in that situation, just to the lack of gunpowder, but getting that player back into the game.
Мышка М42.
Right to the death.
Кайф.
Last breath.
А это фанел маус.
Has an influence, manages to move a couple of those boxes up.
У них у всех мышки, ну ладно, на самом деле мне много каких мышей нравится, но у него у самого первого Вайпер, если там ультимейт вообще отдельный, так сказать. Отдельный респект. М42 и Final Mouse. Мне финалка долго не нравилась. Кстати, надо проверить, что с доставкой. Мне мышку должны были вообще завтра доставить, но походу проблемы и факт, что вообще доставят.
Was in a great position, but because of the zone pulling a little bit south, they had to actually rotate first and share the top side with ESA there. Let's talk about ESA for a second too, because they actually Valk ulted and sniped the second floor of the lava building, which was an insane call. And then they managed to sweep under the side of the donut and be the last into the 5-team pileup, which is amazing. But Geo getting the res off, super crucial. And you got to remember, it's hard to justify trying to fight as ESA there, because in this situation, if you're down 50 health, TSM's going to come out on top every time.
Yeah, Gino. Yeah, I mean, that push into the donut building where they took out EXO. EXO were like, at that point, I was calling that God spot, but unfortunately, they got pushed from another team on the bottom floor, I believe, and it was the sandwich between them and ESA. Otherwise, I think ESA may not have made it any further.
Tiff, what did you see there in that last circle? Obviously, good performance from TSM. A lot of fans in the building excited, thought they were going to win, but that's still good news, I think, for North America and the boys.
Yeah, it was really cool. Honestly, throughout when we got to 10 teams, where TSM had positioned themselves on top of Thermal, they were able to engage with all the teams that were surrounding them. You were seeing teams drop left and right, but TSM was always picking up at least one of the eliminations. So granted, maybe they didn't win this map, but they probably had a good enough KP and placement points associated with that to get the good score. Now, question is, we're not on match point yet, so a win really doesn't matter just yet, but congratulations to GO for making that work for them. Yeah. Because they did come from elimination round 2, their journey has been one of the longest here so far this week, and they were also the ones breaking out Newcastle and fortifying all of the areas, so they know how to bunker down in an endgame. Yeah, a phenomenal win. We actually saw that a lot in the elimination bracket. NorCal Esports made it there. They were also playing Newcastle. A lot of teams that would sit in zone and try to have these defensive kind of, we'll buy some more time for ourselves, and maybe a mistake will happen on your end. That's kind of what happened here.
Yeah, there were a lot of teams looking for that early zone, but not many were able to find it. This was, I mean, we were talking about chaos before, right? The way this circle shifted ensured chaos. I mean, DZ at the start, I thought they were looking in the best position, were holding the choke above Thermal. Circle shifted.
Картинки не могу постить.
Okay, all right, maybe the village north of Thermal, you know, Onyx and NRG, I believe, was sitting there. It shifts again. We've got people going all the way into Thermal, and then it was EXO. Unfortunately, they got crunched, and in the end, it was the teams who were just picking off as many of the others as they could, like TSM, picking up big amounts of kills, and it means it doesn't matter where the circle goes, you've guaranteed those points.
Let's take a look at the highlights of Game 1 as we continue to talk about this. Monsoon, with those zone pulls, what do you do in that situation as a pro? Because sometimes it's just bad luck.
Yeah, obviously, like, you can kind of understand the general area of where the zone's going to pull, but once again, you don't know exactly where it's going to end. We've seen...
Да, у меня ничего не изменилось. Сорян, чат. Посмотреть. Гадкин, здорово. Надо на дороге играл. Бодрая музыка. Ну вот сейчас бодрая. Я, конечно, могу включить, но я хотел вообще оставить запись на ютубе.
game as well.
All I can see right now are all the Seer exhibits that are on the screen, because let me just tell you, this scan meta has been kind of crazy, but ESA, this in particular, going the distance, I know Girl backstage as well, Monsoon, you and I were kind of talking about ESA and what the storyline could look like for them if they go the distance and take a win here. Because, mind you, they came in from preseason qualifiers, all of the roster swaps that they've had. Luda at one point had a wrist injury, had to overcome the adversity for that, get back to top form, and you know, this team, they're playing with a sub Cody.
Yeah.
And Girl was like, he is one of the most humble people known early on for his insane Octane skills. And speaking of Octane, I know we saw one in the lobby.
Yeah, and that's the thing. There is going to be some legend variation here, and I feel like from the things we've witnessed as well, Fnatic, notably in Game 6 of the elimination bracket, they were actually able to, or it might have been the winners bracket, they were able to actually switch off of the Watson onto the Bangalore. So we're seeing this aggressive kind of Horizon Bangalore Valkyrie meta coming in for those watching at home. It's been the talk of the town for a lot, but we'll see if that adjusts, because this is a whole new beast. The winners bracket is clear, and though qadRaT Otusan took first place with 12 placement points and 4 kills, it was really Esports Arena and TSM who came out on top of the lobby.
I mean, you very rarely see someone win a game and then come third after that. I mean, a couple of teams really fragging out here. 14 kills on TSM. I mean, you had 6 on Hal, 7 on Verhulst, and the ever-present support player reps. He chimed in with 1.
Yeah. Incredible stuff here. And you even talked about it. Luminosity had a good game too. Let's look at this backside. What stands out to you, Monsoon, here in the bottom 10?
Unfortunately, Guard being taken out on rotate by EXO because of, you know, Harvester and Landslide. Super unfortunate to see, but they got to shake it off and look forward.
You said that mental adaptation, that ability to adjust. What do you do in Game 2 in a situation like that?
Obviously, these players have a lot of experience going through ups and downs. Not everything can go your way, but, I mean, we all know the Guard. Their mentals are great. They got great team culture. So they just got to lock it in and get ready to go. This is not the end. This is Game 1 of a potentially 20-game series. So.
Now, be aware of this, ladies and gentlemen. People started with points at the top, and this is something that is going to shake up this leaderboard. We started with 10 for first place and all the way down to 1 for our 10th qualifier. So you will see a little bit of extra cushion. That's the benefit of going through the winners bracket.
Yeah, 100%. We know NRG came from the winners bracket. They won. They got that extra 10 points when they started. So you can see they pick up 7 points in match number 1, coming in with 17 points. But TSM, they were only in the top 5 out of winners bracket, or maybe a little bit less. I don't remember the exact positioning, so don't judge me, guys. I'm sorry. But regardless, they made up for it just in map number 1. Raven, whatever he is doing with the team to bring out the best individually that they can of each person. I mean, we saw Reps, you said only 1 elimination, but that's because he was sitting back with the 30-30, dealing a lot of damage and letting everyone else pick up the eliminations.
What a day so far. TSM, qadRaT Otusan, and Esports Arena out to a great start in Game 1 here in London. We've got Game 2 coming up of our match point finals. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back to continue the action. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Welcome back, everybody, to game number 2. Jumping right into the action in our match point final. It's Fallout joined alongside Vicky Kitty for game 2 on World's Edge before we jump into Storm Point on game 3.
Absolutely amazing first game to start things off. Double-digit KP for TSM coming in third. ESA with amazing Skyward Dive, but we're diving into already a game number 2 after GO took that first win.
That's right, massive win for Ganbare Tucson, which is so interesting, right? They're dropping Fragment West and splitting some loot with ESA, so you'd think they have such bad loot leading Frag West. We all know Frag West got that nerf a couple of seasons ago with mid-tier loot, and look at this, Gray Shields leaving Frag West, but they were still able to make it to late game and find success given the early rotation. Look how fast they have rotated.
Free ages, by the way. Just gotta note that real quick.
Yeah, former...
I love seeing their name, and I love seeing their representation.
Exactly. Former Reject Squad. They are ALGS champions. Year 1 champions in the APAC North region. This is a team that has a ton of experience. Currently an orgless squad, though. Hence the white T-shirt that they made for themselves. It's like MLG 2008 with the white T-shirts. You love to see it. But more importantly, any orgs right now looking for a top team, GO is here to play.
Seeing the side-by-side look here as we take a note of where the circle is going to be taking us to the south. Lava Siphon, TSM are going to have a ball game with that because they're going to have the beacon. They're going to plan their next move. We saw that ESA on the other screen also had a fantastic first game after that Skyward Dive in a difficult choke point.
That's right. Although we saw ESA eluding the rest of Frag West, also have the replicator, but we'll hold that thought for just a moment.
Здорово, брошка.
Decided to be ultra aggressive in this lobby. They took out the guard early in the last game. Well, look like they're trying to do it again. They are 4th overall in total average kills.
Алексей, попрошу, я уже 3 килограмма сбросил за неделю. Но пока что да.
When we talk about teams that also excel, because we know that World's Edge, and after this game we're going to go on to Storm Point, the team that has the most wins on World's Edge throughout this weekend in playoffs is EXO. They have 4.
Давай, как скину где-то до 80, ну хотя бы там 83, 85, будешь стройняшкой меня называть, договорились? По-турецки еще не шлепаешь? Йоп. Чуть-чуть, только очень базово. И это хорошо. Шамлар это вечер. Тамам это окей. Эвет да. Йок нет. Ответ Олсен, приятного аппетита. Что там еще? Гендер это отправить.
That's right. You know, look, I call them the Nightmare Squad. Why? Because every team in North America has had nightmares. I guarantee it. LG just farming the lobby. They've done it time and time again throughout Pro League. And here they are right now. It's a nightmare for TSM. Perhaps some nostalgia as Hal's going to get taken out already to the hands of LG. But really good job from Reps and Verholst. They tried seeing if they can clutch the 2v3. Recognize, yeah, not our fight. Let's back out. Let's reset. Let's play as a team of 2. Won't have a chance to grab banner most likely either. So we'll see how Reps and Verholst will do. Not the typical duo of Reps and Hal that we're used to seeing in these late games.
Gotta nerf them out here after that performance in that first game. They're looking to be very kill heavy. Now playing as a duo, Reps gets pinged by the 30-30 right now.
Well, interesting TSM discussion going on right now. I'd love to jump into a listen and with TSM if we can. Heard there's a lot of chatter and perhaps some disagreement, but for now, hold that thought. GO already lost 1. They're pushing Rambo though. Keon's gonna get the knock with a charge rifle, and just after, Juzna is out. The guard says we're back for game 2.
That looks like a bait as Rambo tries to hype up the crowd.
Как же он любит аудиторию.
The guard is here to hold on the high ground, but they put them in the line of sight on purpose. Gio tried to push Rambo, try to wrap around the corner. Guess what? The guard was waiting for them with a charge rifle on the high ground on top of the rooftop.
And Rambo, like a goalie in a net, says, "Don't you dare! Do you know who I am?" Shuts him down, and the guard comes out on top. Most of the difference there. Ooh, okay, cheeky little sentinel shot from Artin. IGL this squad. And by the way, Artin, as young as he is, the only player in all of South America competing in this tournament that played in the first ever LAN in Krakow, Poland, the first international competition. Artin is still here to play. They picked up the Singularities Elysium. He's actually Chilean. Spanish-speaking, learned Portuguese to be able to communicate with his team. The fragger for this squad, best controller player in the region. They always play around his play style, which is Elysium. Get loose. Go find some kills. We got your back.
Вот я смотрю турик, и я пиздец как хочу, чтобы ранкет поменяли. Чтобы снова В последних кругах было дохрена отрядов. Вот когда поменяли в 14-м, по-моему, или в 14-м, или в 13-м сезоне, второй сплит. Ой, так круто было. Все на плейсменты играют. Именно вот лут идет, потом ротация, стычки, если ну, там потыриться, когда складов рядом нет, либо по-любому надо пиздиться. Нету вот этих плюс В-пушеров, гриндеров, всякого такого дерьма. Вот чисто вот киберспортом пахло.
Had a slow start to the competition, but never lost confidence. They finally stopped getting contested from Flora in Thermal Station, and they've been looking great ever since. Had a good start in game one. Look at the shots from Mandy wide right. Gets his break.
We know the crowd absolutely loves Mandy. Mandy was popping off earlier, just yesterday. They were feeling themselves. They're also bringing their confidence into this day.
Yeah, I mean, literally popping off on top of a desk. He jumped on a desk to hype up the crowd. Any Mandy fans here in Copperbox Arena? Make some noise for Mandy. And Alliance, as we take a look at Hockey's, the IGL for this squad, Stone Cold Killer. He is so focused, so regimented, former military member in his home country of Sweden, and runs his team that way, very, very organized, but at the same time, always knows how to maintain vibes. It's really Yuki's job for the squad. Big shout to Yuki as well, former model, TV star in China, moved back to the UK during COVID, started studying, and is still a full-time university student, which is awesome. While competing, not many pro players can say they have 2 full-time roles.
Amazing to juggle so much here. Space Station, as we tune in to them, getting circle kept by Ascend on the other side, dropped notes exactly where they are on top of the roof here of this building. Yeah. Trying to find a way if they could try to go in through this building, at least get into that next circle right now. Frex now taking some chances, just trying to restabilize. Ascend now taking a nice little up angle as the Seer ult goes online.
That's right.
Oh, nice timing on the Crypto EMP to delete the Seer ult. No more information left.
That's going to be big, and that's what this team does. The longest-lasting Crypto team in the world. qadRaT's been doing it since 2-3 years ago when Crypto was released. Meanwhile, Lufka, new player in this team. Polish sensation. He's been so good for them. Zanile's going to go down to qadRaT.
На один нокнутый.
That leaves SM.
Кресло играет.
104-degree fever right now, trying to channel his inner Michael Jordan for the last dance.
Когда кресло играет лучше тебя.
Sliding all the way to as qadRaT gets the crack after getting that one knocked though. They trade 2 for 2 as Ascend now.
А его тут ждали.
Frex is trying to restabilize and Space Station have the man advantage.
Look at this! Frex isn't dropped as a duo! Are you kidding me? Michael Jordan and Pippen!
Ну, Эрмора хватает. Никто не пушит. И тут резнуть можно. Давай, давай. Давай, кресло. Тащи.
They were the ones at the disadvantage. They were the ones trying to wrap right inside of this building. The Seer ult got denied by the EMP, and they were able to turn that fight around.
Unbelievable performance. Frex is the first pro player to switch to controller. Started a trend, by the way, as you know, Hal and a few others have done it since JMW. Who unfortunately did not qualify. Victus Gaming.
Основную трансу смотреть надо для дропсов.
We know they'll bounce back for split 2, but for now, it's E6, Amphi, the rookie on this team. Effect from Alliance, so talented. Said Amphi is the one that defined and created the R301 meta, which is obviously a bold statement, but that's how good Amphi is. He was one of the first players to start beaming with the R301 in ranked. A complete ranked grinder picked up by this E6 squad.
Love stories like that here too. Crowd putting in some chants. E6, a lot of fans in this arena. Shout out to E6 fans out here, trying different things. Absolutely love the energy. He has the Bloodhound, Bangalore, and Crypto are going to come in.
Well, Copperbox, you want an E6 listening? Want to hear some comms from the E6 squad? Let's go ahead and jump right into a listening with E6, led by K-Swinny.
We're fine, we're fine. I think it's a team middle 3, they just low ulted. I'm gonna look. Nice, nobody middle 3. What about this? What? On my ping. What about him back? Yeah, just walk up middle 3 already. Okay, I'm walking up. Yeah, it is a team on the bunker out there. Careful, this team can angle for free, okay? They are yeah, after pop up. So, yeah, good. Careful on middle and feed, just check the others. One team is coming, play here, okay? We need to be careful now. Okay. I'm gonna be droning. No, I don't have drone yet. It's a team on the ping. You see the ping, right? Yes, sir. It's a team here. Yeah. This team gonna move up on us. We boy. Prepare yourself. We have an enemy. Shit, by the way.
And there you have a listen in with E6, the last mostly British squad remaining, representing their home turf. Amphi, Slayers, both from the United Kingdom. K20 from France, the only French player competing in this lobby. Vivid Francais, we have a lot of great French talent and Apex legends, but Game Ward, the all-French team, not able to qualify here. So now, all hands and all eyes rest on this one IGL K20. Switching back over to Space Station, who made their rotate through. They got Zanayo back, and SSG is back to a team of 3. Can they have a 96 Bulls-esque last dance here? Can they end it with a championship? This roster confirmed is breaking up after this event. Dropped, rumored to be going to Optic Gaming. Who knows what the future holds for Frexes and Zanayo?
Actually crazy. The guard, Rambo, falling incredibly low after landing right here. Keon also falling low, right in the line of sight of another team that's trying to hold the top end of that building. They find refuge inside of this truck right now. But TSM, GO, Ascent, the 3 squads that made it pretty in the late game for that first game already out, as the guard are going to get pulled out by the black hole. Keon gets knocked.
Уже 2 нока, Аркан последний остается. Яня подсирает, конечно.
Oh, and both numbers gonna go down. It's all gonna be up to the IGL in RKN with Crypto. Can get a mobile res and is gonna immediately go for it. We'll see how he plays this. Could be risky. Could get immediately beat. EMP dropped. Is he gonna get the res? Looks like he will. But will they survive is the question, because he's dropping likely right on top of.
Но они убивать их будут. Это, ну, это бред. Фанатик их убьют просто. Они хоть упадут на квадрат, но им все равно ГБЛ. Он один уже с дипку тейкает. Они просто, он просто 2 поинта подарил. Зачем?
Bonus points at this point for Fnatic, who I have bold prediction that they will clutch up on match point right now. It's not looking too good. 3 points for them, 17th place, but a good game here. Can certainly turn that around. It's only 1 game in.
Ну, один выжил, я так понял.
Joining us, welcome to the ALGS Championship Sunday for the Split 1 playoffs. Fallout alongside Vicky Kitty, Onset, Gaskin, cast in the action here as we have SSG.
Если один выжил, все ладно. Того стоило.
By the way, Rambo managed to get away from Fnatic. I mean, with the Valkyrie, when you come down from that drop, you get some more. This is Space Station. He don't miss. Oh, Matsutosh getting caught by the wingman in the hands of Zanayo. Meanwhile, Exet finds Rambo. He can't get away from another team.
Is that Zanayo or Hardeki circa 2019-20 with the wingman? Insane shots right there from Zanayo. Likely will get the res, will be that squad, but nonetheless, at least put some damage on them. But look at the zone here, and if we can get the overhead map to show you where the next zone is going to be, we do have that intel. We want to give it to you so we can let you know which teams are already there. But right now it's Dark Zero Alliance, E6, well positioned. Moist on a late rotate here. They will find zone. They'll find some cover, some moment of respite, but down to barely any health is Walty. He'll get to heal back up.
Oh, and he gets stopped. He's getting griefed. It's not just a missile swarm. It's a sear tack as well, as Walty's going to try to restabilize the shield cells, but he doesn't have bigger meds. He doesn't have a shield bat, and he gets taken out just as ESA get eliminated from this lobby.
Wow. ESA out, Moist falling. 2 members of Moist down. Dark Zero, it's going to be the former APAC South dominant team that eliminates Moist Esports from the competition. Down to 15 squads. Notice how stacked these lobbies are. Late game is so packed with teams, unlike any scrim and any preparation that these teams could put in. No one is pushing an early game here. Meanwhile, let's jump on board with Xset, the team that has dominated the North American region for the last 1.5 years since Team Liquid. They've been playing so good alongside TSM and NRG as the best teams in North America.
Guard baby going down right here in 15th. Back to the lobby as Xset C, the lone survivor of the guard, RKN, running for his life. Hiding behind the rock. There you go. Claim that KP. The guard get taken out. It's Xset looking to farm. You saw that they were pressuring out Rambo originally too with that charge rifle.
Yeah, and I thought that was a team of 3 right there. But yeah, there's just the rat and the guard. So nice job. Good headshots right there. Good aim from Sykes. Controller, Demon. Played with Luda in Challenger Circuit last year. Who would have thought 1 year later you'd be playing on the main stage for a first place finish potentially?
It is a massacre of the Skyward Dive. It is a massacre out here. Every team that
И это Валькирия была, да?
with the Skyward Dive so far have been pressured out by these charge rifles. Currently Ziki getting taken out. Exo now. Down to 2.
Да, это была Валькирия.
As Onyx are going to try to fully send and take advantage of that.
Yeah, just a great knockdown shields. Yeah, easy kill right there on Ziki. Shady picks it up. Shady and Rocky have been competing in the APAC South region for quite.
Еще 40 секунд есть, будут крафтить, нет? И время Space Station зарубились с Dreamfire'ом. Пока Dreamfire. Рест не успею, короче, не дали резнуть. Ой, Сюрик. Туда. Фанатики просыпаются.
the sear Q cancellation of the res in the last millisecond that prevented SSG from having their third member in that fight and being able to potentially run away and heal up. Fnatic now. Team of 3 on high ground. APAC North, Japan represented Matsutasu, Meltstera, and the boys looking to perform here with a Valkyrie. We'll see where they rotate to.
Look at Zenile just scurrying.
И погнали в зону.
Only survivor of Space Station playing by the rocks. Singularity also on the high ground right now. The circle is closing in. We can see where the circle is. That'd be absolutely.
Сиров много в катке. Сольником прям очень. Эти тоже валькируются, ему надо как-то ныкаться. И желательно поджиматься под тех, кто валькуется. Фанатики одного теряют уже. Слейерс не простил на контесте. Но они тоже, кстати, не простили, да? Да, минус к свине. И спина, спина! Нет, не успел. Face Nation Сольника доели. Сольник, причем дольше, потом сдох после фанатиков. LG плохо, отъезжают. Ноктюрнал последний остается. Он живет, живет. Круг свелся, и сейчас будет первые минуты, просто дочистка, первые секунды. Зачистка всех, кто заротейтился, плохо позицию занял. Это что за слайды? Алло, куда? Отойти, Фаер слишком много жжет. Катушку, не? А ген куда? Ну ладно. Окна вроде не убьет, потому что крыша правее уходит от окна. Слева open разве что. Но не в зоне. Можно играть.
We've seen it before that they dominate the winners bracket final and then didn't show up in the championship final. This time, a different story as NRG is looking so good. Sweet is looking to prove that he is the best IGL in Apex Legends, but he's got to get through Hal and so many others. Hockey's, K-Swinny, top IGLs in this competition alongside Kashera and many, many more.
I mean, this is the way to do it right now, Fallout. 6 squads left. Dark Zero, Sharky living up the land, by the way. Not a lot of heavy having to work with, but it's not like he needs it. He gets the shot with the Senti. Takes care of best, takes care of the last member as Team Singularity fall.
Talk about great IGLs. We take a look at Zero trying to show, hey, I might not talk a lot, I may not tweet a lot, but I'm here, Fallout. Nice job from Zero, the IGL of Dark Zero. Anti-Sharky watching it home. On board with Guild, on board with Sweet, team of 2. They lost 1 in that fight. I don't know what happened. I think it might have been a 3v2. Full team of 3, D3 to 6, and they're going to push this. But Watson fences galore. It's a perimeter. Take a look here as NRG has to defend.
Zero coming in online. Aimbot trying to take a little off angle by the stairwell. The Arcstar going to buy in some space. NRG playing this nice and safe. Sweet getting beamed though. He goes right to the safety of the gen. And E36 are going to fully send it.
Oh, Guild's going to get the first knock. Can they collect the 2v3? No! NRG eliminated. Nice shot by E36, just trading shots there. But Dark Zero's going to swoop right in. Dark Zero, the back-to-back LAN champions. Looking to
NRG сбрили. И чё это? Камбэк, что ли? Опять хотите топ-1? Альянс и Dark Zero остаются. Они прям очень жестко крутят. Альянсы не дают, в ответ выходит. Все ХГ тейкнули. У всех ХГ, у альянсов. Им очень удобно играть. А альянсам нельзя просаживаться. Они могут в хакисов въебаться. Можно в хакисов въебаться, потому что 2 коробки есть еще для укрытия. Но сейчас уже поздно. Хакис сам поджимает. Сжимаются. Команда дает стирик. Ой, ну бим хуёвый был второй. Первый на 70 был прям очень сладенький. Нельзя давать хилиться. Пушку дай, подними их. Крак еще один. Ой, как больно. Они прямо очень больно получают. Есть ног, минус шарки, еще минус 1. Все, это за ленцами. Ни хрена себе, Юки. Сколько эмоций выдает. Сет здорово. Кто из наших? Я. Я из ваших.
Of the summer circuit with that squad, Taylor and Knopf back then, competing against Hockey's now, coaching him. There he is behind him, and what a celebration, what a win from left to right, Mandy, Hockey's, and Yuki.
Absolutely love the emotion from this team. You saw it throughout the entire weekend, you saw the confidence, and they are bringing everything to the table right now. Alliance taking that second game. In that first game, they did drop in 10th, they only got 1 KP. So this is huge here for them to get that confidence, to build up that gap.
Yeah, they're undoubtedly going to take first place from that, right? 10 plus a massive high kill game. Great job overall from Alliance. That's what they needed here in this game, too, to get themselves a lead and get closer to match point, itching closer and closer to that 50-point threshold to unlock match point. Let's go ahead and throw it to the desk to break it down.
Fallout Vicky Kitty, thank you so much for the hype. Copperbox Arena, make some noise for the game so far. It has been a fun one indeed. Match point off to a scintillating start, if I do say so myself. Rain Day, Monsoon, Tiff, and Gino on the desk here to break it down. Game 2, a lot of different storylines. I'm going to start with you, Monsoon. What did you see? It was a great final fight, great ending.
Yeah, it's not often you get to see 2 teams 3v3 battle it out in the end, especially like 2 teams as those. But we saw the zone kind of shift towards the south. It was interesting to see it pulled a tree instead of launch site there. I think one thing to definitely note and think about was the fight of E36 and Energy on the building, Nate getting picked off early, unfortunately, but there is something to be said about the duo buff, right? Guild still having the RE45, and unfortunately E36 couldn't make it clean enough, so they got swept and by Dark Zero. And then it turned into a 3v3. And of course, Alliance definitely had the upper ground closer toward the end zone. And Dark Zero trying to find their way around the left and the right side to see if they can get any advantageous picks or damage. But, you know, Alliance come out on top. It was definitely close there, but we saw some incredible shots from Hawkes.
Tiff, you saw the hype that Yuki had, the hype that Alliance had, the hype the building had here when that win went off. What do you think that means for Alliance's chances here? We know it's going to mean a lot of points, but can this be their day?
I mean, this is showing that they already have what it takes to get that rotation and take that ice 3v3 at the end. But you just have to position yourself well enough throughout the game, withstand the other 19 insane teams in the lobby to make that happen, and they're doing just that. Then you talk about the clutch factor, right? We know Yuki's got it. We've seen him go that 1v1 on Gintal. Everyone loved it. The internet loved it. But also Mandy has the ability to stand cold as well. We even saw
Молодца, квадрат. Что? Здорово, Масса. Я при самом потолке, потому что в РСУМэне лузящиков дает мне 2 эпик-позы, потом еще эпик-позы. Лысый скин. Кунай. Это уже не падает. Но когда мне первая реликвия выпала, я так хотел, чтобы Кунай была, а не топор. Там же 1 из 2.
As soon as I saw that, honestly, as much as I love the boys, I was like, it's kind of over before it started there.
Hey, I love you. But
it was an interesting, really start to the fight. Start to the entire game though as well. We saw.
А третья реликвия была Октан, да? Первая Кунай на релизе, вторая топор на БХ. Нож бабочка уже была третьей реликвией. Было бы круто, если бы они порядочность реликвии в игре сделали. Так, сейчас.
You mentioned it, Tiff. Yuki, the passion on his face right there, encouraging the crowd to get going. And you could tell they feel that this is their moment. Alliance, they have been denied of a playoff win. They have been denied of so many championship wins, so many LAN wins. When people thought they were a favorite, it does feel like...
Ай-яй-яй, запустил.
I mean, something is definitely different. They have so much to fight for. They want to hoist that trophy up, and they have so much support all around them here in the stadium, back at home, just everything that they are fighting for. They want to prove that they're best. And Hack is up there. The IGL of that team really knows how to utilize their abilities and position, even bringing in the sub, right, of Mandy.
На каком левеле выпадает Рик? Да хоть на первом.
Situation to be able to lose a young star who's maybe taking over the league in effect and not be able to be here, and then to have Mandy sub in such experience and LAN experience. I mean, that's maybe the best sub Alliance could have hoped for.
Oh, absolutely. Mandy has been a dominating player from the start. And honestly, I'm really pleased to see him back on stage, having fun being himself, and
and one of the more winningest prize pool teams in EMEA. Mandy going to content creation. Wouldn't it be ironic if, as a sub with Alliance, he actually wins his first LAN?
It's so strange that Apex has this history now of these super subs, right? Like how have we got so many amazing players that are just ready and available to play when LAN rolls around? I mean, you know, JMW winning in Sweden, Rambo almost going all the way over in Rally, and now we've got Mandy potentially looking to, you know, make it 3 out of 3.
I would love the story.
500? Что 500, Миш?
To have to make us tell it by winning again. They still have a few points in front of our match point, though. Let's watch back that final circle that got us here with them most likely on top of the leaderboard.
Хотя вот он порядок, не? Или я ошибаюсь? Они по порядку идут, да? Кунай? Вот это точно по порядку. Потом на лайфу разве палки были? А, кстати, возможно, да. Нет, тут походу по порядку действительно идет. Скорее всего, да. Тогда круто. По порядок оставили.
Peacekeeper right now. The EVA, the reason he got that final finish because he needed that couple of shots in a row quickly before the Valk was able to get around the corner and get another bat off.
Дропсы есть такие же, как и на прошлом лане были. Короче, кто получил в прошлый раз, тому можно не фармить. Палки, лайфы, перчатки были раньше. Все, значит, порядок. Соблюдается.
Zero taking the longest path around because they know they have to get up there to try and challenge Alliance, and that's the only way they can get there, by using their feet.
Yeah, that is one of those things that when you get into a team that, and we've seen this before, certain teams kind of end up in that final circle in this tournament, in this day, like more often than not. So you're fighting kind of similar comps. If you have an issue with comps that are continually able to get high ground over you, you're going to have to figure out very quickly how you're going to play that. Whether it's pushing the pace before they have a chance, Tiff, or whether it's finding a way to react to somebody that's possibly going to have an advantage every time you go against them one-on-one.
Yeah, I mean, you just think, especially on World's Edge. Now, granted, we are going to be switching maps soon, so that's going to be exciting. But you think, yeah, hey, maybe. But the Horizon, right? You can utilize the grab lift, you said, for the Rock as well. But especially on World's Edge, when you're in and around Thermal Station, if zones tend to end there and out by Climatizer, and you're already on the ground, you don't have a Horizon in your comp. Maybe you're playing a Valkless comp, which we've seen throughout the year. You are stuck. Like, you are just like, all right, look, I guess I better get my rock climbing gear on because I'm going up. But no, and that zone starts to close. That is not how you want to go down here at all. So it plays off well.
All right, let's take a look at the standings. We do have it, the results for match 2. It is Alliance with a 22-point win, 12 for placement points. And if you're a fan watching at home, just
Если что, у нас first
and however many kills they've got. We got great UI in the game. You can kind of get to this before. Sometimes we'll show you.
У меня нет только новации на реликвии. Обидно. Я в ахуе. У кого-то вообще нет ни одной реликвии, а у человека не хватает одной реликвии, ему обидно. Миш, ты специально поиздеваться над людьми написал?
signs for those teams. And a team, TSM, we've been talking about Ascend, who would be talking about Esports Arena, who's in our top 5, really not showing up after this. As we take a look at the series results, you'll see a little reaction to this Genome Alliance.
Кто буду играть 2 часов, нет релика. Я в ахуе. А как это зависит от вашего уровня и времени в игре?
Even, you know, a team like Enterforce who are popping off that game, not even in the top 10 right now, but that is because the middle of this is so hotly contested and still not many teams.
Откройте 500 контейнеров, тогда поговорим. Всем дали возможность реликвию хотя бы одну полутать. Максимальный левел апаете. Лутаете. Нет? Так что обидного-то? Если у тебя вся реликвия есть, ты купите и эту можешь.
So it's a statistical guarantee, essentially. You're trying to say the data has driven you to this
I didn't do any math.
Oh, no math. Okay.
No math associated with that, just the fact that they won.
Yeah, me neither. All right, it's time to get into game 3. Let's see if Alliance can continue on their streak. And we've got 2 casters ready to kick it off. Let's get into it. Match 3 about to begin here in London.
Thank you so much, Rain Day, and everyone in the arena. Make some noise as we get ready for game number 3. Alliance and EU currently on top of the leaderboards by a margin. Fallout alongside Vicky Kitty, and I hate to say it, but I told you so with the Alliance prediction.
Okay, hold on. I know Alliance has been popping off. I love watching Yuki also find his stride, and we saw him popping off throughout the entirety of the weekend. The rest of the Alliance squad, Hockey's coming in clutch. Now we move on to Storm Point, though, Fallout.
That's right.
We got to talk about the consistency between some of these teams moving between World's Edge and Storm Point, since it's not going to be like the usual. We got 2 maps on World's Edge, 2 maps on Storm Point, and vice versa before switching forward.
Yeah, that's
А
right.
знаете, почему он энергетик вниз убирает? Потому что у него реклама G-Foil, мне кажется.
Yeah, so right now I believe we have 4 teams actually in total that have 2 wins.
Ни у кого на столе энергоса нет. Он, наверное, на столе только у тех будет, кто монстр рекламит. Привет, чё, пропадал? В плане, вчера стримил, позавчера стримил. И тем более Данил заходил под конец стрима. Куда я пропадал? Я донатил? Ну? Так чё обидного-то? Денег нет, что ли? Я понимаю.
Hot zone is going to come through. That's going to be for Enter Force 36, the squad from APAC North.
Seeing where our teams are going to get settled. I know that there was a 50-50 going down originally in Down Beast between DF and GO, but it looks like GO are just going to be able to take care of Down Beast, while Dark Zero obviously always landing by Mill. They've claimed that space already. We're going to have amazing loot, and now we see exactly where the circle is going to be taking us. RKN wasting no time to scan that beacon too.
Yeah, that's right. So a couple things to help everyone understand here. Obviously throughout the weekend we've seen a lot of early aggression, a lot of contests as teams truly did not want to give up their drop spot. But now it's 20 teams, it's the grand finals lobby. These all teams have a handshake agreement to say where you're dropping, no early contests, no one's going to leave it to a 50-50. So as a result, you won't see any early game fights. So instead, let's talk a little bit about what we can see in terms of rotations. A couple things. Here's where the zone's going. Well, very central, slightly west. This is the exit sweet spot zone. They have the replicator, expect them to craft up and immediately rotate. Rambo, RKN, and Keon, well, a team that likes to early rotate as well, and a great IGL and zone predictor. He's got the algorithms figured out so incredibly well in RKN. Expect them to early rotate. Look how fast they've left Jurassic Park. They ain't gonna farm no prowlers.
Absolutely love it here too. I like how you highlighted the guard. This is one of the teams right alongside EXO that have the most wins in this lobby throughout the course of the weekend. 4 wins in total for both these teams. But the guard, they found a win on Storm Point, unlike EXO, who found all their wins on World's Edge. So with this quick rotation, wondering where they're going to be rotating around by the south side of that rock. They're going to be posted up right behind Ascend, and they're predicting where the circle is going to be. And you already know Ascend's going to settle down with the Watson fences. They're going to be able to scan that beacon for free with Kashira's crypto drone.
This is huge. Ascend also an early rotate team, but look at this, the guard, just like first game at least. Fun drops on their head. I think that was with the gravity cannon. Yes, it was. Oh my God, Fun! Are you kidding me? It comes down to a skirmish. RKN last alive. Sungjun down to 10 HP.
Не понял. Это как произошло вообще? Это старт вообще?
is eliminated by Fun123. Former AD Raccoon squad. Does Ascend decide to join the fun? Pun intended.
They lose out on qadRaT here, though, and this is Ascend's note to be able to try to fully send it, take advantage. They saw the fight going on right in front of their eyes, but Fun...
А, все, они упали на барометр. Блядь. И потом просто пушку заюзали. Во наглые, а? Есть контакт, сюда. Еще поинты. О, на старте 6 киллов. А почему 5? Одного стырили, что ли? А не, этих двое было. А вот 6. Все нормально. Ой, вот это кайф. Весь здорово. Видос на канале есть. Да, небольшой нерв будет. Из СНГ никого нет? Не, визы никто не получил. Насколько турнир? Пока не закончится, пока не победит никто. Кто-нибудь, точнее. До матчпоинта. До матчпоинта и топ-1. Какой-то странный реворк. Почему странный? Ну, я бы не сказал реворк, прям. Просто классы меняют. Добавляют обилки дополнительные. Но в целом реворк... Я бы сказал не реворк, а ребаланс. Легенд тотальный.
Love how you highlight that, you know, just breaking down all the regions here too. Mia, 3 teams out of 10 made it into the finals.
Более четкое обозначение будет. Да.
We're talking about it before. 4 teams out of 5, North 4 out of 10, South America with only singularity making it through here as Dreamfire on top of the high ground right now, trying to contest this other squad after getting some information from town.
That's right, another early fight. 2 squads already eliminated, all from 1 team. Now it's Dreamfire, another team from the APAC region, looking to get themselves a few KP as well.
Отжали внизу.
Come down, Roy, so mechanically gifted. Our good friend Genome likes to say he's a top 5 mechanical player in the world. That's a bold statement. And guess who's on top? TSM, who says we are the mechanical greats. Imperial Hal gets some initial damage.
Так, кракнули двоих. А что по хп у Дарков? Нормально все пока что. Но у них синие арморы. Тао минус. Размен. Нок. Выиграли. Ну, одно. Все, выиграли. Вот прям очень сильно. Если расплитаны команды и кто-то из них нокается, это большей части проеб. Вот они хоть и разменяли. СНГ игрокам в Иордании доступ не дали. Да ничего давать не будут больше.
Listening with TSM right there. If we could pull up the map side by side and show you TSM calling for the third, and that's the right play, right? That's a smart.
Россию и так не хотели поддерживать СНГ регион. Сейчас уж тем более смысла нет.
Just a little bit of luck. His teams are so focused on early rotates in these very stacked lobbies. You got to rotate early to get positioning. If you don't, you're going to be left with no home and no place to play. TSM opting for a hard edge playstyle here, despite not having a replicator to craft at the wall. They're going to go down to Cascade Falls likely and craft here soon. We got to be careful for Singularity and NRG nearby.
Yeah, NRG going to be rotating away from Checkpoint, their usual POI. Like you mentioned, there is the replicator out there for them to also use. Talked about it earlier, but it's that Sniper 4x8 scope that is available, as well as the purple Sniper mag to work with, and the Moby. The Moby is in the weekly rotation. It does change out later today. but it's nice to know for some of these teams that like to take their time to rotate into that circle, boost up their evil shields with the replicator. We see the side by side and where the circle is going to be taken as Fnatic get the crack.
Oh, I like this end game.
Дропсы на основной трансляции. У меня их нет. Когда играть будешь? Ну, турик посмотрим, потом перерыв, скорее всего, сделаю. И подрублю свой же стрим.
Getting some long-range beams, just leveling up their Evo shield at this point. And this is the squad, EXO and Singularity with a 3v3 here in Jurassic Park. Big fight here, and whoever wins this fight, well, guess what? You got to fight the final boss in Fun 1, 2, 3 right after, potentially.
Especially after leaving this choke point. That's why I really love the positioning that Fun is holding. They're just looking to gatekeep all these other squads that are going to be rotating from this eastern side of the map. Singularity finding some beamage with the Havoc currently right now, tossing out these arc stars, trying to funnel him into moving way more to the left. Our team going to be able to now move over to the side, but they see the charge rifle beam coming in from their own left side. It's another squad getting mixed up in the fray. It's Space Station.
That's right. SSG drops launchpad, took their time on rotate, probably went through antenna to get some crafting materials. Meanwhile, they're now making their way through. It's a 3-team fight, and guess who the meat of the sandwich is? It's EXO, the team from Thailand. Killapose gets knocked first to the hands of Besk. Long range. Again, support player likes to get his hands in as many marksman rifles as he can. A nice nade from Zanail gets the second.
What a terrible situation for EXO to be in. They get cleaned up, like you mentioned, Fallout. Double burger sandwich basically out here. Space Station are going to continue on the domination, continue on the pressure with the charge rifle. Singularity say, okay, you know what? They took care of EXO. We're going to move back. We made a lot of noise, and NRG are on the other side of this cover from TSM.
We got an NRG versus TSM battle. It's a clean 3v3, no risk of third party in sight. This will be a pure fight between the two greatest teams in North American history.
Let's jump into a quick listen in with NRG to see how they're going to be able to play this fight.
There's 2 there and there's 1 on the left. I had 60 on the horizon. Swinging hard left, Valk. He's still on the tree. There's still 2 over here.
80 answer.
Hard left, still swinging left.
Should I like run up this
They
left?
QQ'd me on the right.
Yes, sure. I'm gonna come up. Maybe 1 minute on this guy on the left.
I got both of them. He's on the right over here.
Okay. 40 on him. Got team shot back. Look for this guy, please. This Valk.
Yeah. He's head glitching around. I just got cracked 2. I'm batting. They're gonna move up off this.
I'm gonna bang on.
He used his Q. I'm gonna steal on the building. I'm backing up. I'm backing up the gas. They're running into my bangle. They're running into my bangle. They're inside. They're gonna I'm here, Nate. They're gonna have to be in the building. Stun all of them. I'm getting charged right from the back. I'm batting. Push to me. Push to my field. Push to my field. He's canceling my heal. He's canceling my heal. Please look for me. They're gonna peek me. They're gonna peek me. Use your digi. On the roof. 40 on Valk. Stair 90. Keep pushing to me. I'm on the door. They're getting thirded. I'm cracked. I'm 1 shot. 70 on the horizon. I'm dying right now. I'm gonna kill the Valk. Hey, you're alive. No. I'm healing right now. I have to rip a range. The Valk's 1 HP. I have to heal, sweet. I'm ripping a medkit. He's trying to get an armor swap. He can't kill me. Alright, we gotta leave this. Yeah. I'm running gas. I'm running to you too. Run to go. Just run your own.
What a fight and a view into a great rivalry. TSM on top this time as Nathan gets caught, but I love the comms from Nathan. Yeah, he went down.
Фнатики там, кстати, расфащиваются с Гоу. Гоу минус. Оник подпушили. И Фнатики еще умрут, наверное.
He had confidence. He said, I got Valk, but of course we didn't see it from his perspective, so that's just speculation.
It was the situation of TSM forcing Nathan to also drop down there too, because he was left behind, like you said, the cancel on the heel came out. They tried to push him on the high ground because they knew the rest of NRG had already rotated to the side. Sweet tried to call it out early. Now NRG having to play as not a full squad currently, as TSM are going to be able to come out on top.
And I can't think of any other reason that Nathan...
Угадай, сколько мне лет? Зачем?
Other than a clean 1v1. You know, again, we didn't see it from his perspective. I'd love to watch that back.
Мы вроде не знакомимся.
I'm not sure why Nathan decided to push that fight with such confidence.
He was forced off the high ground, it looked like right there,
He was forced off high, he was holding door, but then he ended up initiating a fight. So again, we'd love to take a look at his perspective. Of course, watch it back at some point. But nonetheless, shoulda, woulda, coulda. TSM on top in the 3v3 for now, but nice job by NRG, just kind of mitigating the casualties.
Even breaking down TSM, maybe wanted to go for the replicator and checkpoint, but we know that NRG take all their time right there to not only use the replicator to boost up their own evil shields, but they were caught in the middle of the rotation after they just left checkpoint 2.
Let's take a look at the map here, because one important note, look at Alliance. They're in zone right now, they're gonna rotate through the tunnel all the way to checkpoint, which is exactly...
Энерджи крафтится, фанатики. Мацу резнул? Да. Алло, гилд, хилься. А будут сольника убивать, нет? И Мацу дефает. На Валькирии забирает его, да? Грамотно. Это ТСМ и пуш? Да, ТСМ.
This is an interesting fight because both teams are aware of NRG coming from the north, and they have to be extra cautious. Wow, TSM on
И Энерджи подсасывают.
with NRG nearby, and NRG is just gonna want to play this from afar and poke damage as opposed to all-in fight.
Nothing to see here as NRG are going to rotate away from the line of sight of this fight. Now Stera is going to be able to restabilize with the shield bat. Coming up right on top though. Sincere ult out, also letting all the other teams know in the location what's going on here.
Зона идет.
Pretty close to this fight, and TSM's the most vulnerable, so expect an NRG potential third party on TSM. TSM needs to back out. They're in a bad spot. Fnatic's gonna all in. They recognize it. Here comes the push. Oh,
Давай, 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 давай. Фанатики, пожалуйста. Империя минус. Сюда. Красиво. Юку резнуть. Слишком много ракет. Хотя одну только ловят. На индикаторе 2 не было. А почему не ресуют? На хил? Они не успеют, Энерджи их распекают сейчас. Они просто... Как хорошо, что он промахивается. Маца минус. Еще ног. Блять, это что, кадос? Они не знают об этом, наверное. Он выживет? Он выжил! И Энерджи закрыли! Я не верю! Ну его сейчас закроют по-любому. Но он пережил на Энерджи. Охуеть. Бля, же... Все равно обидно, лучше бы они в Энерджи въебались. 2 поинта еще бы залутали.
What an interesting storm point here. A lot more aggressive than the last 2 games on World's Edge. We still have 2 more rings here. And only 8 teams remaining. Xset gets to take a moment to chill. Hit the reset button. Take a look at the leaderboards. Esports Arena still alive. And I have to take a moment to give a shout out to Esports Arena. They don't get enough recognition. Phonyhead, one of the few players left, I think the only player left with a full-time job in cybersecurity while playing Apex professionally, announced recently that he just recently decided to quit his full-time job, pursue Apex full-time, pursue his dream.
Прошлый Альянс выиграли. Это, кстати, первая карта на этой... Первый матч на этой карте. 2-2 вроде как чередовать будут. 2 края, 2 места. 2 бури.
Recently, right before this tournament, they picked up Cody, who they were originally going to try and pick up instead of Luda. And now Cody,
со мной познакомишься.
22 years old from Akron, Ohio, also a cybersecurity student full-time.
ТСМ высоко в таблице. И после этого матча посмотрим таблицу.
That's right. And right now they're sandwiched between SNG and Xset. One member goes down, it's Phonyhead, their IGL, their hard IGL. He does the macro and the micro. It's a lot of pressure for him. Luda used to IGL tripods, but now just gets to frag.
Let's jump into a listen with ESA while they get the res on top of Phony.
South, I'm looking south. We're fine, we're fine. We're completely fine, boys. We're fine. If anything, there might be a team down low.
Watch your back.
Yeah,
I want to get space.
I want to get space here. I want to get space here.
Go for it. There's no one there. There's no one there. Okay. I scanned.
I'm coming over you. We need to make sure I think you might want to watch our back funny with scan.
Yeah, I'm watching it. You guys are
Full team here, full team here, full team here. I'm looking with you. I did a lot of damage, Crack two, crack two, crack two.
That's all you guys.
Steer weak, steer weak. Look at the Watson in that corner. Do you have nading her. Look for watch that kid, watch that kid. He's got Kraber.
That's all you guys. That's all you guys.
I almost killed him, bro. 110. They should be getting looked at by another team, but I don't think they are. I think they're still there.
What's going on?
I think they're just. These guys are walked up. One team right here. I think they're still there, Luda.
If you could get KP, that'd be great.
I think they're just hard fighting at the building.
Is that team full safe on height?
It was 70. Oh no, I got a full. I killed you inside.
Nice, you're good.
There's one team here now. It's a Watson Vout team.
Как он убил двоих?
One team here too.
Can we start pressuring this team over here? Can we start looking up this
probably. Yeah. They were getting shot at from the southwest.
Жесткий хавок и без турбо.
Let's look to pressure this team.
Okay, one guy is on my yellow ping, okay?
That guy's on a really good head glitch, bro. That guy's on a really good head glitch.
Where's the guy on the... And what are your guys' med cap looking like?
I'm pretty sure we should just ape this.
Love that look into ESA's culture, which is really Cody flying around making plays, and all three of them contributing to the vibes and the callouts for the squad. That's what they did not have with Capra. The vibes were down.
Комментаторы не сразу реагируют на то, что говорить надо, когда меняется микро.
I see getting the Kraber shot in the feed there too. Moist playing off the low ground while Onyx have the high ground currently. They have the natural cover of the smoke grenade too, as Shady is going to be able to restabilize. Just the calm before the storm. Skyward dive coming into the sky. That's going to be ESA trying to find a spot in this very small circle.
Шеди похож на чела, на стримера, который «Отпустите меня, Бажольда» говорил. Слева склад сейчас. Слева склад на скале. Но они в зоне. Им левый склад накидывать будет. Ой, какой же хороший сейф. Охренеть. У Оник очень все хорошо. Прям очень все хорошо. Им нужно выбивать склад слева. А, это Ноктюрнал сольник вообще. Но им нужно СНГ как-то травить. Или нет. Наоборот, давать СНГ, чтобы они травили склад под ними. Просто чилить пока что.
Singularity put themselves out in the open, they put themselves into the line of sight of both Moist and Onyx, so they have to play off the natural cover of the rock, the little cliffside to their left, and the pillboxes.
Yeah, that's right. They have to get the intel here momentarily for Nocturnal. And I'd love to take a look back at a player point of view so we can see where this zone's going to close in on.
He sees it.
Yeah, they see him. They get the intel from Seer. Nocturnal is going to be out of this lobby here in just a moment. Or at least when the zone closes.
Нашли сольника.
Central circle. Look at the top left of your screen where that line is pulling is where the zone's going to close to. It's not always center.
Маленьких банок нет, большой не будут хилить. Слишком невыгодно. Вторая ульта. Они въебываются. Они в сольников въебываются. Они хотят холдить топ-2. Но они в подправо будут заходить. Что они делают? Их сейчас... Их справа должны размансить сейчас. Нет? Ну, МСТ поджали уже. У СНГ резнули. Ну, МСТ, если не ошибаюсь, ситуация получше. Если СНГ в них не въебутся, правда. Первый пошел. В спину заходит. Распикивает одного, крак. Разыграл. Забайтить на файт. Но никаких ноков нет. Оники сидят, а оники не должны двигаться. Сейчас воников въебались. Все, теперь воников фулл. Но тут алынить будут. Играет контейнер. Смотрит, чтобы слева не обошли. Смоки закрывают, не дают добить. Воников один. Один нокается, один живет. Отчитай играет. МСТ на красном. Также нок. Будут резать, нет? Нет, скорее всего, от щита будут играть. Захилиться надо. СНГ могут выиграть. Хотя у всех по ноку. Валькирия просто улетает наверх, чтобы выиграть время. Валькирия должна жить. Валькирия упала? Мост выиграли. Охренеть. Он милишкой скинул его. Он милишкой скинул его за зону. А у Валькирии были шансы. Прикольно, да, как Валькирия заменила Рысу? Ротация происходит через Валькирию. Более удобнее это делать. Типов ты сканешь, и в последнем круге ты просто улетаешь наверх, и ты дольше находишься времени вне файта, чем прожал бы кушку на Рысе. Но с другой стороны, тебя видно, тебя могут убить, но когда файт там насыщенно идет, на тебя вообще забивает болт, ты очень много времени выигрываешь. А прикиньте, остался бы тот, ну, не баг, а вот этот момент, когда ты зажимаешь на Валькирии кнопку, чтобы лететь только прямо, и у тебя очень-очень медленно расходуется заряд топлива. Ты можешь просто вот так по кругу летать и не падать. О, плюс стримеры.
I got a lot of goosebumps. Like, the energy of the crowd's amazing.
And you just recently signed with TSM. It's been an amazing thing. Talk to me just a little bit about what that's been like.
Honestly, it's been awesome. They treated me like family when I got here. TSM sent me out, and they're all wonderful people. So, big shout out to TSM.
All right, big shout out to TSM. Girl's gonna give some of her thoughts on those games, but let's turn quickly to Tiff and let's break down that final circle. My goodness, a 2v2v2. We have not seen anything like that in Apex.
I mean, thankfully the Bangalore smoke kind of helped them. They're just all crawling in, like wanting to prolong their lives as long as possible. Maybe get a little bit closer. You see Singularity grab that PK. They got it prepped and ready. They want to start firing into people, but I know, Genome, you are from Apex.
За дроп то же самое, что на прошлом было. Мини-пека, здорово, спасибо.
It does. I mean, you could see the emotion on MT's face. Not typically, I would say, you know, one of the more emotive people, but you know, it's here. How could you not get excited about that? The final days typically haven't been as good for Moist, so that is going to be fantastic for their mental and pushing on from here. But man, that final circle, it was like a horror movie. Everyone was like coming out of the smoke, jump scares everywhere.
And it was a great showcase too. We've got our match results coming up. Moist Esports. Shout out to Moist Esports just joining the ALGS with 20 teams.
Валькирия крутится в ульте, это же выбрали. Последний момент крутится.
We got a little bit. They're getting 17 points, and I know the chat at home is excited about that. Onyx Esports, good time for Apex South here, Gino.
Он что, на геймпаде играет? Кто именно? Так, таблица.
I want to get your comment on this. TSM girl, obviously they just got 4 points there. How do you feel about how the boys have been playing?
Альянс первое, второе ТСМ, разница в 4 поинта. Мост близко держится, но пока что матч-поинта нет. У Энерджи что-то вообще дела плохи. Они с десяткой стартанули и набрали только 13.
Esports Arena as well, 28 Team Singularity Tiff. All I see right now is it's anybody's game.
ТСМ 3 поинта нам получили, и уже на втором 29, 26 набрали. У Dreamfire пока что не идет вообще, 1 поинт. За 3 игры это очень плачевно.
Will we see something crazy like 14 games like regional finals from APAC North, or
will we see something crazy like Moist?
Фан 9 поинтов полутали.
And then the 4th game, and then the 5th game. It's happened before, and hey, I mean, imagine you've come here, you've done that. you've got that echo in your mind. You're like, hey, we just did this like a couple of months ago. Look, the last time we played a big competitive Apex match, that's what happened. We can do it again.
I love this too because we've seen match
Нет, Лони, нет.
develop over the years. We saw
Здорово, Надгад.
I think it was maybe 11, 12 games. We've had APAC North leading into this, go 14 games online. And then we have North America. Go 5 games. Esports Arena. That's why I call Phony the villain here. So I want to get a quick take. This is just gut. Don't worry about it. Genome, I will start with you. How many games we going today?
9.
9. Okay, okay. Tiff?
I feel like it's 7.
7. All right, girl, I'm going to get your projection here.
8.
8.
Split the difference.
9, 7, 8. I got to rearrange you guys as well. Listen, it's so great. We have so many community members, streamers, pro players in the building. If you are here in Copperbox, go find them, go talk to them, take some pictures. And at home, of course, we'll highlight them as we can. But the match point action continues. Thanks, girl, for being on the desk. It's great to see you. We'll see you a little bit later in the venue. And I know we've got an interview standing by with one of the best in the business, Glitter Explosion.
That's right, Rain. I'm hanging out in this amazing crowd who's been killing it with their cheering. Cue cheer. There we go. I'm hanging out with Jordan, and we got to talk, okay? Because we have a fan here. From what I've heard, you've been driving into the event every single day from Cambridge. That's dedication.
160 miles every day, 80 there, 80 back, and making sure that I was here first. Got to the door this morning, 6:30, brought my girlfriend with me, ready for the finals. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, I mean, the games have been fantastic so far. You play the game a lot?
A little bit. I mean, work full time, still getting 5,000 hours. Got to play. Best game.
I mean, that's not too shabby. 5,000 hours. Impressive. Now, obviously, you have to have a favorite team if you're here. So I need to know who you're supporting this weekend.
DZ, the back to back to back. It's easy. They're proven. They play, they're proven. Everybody thought Jen Burton was cheating. He came to LAN, he showed up, he played well. And now look, they're here. And not only did they win, but then they moved to NA and dominated in NA as well.
All right, I feel like he needs to be on the desk. He's also breaking down some analysis for everybody here, sounding good. We heard the casters talk about it a little bit. How many games do you think this is going to go?
I think it might go deep. I think because, you know, realistically, everybody's still getting used to the different play styles. I think everybody's a bit cautious, but I think they're doing well. They're doing well. Everybody's hanging up at the top. The guard are doing really well, but they're just getting contested on the rotations. But they're still, everybody's playing strong. Everybody's playing well. It could be anybody.
All right, you heard it here first. We're going to be here for a long time. So hopefully everyone is settled in, comfortable, and cozy because we have so much more action in store. Back to you, Rain.
Listen, I never knew I had to, worry about my job from one of the fans out there. But Jordan, man, I mean, the analysis was on point,
That was great. Look, the only thing Jen Burton is cheating at is being talented, handsome, and amazing at the game. Okay?
I absolutely love it, man. It doesn't get better than that. Of course, like you said, the community is live and well. DZ have a chance to go back to back to back. But another team on top right now is Alliance. Can they do it? Can Yuki really clutch up, not just in the 1v1s, but in the tournament today and take home that trophy? Well, we had a little bit of time to talk to him, so let's roll that tape while we take a quick break. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
What's up, everybody? Fallout here with former model, player for Alliance, and arguably the winner of the best 1v1 in Apex Legends history as of this weekend. It's Yuki. How you doing, man? How you feeling?
Feeling incredible. Thank you very much.
You are, as far as I know, the only former TV star turned Apex Pro player.
На моем канале написать в поддержку или куда-нибудь всем, кто там в EA работает, в Апексе. Кстати, вы что, охренели? Где дроп с qadRaT на Twitch запилили быстро? Вот когда дадут, тогда можно будет получить. А так пока что на основном канале, который мы сейчас смотрим.
You still want to do it? It's still something you're pursuing?
Ну, сама тебе ответили уже.
No way, I didn't know you were doing it.
So I'm also a student at the same time.
Full time?
Full time, yeah, full time.
Wow.
Yeah, I decided to pursue that while studying, and gaming kind of took off while studying. Obviously, after the first year, Apex started blowing up, but I decided to kind of tackle both at the same time.
It's amazing, man. I respect that. I don't know how you find the time, but makes me respect you even more, which I didn't think was possible. You joined the Nasky Stray Fidel squad, became Nasky Yuki Del, right when they were at high. It was a pinnacle. And before then, you played with Cooler Esports, you played with Taxi and Baker and a few others. What was it like playing with those guys? And obviously the pressure coming in, filling in for Strafey, who left for Navi.
Yeah, so bless Strafey. Very upset that he can't make it because those three together are a very incredible and strong team. Ganasky and Del, when I was playing with them, I think both of them built the foundation of who I am today. So they're very important people in my life. I think those two are
Импульса вроде
ones who
тоже.
taught me how to play the game, essentially. I think those two are also incredible players, ones I respect to a very high level, and I only wish them success.
Changing topics a little bit, but focusing on
Тоже
Alliance.
нет.
Our hearts go out to Effect, who couldn't make it. He put so much work in and effort in. It's tough that he's not here. But what's it like playing with Mandy again?
Ну, официальная транса, в общем. И в дропсы заходите. Видно все, да? Картинку тыкаете, бамс. Дропс и награды. Бамс. Все компании. Бамс. Листаем вниз, вот он, Апекс, бамс. Как получить дропс? Тут все написано. Подключение аккаунта, тудым-сюдым. Вот, перейти на канал участника. Shift FPS. Кто-то. Тут еще кто-то. Зашли. Drops enabled написано. В общем, на официальной трансе даже. Стрим смотрите, вот у вас иконка появилась. Можно получать. На канале, где вот это окошко выскакивает, там можно дропс. Остальные вас наебывают. Зашли, получить сейчас, получить сейчас. Но это уже было.
Alliance has consistently been the best team for a long time. They have a history and a dynasty and a reputation to withhold as the only last standing team that's been the greatest team in EMEA consistently for 3 years. What are some of the keys to that consistency?
I believe the key to the consistency is not about the players, it's more so about the mindset of the entire org. So, for example, we are very disciplined.
Запомнили?
And we only strive to be the best, we don't give up, and we push each other to that level. Hakis in particular, with a military background, he's always pushing to the best and he's very hard to break down. And that's why he never gives up. A lot of players, they give up after some while, you know, and that's why they don't make it. But as long as the people you're around also don't give up and work hard, then you have no choice but to work hard.
So moving on to championship final, how are you feeling about the final day? You guys started a little bit slow, both in group stages and in the winners bracket final. It took you a little while to get going. Is that hurting your confidence at all? How are you guys feeling?
I think we're more than ready going into final day. We're confident. Since the very beginning of this LAN, we've kind of gone uphill, which means we've done better and better and better as the day goes by. So I think we're ready, we're prepared, and ready to win.
Love it, man. Yuki, I've had so much respect since the very beginning, our first conversation, hearing your story. A remarkable story that's inspiring to many. Big shout out to you and your success. Much love, buddy. Good luck.
Thank you.
In the final day.
Thank you so much.
Oh, man.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back to the main stage, everybody, here at the Copper Box in London, and we are ready to go into Game 4. Dan Gaskin alongside myself on set to call the action in this fourth game of the day. We stay on Storm Point, but just want to touch on that interview we just saw with Yuki. Alliance, what a day they've had, what a tournament they've had so far. And they're sat at the top of the leaderboards right now, looking pretty.
Yeah, and that's what it is at the moment. It's the race to match point. It's about who can get there first, who can try and solidify that victory, so then you can get in a spot, so then you can win this entire tournament. And of course, your share of
Вайпер, Вайпер V2 Pro с наклейками.
Moment for Alliance, as we say, a wonderful thing to see them playing so well, and Yuki being so.
Наверное, Razer Strider, скорее всего. Если не Strider, то нет респекта.
You're seeing one of these beautiful things you can see on your screens right now at home. The Herman Miller Gaming Embodied Chair are being used at today's event. Check out the new colorways of the Embodied Gaming online. The new colors have a white base with Galaxy and Amethyst upholstery. Beautiful stuff. Herman Miller is the official chair partner of the ALGS. And I tell you what, they look pretty comfy now.
They do look extremely comfy. Actually, I know they are comfy because I have sat on them right. It seems like it is about that time, everybody. So I want to hear everybody in the comment box make some noise, and let's get into this one. This is going to be a big game.
Башка закружилась.
Let's see what's going on now as we head into the dropship. As we say, let's talk through the standings very quickly before we see the players and the teams drop into our map number 4.
Перейти на них. Но можешь во второй вкладке открыть стрим просто, выключить звук.
It is so tight. Moist and TSM tied up on 29.
И дальше смотреть с нами.
ESA, Esports Arena on 28.
And of course, we have to talk about our big teams on Storm Point throughout regular season, throughout this tournament, this weekend. There has been teams that have performed better.
Е6 другое место теперь падает.
I'm talking Fun, I'm talking XZ,
Fun отжали локу.
SSG. They've been our best 4 teams on this map. So if anyone realistically should be picking up big points, it's going to be them.
Interesting to see where the zone is pulling as well. Maybe a little bit of barometer involved here. Maybe we're going to go a little bit more central. We'll have to see when we see that beacon, of course, where the teams are going to be heading. But big games, if we look down at the bottom of the table here, Dan, for the likes of Element 6, Ascend, Fnatic, had some really good moments so far, Fnatic, but not maybe quite able to convert when we approach that end game.
Well, the good thing with it being match point, sometimes you are given time to catch up those leaders. Sometimes you do get that opportunity to join them on match point. We've heard what the interviews from the crowd, there's a few people saying we could be going a long time here, and for good reason. When you look through how many teams have been winning games at this tournament, there is so many teams that can kind of ruin each other's day. When rotations are happening, they can be blocked, they can be gate-kept. We're going to see a lot of changes when we get to match point, but remember, we still have to get there. Alliance is still 17 points away.
They are indeed. We get a little bit of beacon info now to share with you all at home as well as in the audience here, and it is barometer where we're going. We could pull a little bit northern in the later parts towards that island where we have seen some of those finishes, maybe one of those buildings just to the northern side, or maybe we pull a little bit more southern. We'll have to see how this plays out, but look at the guard, they're on their way, but they've been quiet today, Dan. Only 9 points on the board so far, so an 18th position.
Well, the guard, one of our heaviest early rotating teams, they've just been caught on their rotation in a couple of games, but on this occasion, they should be okay with how close they are to where this circle is going, and hopefully they don't get caught out by Fun like they had done previously, because Fun are on the other side of barometer, so guard, it should be a comfortable move on it.
Love to see the energy coming from the crowd as well. Shout out to the Element 6 faithful, by the way, in the crowd. They are making some noise out there today, which of course we love to see, but a little bit of scouting being done by RK and the IGL on that crypto drone to see where is free and where the guard want to try and locate themselves. And good news for the guard as well. On this rotation, even though they're not landing at maybe one of the best POIs for loot, they've come out with 2 blues and a purple to play with.
And the guard would love to be putting themselves on match point as they transfer over to World's Edge, but, you know, it's unlikely now here on Storm Point to be able to put a 41-point game together. I mean, it was crazy seeing Luminosity getting that 35-point, but perhaps someone can top that here today. As for Moist, we've just seen them get a victory. They go up to second in our series standings, and they find themselves 21 points away from match point. So it is very much achievable here on Storm Point.
Fascinating endgame, that last one we saw.
It really was.
Picking up the win, you know, teams jousting back and forward, trying to get that initial damage, that initial knock. We saw brave plays being made, but it was Moist who managed to clutch up in those final moments to take home that all-important win. Fun 1, 2, 3 on our screens right now, and the Digi-Threat is causing some damage through that
Main transfer,
break on the
play Apex.
shields coming through, and Dark Zero have to Scarper away here.
Scarper they shall. As they're just going to be holding these places in barometer, as are anyone else that can early rotate. As for the rest of the
На ютубе также скинул, кому дропсы прям хочется покормить. Напоминаю, дропсы точно такие же, как и на прошлом лане. Так что получил, смысла нет.
They'll know full well they are not getting a spot in barometer. So now you've got to think about maybe picking up some kills on your way, blocking a few rotations here or there, gatekeeping some of the outer areas of this circle.
One thing to highlight while we've got the time, we just heard from Yuki, of course, of Alliance, and one thing that's really impressed me today, Dan, is their end game management. We've seen them winning numerous games throughout the weekend, and that's something we kind of always had a little bit of a question mark for Alliance. Great at accumulating points, wonderful at hitting match point in certain circumstances, but it's the conversion in those top 3, top 5 situations that sometimes kind of slips through their fingers. It seems like they've tightened that up a little bit here, and it shows on the leaderboards. We've already seen a win, and we also see them sat at the top with 33 points.
And Moist Esports, our winners, are going to be cursed just as Geo were a little bit.
Кашер тем временем Майзус практически соло закрыл. Не, ну, играли, естественно, командой.
The best of starts so far. They're down in 13th position, but they're trying to push their way towards match point as well.
Well, Fun 1, 2, 3. They're going to be set up for quite some time here. This building just outside of the larger structures of barometer. The charge rifle in the hand is always going to be good to deal damage, get those Evo shields leveled up and feeling healthy towards the end game, which is becoming so vital. A lot of teams like to play zone, great, but you've got to be able to deal damage from the inside looking out, down. Otherwise, when we get to the end game and you've got all those teams who have fought their way through Edge, fought their way through the Carnage, fully dressed in red, red Evo shields, all the attachments you can want, loads of grenades and utility. You need to be able to put up a fight.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Fun123 in this tournament and today already. I mean, since they had the addition of Karen Poo, they just seem to know how they want to execute some of these fights, and they have been a real nuisance to a lot of teams rotating. Not going to be the same this kind of game because they were one of the first teams to get to Barometer. We are going to see them in the endgame circle. Whether, though, they'll actually be able to convert will be the big question, because that's what's going to make the difference in this tournament today. Are you going to be a team who can get there, then convert into victories, or are you going to be a team who flops?
We'll say, not only shout out to Alliance, but shout out to Hackers' hairdresser. You see how sharp that was across the top there? Lovely to see. A lot of talent and effort's gone into that this morning, but obviously reflecting the leaderboards like we previously mentioned. We're going to hop over again, this time a little bit more north. We're going over to Antennae, away from Barometer, and there's a lot of fighting going down here. You can see the exhibit down from CA, a little bit of information being gathered, but nobody engaging too much yet.
Yeah, don't want to engage, you don't want to take any unnecessary risks. This is what we're going to see all day long whilst you're trying to see teams just gain those points. Maybe we'll see a little bit more risks later when it comes down to crunch time and there's a few teams on match point and you have to try and either catch them up or stop them, because even though we are in anonymous mode here in Apex Legends, when you won't necessarily know who's been knocked, teams are very good nowadays at knowing who's dropping where, who's going to be rotating, what composition they have, and they can spot them out sometimes like a sore thumb.
EXO Clan, who made that run yesterday to find themselves in this grand final. And Killer Poses is on our screen right now, has been fragging out, but the clutch that we saw yesterday from Dexter, and Zicky's had his moments as well, showing that this isn't just like a one-man band. Every single player on this team has performed when they've had to, when they've had to clutch, and that's why they find themselves in the position they do at the moment. And like I mentioned, a little bit quiet so far today, only the 8 points from our first 3 games, but expect to pop off any time soon. Gambare or Sun on our screens as well. They were winners of the first game of the day, and that's the best way possibly, to settle the nerves as we moved into our grand finals.
And I've been very impressed with a lot of our APAC North teams, and it's good to see teams like EXO Clan getting into this grand final. I know it was not necessarily as impressive previously when we saw them at Champs, but as long as you are consistently gaining positions, you're consistently getting better and getting closer to those grand finals, then you are going to be more than happy with your progression. But EXO, speaking of, they are going to be able to maybe greet another team who's trying to make a rotate here.
SSG inside of Antenna as well, so it's not just Alliance and EXO who have got to be careful here and are going to be exchanging fire. It's also going to be SSG in the area who are going to look to pick up the pieces if any should fall their way. Interesting to see this rotate that is actually going on. Is that LG are kind of gatekeeping down on that southeastern side of the circle. So whoever kind of fights their way and wins the battle for Antennae is going to have to be careful, because LG will be waiting just about over the ridge where Alliance are looking to land. So Alliance trying to overtake these 2 teams inside of Antennae. The question is, are they going to be able to stabilize, or have they just put themselves in a bit of a pinch here?
Yeah, it could be a little bit of a pinch, obviously unknowns to them. They wouldn't be sure whether LG were going to be ahead of them or not, but you have to make a move at some point, right? You can't leave it too late for a skyward dive, otherwise you're just going to be so vulnerable in the air.
Well, Alliance, they've made the first bit of progress towards where they want to play, but with 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock, they've still got some work to do on this rotate. We have a listening available, so let's jump into the comps.
I'm 1-3 by the
Anybody in the building next to us?
No, nobody shows,
I'm gonna give you some bats. You're 1-3 in batteries, yeah?
Yeah. I have a gold, so I can carry 3.
There you go.
Thank you.
Вы заработали дроп, получите сейчас. Но, кстати, возможно, они повторили эти дропсы, потому что в прошлый раз они могли не все выдать из-за того, что турнир быстро закончился. А сейчас время меньше сделали для получения. Проще зайти на Twitch глянуть. Ну там надо в дропсы разделы заходить. Вот.
I can shoot it. They went all around. They went all the way around.
Okay, I'm crafting. Yeah. I'm about to craft 6 medkits or something.
Careful.
They're looking at you there. Yeah.
I'm looking at
I'm just holding northwest. Yeah. I'm gonna craft my armor once. You see the shoot that team for me, Yuki?
I am.
I don't have an armor right now.
43 pep on him.
Well, Alliance, you heard from the communication what the plan was there. I think they wanted to try and be aggressive onto SSG, who were the team who disappeared in that trident through the storm. chose to rotate in a little bit of a different way, but then they just decided, you know what, we don't have to rush things here. Let's craft some med kits. We have a replicator available. Let's tank a bit of zone damage if we need to, and let's let the other teams make their decisions before we're forced to make ours.
And providing they can win the first engagement they have, which could be against LG, they're not in the worst spot in the world because the circle is going south of Barometer. It's that kind of beachy, watery area that we've seen quite a few times finish. And it can be very important that you do position yourselves on one of those ridge sides so you can use it as a head glitch. And of course, you can stop any teams that might be arriving late. But still, there's a lot of time before you can even try and get into those positions. And you've got to assume someone is there already.
Now we're going to see a little bit of an engagement go down. You can see the team waiting on the other side of this is going to be Fnatic, and Fnatic have started finding a little bit of fire in their bellies over the games that we've seen so far this morning.
Ой, сейчас останется. Еще другой склад через озеро. Нормально. Сейф есть. Они за зоной играют. Так, где-нибудь другой склад мешает. Dreamfire надо выигрывать, у них вообще поинтов по нуля. Если они еще опять отъедут 19-ми, это похуй. У его нокают. Пизда им. Без негатива. Корон доел. Смоки на ротейт и погнали. 10 секунд. Чержа вас выебать может. Там напрягает же чел. Отхилься, Мел. Подождите смоки, ебаный свет. Вот смоки пошли, можно. Там энерджи уже подошли сверху на соус. Все, назад, 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 назад.
Tao, the last player alive, trying to pick up the KP, but do they know Fnatic are in the area as well? You would imagine they do. 129, that's going to be Dreamfire.
Дальше будет пушить? Они понимают, что там? Нет, бля, Фанатик отъезжает здесь.
He clutches up for NRG. No one else in the vicinity. They will be able to reset. Yeah, even though fun were getting involved.
Тут просто, когда сверху смотришь, уже понимаешь, что... Ну, если правильно отыграть здесь, конечно, не засфокапить, то видно, кто выиграет. Эзма дома. ГРАНД здорово.
Taking their time to craft a few med kits, making sure that if the zone starts to close on them, they can survive. But they've got a couple of teams to deal with first. This is going to be Exo Clan in front of them, trying to peek a little bit of damage. You can see also in the kill feed, we've lost another team. And look at SSG. Dropped is going to go down, and that looks like the end of SSG.
Yeah, we've got a couple of teams making their skyward dive rotation at the moment. One of them is TSM. However, there's still 4 teams on that eastern side by Antenna that you were speaking of, and they're going to all be forced together into that choke. So there's going to be explosion of damage if none of them decide they want to also go for the Valkyrie ultimate.
Team who's holding down this bridge position where we are going to see this end game start to pull towards is the winners of game number 1, qadRaT Otasan. And another win here, and all of a sudden, they might be a real contender to be crowned our champions here at the ALGS Split 1 playoffs. Alliance make their move. They take to the skies to get over that mountainous range that they were kind of trapped between over at Antennae. They found somewhere to play. Now eyes to the sky, and eyes everywhere that they can find them at the moment because they are being focused by so many teams. XM might have a line of sight on them. Alliance need to move. They need to find somewhere to stabilize, but it doesn't look like it's going to be able to happen.
It may be somewhere to play, but it's not somewhere that's safe, and this is why without Gibraltar in the meta, if you find yourself in a position where several teams can see you, you're gonna get focused, you're gonna get destroyed. As Guard come in to clean up the pieces, Rambo has to be careful and will back off.
Good damage being done. Exo Clan eliminated in the meantime.
Энерджи развлекается, еще full склад закрыли, плюс 6.
Maybe start a little bit thunder themselves. It's going to be TSM. They find a position here under the bridge. Luminosity and Alliance eliminated in the meantime.
12 squads remaining. Round 3 will fully close. So everyone has now found their way into the circle, and maybe we'll get a period of just silence across of Storm Point. XZ still doing some damage from a distance. It was Rambo who went down. I think the Guard will be hoping they can just pick him back up here.
On a key sports, Apex South. Trapped inside a barometer at the moment.
Гиплок, все вместе встретиться, пиваса попить после игры, пообщаться вживую.
we saw from NRG at the end of yesterday, just running through teams, so much confidence, no fear in them whatsoever.
Сделать шоу.
Direction. That's what Sweet offers to this team. He knows exactly what he wants to do, how he wants to fight, and when they're going to fight.
You have to say Geo have the priority position, but also ESA in a pretty good spot as well down there, just outside of the circle.
Римский, а ты с этими завязал? С майнерством инфы. Как же доверие? Ну вот на доверие и приехали.
Because there is such little areas to play and they are very vulnerable spots, you can see. So Geo, the one team that are within the next circle, and then other teams are very close. Like,
За пиво плюс. На первом день, в первый день зрители с пивасом были на сценах. Потом их стало что-то, точнее пиво не видно. Запретили, походу.
Also, how does the composition assist you in this end game, right? Bangalore could be really, really big for crossing the open ground and getting those smokes down. One team who's going to have to make that move is Exet. Let's jump in with Nocturnal and crew to see what the comms are like.
You gotta smoke, you need to smoke for him, you need to smoke for him, you need to smoke for him. No, he's good, he's good, he's good. Smoking for you, so I'm crossing.
Майнерство инфы. Я тебя с другим римским путаю, что ли? Не переименовался.
Should we move up the play here? No. Sure? Yeah. We have all the space in the world, top 11. Okay. Any ulti cells? No. I have one. I have 8 bats, I'm 8. I have 4. Drop in here right here. Bang ulti us. I'm smoking it. Back flash. He died. You take my arc on that. I'm holding stand on it. I'm scanning. I'm nading it. Up top. Sawing, stairs up top. Nade is bad. Look, they're gonna swing in the corner here.
Давай, Барги. Рядом птица.
They're just dying. Can I smoke this? Should we peek this with Digi? I am. There's no one there. He's like far left. He's in the pipe. Solo. Get this fucker killed. He's one in. Oh, good. Watch your head. Yep. Like six. Go careful.
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой.
I'm body blocking. I'm taking for you. On me is really safe on me. Newcastle 20. If they fight up top, I think we should... No. Okay. There's way too many people over there.
Well, as Exet managed to stabilize and pick up a KP on their way.
Раньше был почти гений, никнейм.
On the eastern side of
Понял.
NRG wrapping around as well behind FOM 1, 2, 3. ESA in the vicinity as well. And I tell you what, ESA, they just picked up some kills, but once again, here comes NRG, and at the moment, this is just a death ball of NRG.
It does not matter who is in the path of NRG. It is just constant pressure and constant aggression as they find themselves in...
11. У них 14 киллов тогда или посчитали уже? Ну, девятку они как минимум сделали. Не, скорее всего 11 сейчас. Что-то 14 до хрена было бы. Энерджи прям очень уверены на этом турике. Есть вероятность, что они выиграют. А им боту надо было вниз падать.
They want to get the res, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to. Use whatever cover you can have and maybe just commit as a 2. Leave reps on his own.
No smokes to play with as well. The Black Hole's going to go down to try and protect their backs. If they can get to this rock, then maybe TSM can take a second to stabilize. For fun, he's in the kill feed. He finished.
О, ракета нокает.
Position where he has to be res. Nocturnal pops the battery and Exit under duress.
It's NRG and it's Geo within the zone, making life very difficult for all these teams. But Exit are also doing damage. Verhol's finally getting...
ТСМ отъезжает, скорее всего. Если никто не помешает. Да, ТСМ 7 место. Блять, сколько грязи там. И Энерджи также живо остаются, они будут сейчас... 14, блять, киллов. И они не останавливаются, они еще заберут. 17, твою мать, что вы творите? Last squad. Ульту? Нельзя близко подходить. Застанет, пизда вам будет, какая-то сюрика. Свап армора свит, неполный. Лынет. Макак плохо видно. Переключается. Не хватает патронов и... Есть, нокнул. Ёб твою мать! 20 киллов. Топ-1. Вы чё нахуй творите? Я в ахуе, вы что? Вы кто? Блять, они на этом турике, я бы не сказал, что ёбари, но, знаете, в игре, как многие думают еще, в батл-рояле, где рандом и так далее, стабильно играть — это уже достижение. Такую красоту делают, охуеть. Ну тут только клап в чат надо скидывать. Очень красиво, молодцы. 20, ёб твою, 20 киллов. Не рекорд, конечно, АЛГС. Но вот по лану, кстати, хз, может, рекорд по лану. 32 поинта, 20 киллов. 8, 10, 4. 10? Нет, тут больше должно быть. Ну, вот 14. Хорош. На ютубе, если что, БТТвич ТВ тоже стоит, и 7 ТВ. Можете клаб писать, и там будет анимация. Ну и желательно установите расширение на свой браузер БТТвич ТВ 7 ТВ, чтобы видеть смайлики кастомные.
Find him in the copper box, take pictures with him, an amazing analyst. We hope to see more of him in the ALGS. But of course, replacing him, our very own Glitter Explosion. It's right next to me, Glitter. I got to talk to you about what we just saw, NRG on match point. There were questions raised time and time again of can they do it? Well, they've certainly made a statement here.
Listen, and that was something that Tiff and I literally were just going back and forth about because we talked about it yesterday. Stormpoint was a weakness for NRG. They struggled on it a little bit. At the end of Winners, they really started prioritizing that KP. They pushed for those kills because that was going to get them to where they needed to be on the leaderboard to keep them safe. Now here, it got them where they needed to be in terms of match point, and then they can focus on their game when they're stronger on World's Edge.
Tiff, it's pretty phenomenal to watch the growth of NRG this season in terms of being a team that not only has the mechanical skill, the ability conversationally from a strategic standpoint, but also the clutch factor and to win games on big stages.
I mean, look, we all know that they are incredibly talented. Sweet, like, plans 5 steps ahead that other people don't even think about. And it's really exciting to see them be able to reenact that. And, I mean, we got a chance to talk to him even during the regular split, right? He came on the broadcast. He was talking about it. He's like, look, I need beacons in checkpoint. I had to relearn all of my macro strategies and being able to enact that with the team, rotate properly. He's like, I literally relearned the entire game this split. We talk about everyone struggling with identity, struggling with the legend compositions. A lot of big names that didn't even qualify to this stage because they had the same issue in regular split. So now that they've relearned it, and you're right, we had such a heated discussion about this earlier, and that's why I went Alliance, because I thought it was going to Stormpoint, and she was like, no, I mean NRG, if they can set themselves up and we go to World's Edge, they've got this. So that's exactly, we were like back and forth for at least 2 weeks.
Yeah, you know, we were working on some power rankings earlier in the season, actually.
Охранник отобрал у чела табличку «Aim assist равно aim bot». Когда правда глаза режет.
That's paid off here. You can see exactly how good they are. 17 kills. Actually, that was even before the end game. We haven't got the final updated stats on that, but it's going to be a ridiculous number when that does come out. And you know, if they hadn't have won that final fight, hadn't have got that kill, wouldn't have moved on to match point either.
And that is such a crucial element. So many teams, how many times have we seen it, guys? A team gets 49 points, and then they died the next game immediately. So it's now 2 games.
Я по фану тренировал. Так у них состав наверняка менялся, Форд. За кого болеет, за кого нравится.
Makes a massive push in this game, using their aggression to their advantage to make sure they don't have to worry about that situation. And now, the benefit of being the first team on match point is essentially this next game is free. If they win, it's done. But if they don't, no one else is contesting that win yet. They might after the
Так, таблицу го глянем. Где ТСМ вообще? Хотя, давайте досмотрим. Для тех, кто не видел, кстати, как Energy развалили это лобби. Вот, инфайт заканчивается, и они начинают еще дальше. Асцендов дрюкать. А, не. Иксетов.
This particular zone really catered for that massive kill win that they had. You know, barometer zones can play out in a couple of different ways. If it goes a little bit more north, there's a lot of buildings, and you kind of just have to sit tight and play for where it pulls. But this one goes a little bit more south. It's very open, and that causes a little bit of chaos, which NRG so adept at taking advantage of and capitalizing in this way with 20 kills for a total of 32 points in a single game.
What a moment from NRG. Clapping around
55 очков. Грамотно. Давайте, просто аккуратненько на топ-1. И все, и пойдем наслаждаться. Все шансы. ТСМ и 4 пока что. 35, 36, 38. Ну, 2-я, 3-я, 4-я команда. 5-я. Прям вплотную идет. Я за фанатиков. Что-то у них не выходит пока что. Так. Я пока что так сделаю.
Wow, by a mile, NRG 55 points. What that means is Xset, Dark Zero, and TSM have to have a very good game. Possibly a win to get into match point. Otherwise, NRG
Bottom
will
left.
have 1, but 2 games that they will be able to win. We're going to go to break right now because the hype is real. We got to give these players a second. But we're in
Да, я лучше на почту напишу.
just heating up on our championship Sunday match point finals. NRG, the only team that can win. Will they do it? We'll find out after this.
Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Написать письмо. Тема. Так. Delivery счет. Понял.
WD Black is the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to London. Welcome to the Copper Box Arena, and welcome to Match Point. Being active, NRG with a monster performance on the last game of Storm Point down put themselves in with an opportunity of, after this game, calling themselves champs.
That's what they've got to do. It seems simple, right? You've just got to win a game of Apex Legends, but not in a lobby like this. It is not going to be comfortable. This is what they're playing for.
Match point format, let's explain it. This game, this tournament can keep going and going and going until somebody hits 50 points, like NRG have just done. Now that they've done that, NRG have one job to do, Dan. It means that they become match point eligible. That means they have to win a game of Apex Legends, and they will be crowned champions.
And again, sounds simple, but the rest of the lobby is stopping them from winning this game.
Well, here we go then, no messing about. NRG have a free hit, and we are straight into the action here for what could well be, the final game here in London.
And I tell you what, it is bad news for the rest of the lobby. NRG, throughout regular season, on World's Edge, if they get to top 3, they have a 100% win record. So if NRG play zone, if NRG get there, the stats, they're looking good.
Pretty tough zone for them to get to, though. They're going to have to do some work to get into that top 3 for sure, but with the way that they are team fighting at the moment, it would not surprise me to see them involved in that final battle. But as we can see on our map overhead, we're going towards the dome. This could be a very, very interesting zone. Maybe finishing and focusing the finish towards that truck, which is on the right-hand side of dome, or maybe it's just going to pull a little bit more towards the lava. Maybe.
Пока не лутаются, немного времени есть.
NRG already in a gunfight as well. EXO are very close to them down towards Harvester. You can see also the guard in the area. So NRG need to try and bully their way through this rotation, not fear teams. It's very easy, I think, when you're on match point to just think, okay, we need to rotate. We can't take any gunfights. No, NRG need to play with the same confidence that we've seen.
One thing to highlight as well, there is a chasing pack here. The race to get to match point is complete with NRG getting there, but for the rest of the lobby, still very much the case here, Dan. XSET need 12 points to hit 50. Just behind them, Dark Zero, TSM, Alliance. I think if they have a good game here, it doesn't have to be a monster game, but a win, and they would join NRG.
Yeah, it's very difficult for some of these teams not to just play their game. You look at this and you say, okay, NRG are on match point, how do we stop them? But if suddenly you start thinking about their rotation, you don't focus on your own rotation. You still have to focus on your own game, but just keeping it in the back of your mind. Where are NRG coming from? What composition have they been playing? Can we take them out? Do we notice any signs to suggest where they are? And maybe we can keep this tournament still going.
Well, talking about the dome, on a map overhead, I can tell you that LG have already moved from launch site right to the bottom of dome on that south side. You've got Team Singularity there as well. TSM playing outside of the dome.
Буду ждать ответа.
Lava City, and you can see Ascend actually in Lava City at the moment.
Погнали дальше.
For a team like Ascend, I think that shows how quickly some of these teams are rotating. They love to play as close to what they believe is going to be God spot, but they've already been beaten there.
And that's what can be difficult for teams like NRG, who were a little bit further from drop as well. They are going to be beaten to some of these priority positions, so you either have to take a risk or you have to go for a less prioritized position, which is less likely to result in a victory. It's tough here for NRG.
I mean, look at the guard here, trying to hit some shots, not having the most success there. The alternator is going to spray and pay, but here comes an EMP from Moist Esports. Big shield damage being done, and that is going to force a reset.
It's going to be Moist who won game number 3 against Guard, who had won previously the most games in this tournament, but haven't really found their footing here in this finals lobby. But it can all very quickly turn around with a victory, and they might be able to get closer to match point themselves. And as we look at where that circle is going to be, they've got the beacon information. They know it's going to be going southeast down towards the dome area. I think Lava City is going to be the backup plan for a lot of these teams, because you have to assume at this point that most dome places are going to be taken.
NRG in a fight, though, you can see. This is over at launch site, right at the backside of it. A couple of shots being exchanged. And you're going to see Sweet actually get the knock onto a member of EXO Clan. So Dexter is down, and I tell you what, the way that NRG are team fighting at the moment, every
Шиповки, да, я пытался поставить больше разрешения, чтобы детальнее было, но мне кажется, пофиг, все равно будет квадрат на стриме. Чем Energy в паблике показывают, у нубиков нет шансов. Я же показываю, как я делаю 20 киллов. Почему бы им? Гермиона, официальный канал смотреть надо.
Couple of players from the guard, I'm pretty sure, are still stuck down on that low ground, maybe trying to have to think about how they want to move. And Fnatic have recognized this. Arcane split, and the rest of the guard are just trying to escape now. And this is a very strange situation for the guard. Arcane could cross towards the little eggshell outside of Lava City, but with Fnatic firing down, now you can see Keon and Rambo just having to scarper away and try and rejoin their IGL.
That's been the Guards' tournament so far, is just awkwardly trying to rotate past teams and not necessarily been able to find as much success as they would have done previously. And it looks like Fnatic are, you know, trying to hunt them down a little bit. So the Guard quite right.
На Твиче история стримов и видосов разве чистит сама? Да. Партнеров 1,5 месяца, по-моему. У остальных 15 дней запись хранится. Но клипы висят сколько угодно. Компенсацию я выключу. Вот плавность появилась. Мылит. После отключения компенсации. Какие самые популярные? Ну, Валькирия, Сир.
As Rambo, the next one to go down as they hunt for the last remaining player of the Guard to try and get the full wipe. But it's not easy. There's other teams you've got to be thinking about.
Well, the team's actually stacked up inside a lava siphon here, and they've done their job here, Fnatic. They managed to take out the 2 stragglers from the Guard, and RKN is in Lava City at the moment and kind of just hoping and praying that he can get towards.
Ну вот тоже. Тут только Horizon.
But speaking of Lava Siphon, here's the battle we were talking about.
Вместо Банги.
We've had a pretty good day so far. They're sat in 7th place on 30 points, so 20 points from this game will put them on match point as well. But they've got some work to do here with this fight that's about to break out.
Next дропов жать. Ты на прошлом турике не фармил, что ли? Блин, Болин из Dreamfire очень сильно похож на игрока из Energy. Что они делают? Роузи ног. Ну, я не знаю, у них вообще не идет. Опять они умирают.
But Cody's after him. Cody wants to try and finish off this KP. Tries to find the target, but just cannot manage to locate his reticle. But Luda in the meantime gets that knock.
Our esports arena able to capitalize elsewhere.
Дремчики прям не получается у них.
And Ascend, they'll be looking to try and get him back up so they can be a full 3 and they can look to try and make a difference. There's the confirmation onto Roy.
Макиташи с фулхаками. Ну да, отрезают от подсосов за километр от снайперов. Да, уходит. А TG тоже сольные?
A situation where there's going to be so many teams stacked up inside a dome. There's playable areas like we know on World's Edge, and they're kind of just biding their time here. They're waiting over at launch site, maybe waiting for that beacon, like you mentioned a little bit earlier, to see where that zone is going to go, and then pick and choose their fights. Also, they're going to be in a position where maybe they can get a low.
Да, тоже сольник. РКН Тау-баннер не забирал, ему не дадут это сделать. И спортс все так же халдят одну позицию. Фаны и станы Лао уходят. Че они по ЛГ решили идти? Да, зачем? О, сольник с сольником может столкнуться сейчас. Нет? Нет. Ходит назад. Ты сейчас на фанов нарвется. Переключить камеру, там фан еще и трахнут сольника. Фаны убивают сольника. Убили. Ладно. Того пока Корон закрыл. Зака-пока. Почему Бангу пикают? Только что сказал же. Повторить? Играть стали выбирать в последнее время. Как на ланах практически, ну не на ланах, на туриках всегда практически. Из-за смоков перекрывать вижен на дистанции. Чтобы игроки за километр как минимум не давали урон прям точно в цель. Для ротации. В самом файте вижен закрывать. И понятное дело, что у других также может быть диджитал и персонаж со сканом, но это дополнительные условия, чтобы контрить смоки. Плюс ульта тоже зонит. Банга много спейса дает. Это что за плюсовой пуш? Элементы -2. Ну как так? Как вы так нокаетесь? Блин, у Е36 тоже что-то вообще не идет.
but they also
Энерджи
recognize
отходит.
maybe they didn't get in time.
Well, they know that EXO is also in the area. They didn't finish that fight against EXO a little bit earlier.
Е6 как-то быстро ресетнулись, они даже Энерджи прям отогнали назад.
NRG, the comms are gonna
На Энерджи файт не нужен, по сути, им нужно топ-1 занимать.
Let's jump into a listening now with NRG.
Что, они хотят маркет долутать?
I'm gonna use the generator a little bit. I mean, it's not worth it. You gotta kill.
Нормально. А, ну,
These guys might run at us, though. They're playing like Bloodhound.
захилить
We're a
успеет.
little bit team.
Сэкономил банку маленькую, отхилился от катушки. Ну что, это на купол зону? Они от края хотят играть, скорее всего, на внешке. Поэтому пока что здесь.
It actually flows like not bad for us, not bad. Yeah, this isn't terrible.
Очень много складов живо еще.
Like all this is in. Yeah, the Horizon team's gonna fight for that though. I want to grab a fall line. I don't want my wingman. I'm grabbing one.
Смоки и арта самое главное для штурма в стратегиях. Смоки в стратегиях? Это как? Туман войны? Я такой обилки не видел, кстати. Это ж вообще имба, когда закрываешь часть карты и не знаешь, что там происходит.
Well, NRG made that decision we saw earlier not to engage in that third party. They dragged themselves back down, and you heard from the comms. Remember, this is match point. It's match point. All we need to do here is win.
And they know full well, as a Loba team, they can be targeted a little bit, but you heard in the communications as well, they are analyzing the composition of every team that runs past them. That gives you the info of who it may be, how the fight may go down. It's all these little things you have to assess. Give that information to Sweet before he then makes his call.
Exet, who are currently sat in second place, they need 11 points from this game in order to put themselves on match point. And now you're seeing with a minute left until that zone starts to close, Nocturno and crew hunting for some KP on the edge of zone.
A lot of these teams rotating from the north are starting to get desperate now, as it's only going to be 50 seconds until zone 3 closes, and that's why we're seeing gunfights. That's why we're seeing teams get a little bit antsy here, realizing they may only find KP and might not be able to play truly for placement.
Phonyhead's kind of caught out on his own here. Phonyhead's trying to escape. You see his two teammates playing the high ground, trying to kind of get him out of this position. Need to look over and make sure that he's safe. Element 6 will go down in the meantime off screen, but ESA have managed to stabilize. This fight important though, Dan, and it needs to break out. At least Exit need to push Esports Arena back because the zone is closing in 20 seconds.
Elsewhere, by the way, we saw EXO take down E6 that you were speaking of. That means NRG might be able to capitalize, but here they are. They want to get involved. They saw it in the kill feed. And again, NRG just ruthless. They had to just hold this side of the zone. They said if we kill EXO, we own the western side.
Absolutely massive play from NRG.
Каков
May
шанс?
be able to look over at the fight that's about to break out between ESA and Exit as well, as we see it continuing here just outside of Lava Cypher. But this is not good for either team at the moment. The zone is going to chunk, the zone is going to hurt, and they need to get this done quickly.
NRG are looking at this one as well from a distance, and it is Sykes who manages to help out. It's Sweet who gets the actual knock though with the charge rifle. Exit are doing well to actually progress across the map here, but NRG should be able to just shut both teams down.
They are just gatekeeping them at the moment, and ESA are going to go down. The question is, a Sweet been isolated?
Энерджи все дальше пушит гилд, сквадив, дуэлится. Успел, фух. Главное не нокнуться. Главное не нокнуться. И главное топ занять. Тогда можно, блядь. Зону зайдите. Не нокнулся, найс. Но там Чержа мешает. Нэфен, фан в укрытии. Нэфен тоже доедается зоной. Все-таки Энерджи вдвоем будут доигрывать этот раунд. Может попробует забрать баннер, но не факт. Фан и Спейса отлетели. Ну, смоков у них нет. Лобби надо как-то за зону пройти, потом улететь этим, как его, браслетом назад. Не? Не будут забирать, да? Не будут.
Holding down that choke just outside the vault tunnel, but all of this action is outside of zone. Inside of the zone is where we find ourselves now. This is deep in the middle of the dome.
Понял, Джаз. Любитель стратегии, я это посмотрю. Но я в свое время в генералов любил играть. Самое забавное, что меня друзья позвали в эту игру. А потом я всех друзей начал в этой игре выигрывать. Меня потом перестали звать, и точно так же переставали звать в КС-ку, потому что в КС-ке тоже был лучший.
NRG are still alive. NRG still alive. Exit also still have one, remember. Remember, they are 7 points away from match point, so they could very easily cross that threshold. TSM 9 points away, and you've got Dark Zero and Alliance about 12 and 13. So those are our top 5 teams at the moment, and they're all remaining in the game.
You went very English there.
I did.
In the morning.
In the morning.
Back into the action then. The dome is obviously where we are going, and I've never seen such a central zone over the top of the POI. Literally every single
Гранд я только со стороны смотрел, как играют.
In where this game is going to end. NRG trying to skirt their way around the outsides though. Trying to avoid all of the carnage and trying to go undetected.
Да ладно, зона прям в купол сводится. Практически идеально на купол.
Off screen and hope that the two young gentlemen can maybe do the job just as a duo. But there are a lot of teams who have been able to take the inside buildings here at Dome, and those who are on the outside.
Сейчас тошнит. Обыгрался. Но Energy еще умрут, скорее всего. TSM должны похоронить. А, это не Energy.
TSM fans explode, not only because TSM are performing well, but because it means we're guaranteed another game. Here comes Verhoes, shredding with the R9. Needs some assistance though, as the R30 comes out.
Да есть? Не дохилится сначала, потом доесть.
Most importantly, force the team away. EMP gonna go down. TSM trying to hold the space all around them inside this building.
42 points for TSM. They need 8 more. Moist Esports eliminated. The further TSM get into this, the more placement points, the closer they will be to that match point threshold. Boy, I would love to go into the next game with NRG and TSM both on match point, as Dark Zero still ratting out.
And it's TSM who forced Dark Zero down to 1. That was the fight that was going on outside of this building. They're going to try and hunt him down as well. Rebs and Verholt have got one job, one mission, and it looks like a mission they're about to complete. Dark Zero will be eliminated, but the kill actually goes to Onyx.
TSM и матчпоинт могут получить.
TSM now into the top 5, and they find themselves 5 points away from that match point threshold. This is very much achievable for TSM.
А, ну они уже получили. Или нет, стоп. 45, да, получили.
Pretty sure as I look at it, we'll have building for the most amount of time, cover for the most amount of time towards this end game as well. Alliance, just Hackis on his own, popping that Phoenix kit, hoping that maybe he can get the points that are required. But TSM are getting aggressive here, and Verhoes just.
Ой, 40. По мясу чуть не хватило. Альянса минус.
TSM are frying. TSM are cooking. Let's jump straight into the comms with Team Solo Mid.
Can we take kite? Yes. Can we take kite? Okay, just stay here. We're barely safe here. I gotta go.
I've got
Is there any heavy? I have 28 heavy bullets. I have 160 here. I dropped some. We're not really safe here. I'm getting shot on. Chill. Just underneath us. It's a solo. I'm dead. They have a bow and ultimate height. Can we get inside the building? Get inside. Get inside the building.
Right. Madden.
Будут пушить, не? Да хавай банку, пролетела, ну и да, дальше.
The guy that was on top of the rock is Onik. Okay, we gotta shoot the team in the building. We shoot the team in the building. We shoot the team in the building, okay?
Yeah.
Get ready.
Yeah, we just hit them.
Look. Can you shoulder pick a check?
Yeah, in the building.
А ты их высосишь на край?
The team on the west.
А скана нет, понять, где они находятся, в каком углу. И там много спейса.
Yeah, Onik has the bow and a hemlock. They're on Bangor Valve, okay? Yeah. Kill the other team. Listen, when I'm off Q, we're gonna go to the side of the building, okay? Get ready. You ready?
Yeah, I'm following you,
have any nades? Follow me.
No nades.
Come to me. Stay up.
Bat him. Last bat.
TSM need 1 point. 1 point to join NRG on match point. The question is, can Howard Verholz get it done?
And you heard the plan. They want to focus the team in the building. They want to ape it, but the team has gone now. So the plan is going to have to change. It's going to have to develop. They either need second place or they need 1 kill. They'll be on match point.
Oh, and How gets the kill? How gets the kill? Needs to be secured. More damage being done by Imperial How. The CEO puts his team on match point.
И там двое остаются. А, нет, плохо.
It's 2 versus 3. It's Onyx. Here comes the black hole. Here comes the set.
It's our Swarm goes in as well. It's all up to Verholz and Imperial How as a duo. Verholz will fall down, but job done for TSM. Onyx, however, will be your champions here on World's Edge.
And it's a 46-point total for Onyx. They're not quite on match point, but the story is there. TSM join NRG on match point. We have 2 teams now who will be going at it into the next map.
2 gentlemen we learned a lot about throughout this weekend.
Это так, наверное, обидно командам, которые выигрывают, но слышат в зале крик ТСМ. ТСМ. Не, они в дуос, конечно, молодцы, вывезли топ-2. В меньшем составе. Они все на геймпадах? Да, ну репс, по-моему, нет.
They've got to try and get the job done. It was a tough circle for NRG, it has to be said. They were never really going to get a full shot after teams stopped their rotation. But they have to go again into the next match, and they're going to have to compete against
И у этого дефолтный плойский. Вот это, мне кажется, удобнее, Xbox, когда перебилка сверху находится. Легче дотягиваться до левых курков. ТСМ заняли 2-е место, ну да. Да им главное, они и так полутали поинты, тут насрать какое место отчасти, если они собираются топ-1 брать.
There's no better use of that term because we have North America staking their claim in London.
Моникам 4 килла не хватило. А, хотя, стоп, нет, это всего. Да, сделали бы 12, у них бы тоже матчпоинт был. 2 команды, NRG и TSM. Матчпоинтами.
It'll definitely help propel them up the leaderboard to a place where they want to be, but right now the fact that we have 2 of the most dominant teams in a spot where they could just end the tournament for everybody, that's got to have a little...
Ну, TSM, кстати, очень хорошо себя показали.
Now it's like you can't just focus one. Tiff, we actually saw that a little bit. TSM making the mistake against Dark Zero, famously going against Optic.
Если в целом смотреть по всем командам, Energy первые, до TSM на 8-е, правда. Ну, самый стабильный это Energy.
Winning this and getting to that 50-point threshold because now they can focus on it. Great job for Onyx taking that win and showing that what they can do in this lobby. And I mean, Onset and Gaskin were really pointing this out. The storylines are writing themselves. One of my favorite pieces of content is that Hal and that Sweet interview. And you can just
Empire до сих пор 1 point.
You even mentioned this. Hal said that Sweet is the only
Пацаны в тильте, наверное, уже, я не знаю. В геймпаде доводка есть. Ну, а им ассист.
I don't know, Nikki and AC might be in NRG TSM sections. If they are, I'm proud of them both. Shout outs to the significant others here. But Genome, so much happened in this game. Break it down.
Yeah, we had another domed circle. We actually saw one quite similar to this in the winners bracket last match. We just saw Dreamfire, they've been struggling a little bit today. Unfortunately, we got the showdown between Element 6 and E36 to see, you know, almost like the battle for the name there for these guys. And then moving on from that, it all started to congregate around Dome. I mean, we see NRG come in for the third party here. At this point, I was a little bit worried, honestly. They were quite late to this third party. Only gave themselves maybe 5 or 10 seconds to start rotating back towards the circle. And that's where things started to go wrong. That's where they got sent on by Xset and started to lose members. And from then, it was a little bit of a rough ride to the end circle.
Yeah, and I mean, Xset, they started to lose out on members as well, but do you know who was sitting there lying in wait? It was going to be the boys from Moist Esports. They were just maybe 50 to 70 meters closer to the zone, so even if Xset didn't finish that job, they were still going to be gate kept. But the positioning that TSM them handled in that final ring, and you could probably imagine that they realized they were incredibly close to match point, and that pressure of maintaining and needing only to find one, because being on 49 is so uncomfortable.
Надеюсь, геймпад через Макеем ассист. Мне сказали, с диджиталом да, без него нет.
Made them take a step back. They made sure they got their bats up, and when they made the final push, all they did was focus on getting.
Хотя через Fire.
It wasn't about even going for the win. It was about ensuring the match point, and they did it.
Через Fire мне говорили I'm assisted. Не, реп с мышкой. Там ковер лежит.
Join each other at the top, but Onyx Esports come out on top in terms of points. Team Singularity, big shout outs again to South America. They are doing really well. One of our top teams, and whether they win or not, big prize pool for finishing second, third, fourth, or fifth. So that would be massive for those players. Let's check out page 2 though, Genome, your thoughts.
Yeah, Onyx, that's a second big game for these guys, and that's why they're sitting towards the top of the scoreboard there. You know, the circle doesn't always come towards you, right? But they have capitalized when it does. I mean, you know, they were playing from qadRaT when we had the zone over near the mill. Fantastic game from them. At the moment, they're landing down near tree, and so they want to get another zone towards dome, and they really, once again, make it count.
All right, well, our series results are here. You've been waiting to see the standings. What does this mean? It means 2 teams are on match point. You know them. They're rivals in a way, united in rivalry, I believe NRG said under that tweet of the interview I did with Howland Sweet, but also definitely united in both trying to hoist this trophy. One will not, one might at this point. Onyx Esports, Xset Alliance, Team Singularity, look at that, 39 points, actually tied with Dark Zero, who, I hate to say this, but I gotta make sure it's not a surprise, okay? It's been a surprise for 2 lands in a row. We talk about another team gets on match point, and then Dark Zero somehow shows up out of nowhere, and I think it's still possible, only 11 points away, so this next game is gonna determine a lot.
Okay, so I'm glad that you said that, because I've been looking at all these results, and this is what I'm worried about. So TSM and Energy are both phenomenal on World's Edge. This is their opportunity here to close this out now that they're both on match point.
Yeah.
We saw that Energy was being a little bit aggressive, still getting all that KP.
Yeah.
So they're putting themselves in a good spot, but they need to close it out, because once we switch over to Storm Point, that's going to open up the doors for the likes of DZ with that 11-point threshold, which is not that big, and it might slow down NRG and TSM.
Listen, a lot of us know that we don't just get here by accident. Most of us came into this world with some people supporting us day in and day out to get here. Our parents, of course.
Слишком агрессивничали, Ватсон запушили 3-1. Они вместе с зоной шли, параллельно с одним складом, поэтому... Если ты про момент, когда они вдвоем остались, когда были в ДОС, их не показали. Надо, кстати, второй экран вывести.
My name is Lale Verhulst, and I'm here to watch Evan Verhulst, otherwise known as Big E. Never had, I mean, the slightest idea that it would ever turn into something like this. It has been more than I expected. It's been a wonderful
Energy.
It's surreal. It's really, to hear the crowd chant TSM and to have them scream Evan's name, I mean, it's...
Почему ТСМ так много? Они и стримера ТСМ пригласили, и маму ТСМ.
A lot of factors at stake. I mean, he left his schooling at the University of Missouri, and you know, that was a lifelong dream I had for him, that he would be educated. But we recognize that this is an unusually exceptional opportunity, and we couldn't not embrace that, and it was what he wanted to do, and we were not going to deny him that opportunity. What I would tell Evan is what he's done has impacted mine and my entire family's lives. I mean, it has become so big. It's all that we really exist for at this point. I mean, we watch his tournaments day in and day out. He's made my husband and I so extremely proud. His brothers are so proud. It's been just an amazing journey, and we are so grateful and thankful to TSM, to Evan, that he's played Apex and the whole ESL.
Ебать, у меня снег за окном, но с дождем, правда.
Wow. That hits you in the fields right there. Round of applause for Mama Verhulst. I see her up there in the stands. There's emotion when it comes to talking about the ones you love. I know that my parents have supported me throughout this process, throughout my other career, day in and day out. There's nothing like a support that comes from a loved one. Glitter, just such a great piece to show how these people get here and what goes on behind the scenes.
Yeah, I love that it's almost like it's a team effort, making sure that they're building up all of our amazing stars on this stage, and we have so many family members and friends here. It's just great to see.
Beautiful, beautiful opportunities to get to know the community, especially at LAN. But guess what? We have to switch gears because somebody like TSM and NRG could win the championship of our playoffs right now. Let's get in the game and see if they can do it as we head up to our casters, Fallout and Vicky Kitty.
Thank you so much, Raid Day. That is right. TSM hits match point. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for TSM. However, there is a new potential dynasty in the making. I am past the TSM era. It is time for Dark Zero. Make some noise for the Aussies.
What? What the heck? Oh, we got mixed feelings in the crowd. First off, I don't know where you keep getting these jerseys. I don't even have one. You go through skin changes like it's no tomorrow, like you're loading into a new lobby, but I guess that's basically what we're doing out here, Fallout.
That's right. Look, Vicky, at the end of the day, I've been the biggest fan of the key storylines this weekend, and the biggest storyline, in my opinion, yes, NRG, TSM, the best fans because of Imperial Howland Suite, their platform, but at the end of the day, the opportunity for Dark Zero to go back-to-back in 8th place with 36 points as a relatively underknown team with Jen Burton, such a large YouTuber, moving across the world, giving up so much is the biggest storyline this weekend. And if DZ can have a big game here and force another game, well, guess what? We just get some more Apex. Copperbox, how are we feeling about that as we head into game number 5? 6. I got that wrong.
Hey, yeah, game number 6. I mean, the thing is that it's been such insane action, especially that last game on and coming out on top. Moving in to our next game, it's still going to be World's Edge. Next game will be Storm Point, and we talk about the transitions between both of these maps, the consistency that our teams are going to have, and with TSM and NRG being at match point, I mean, Fallout, the script just writes itself at this point.
It absolutely does. And look, yeah, a lot of Dark Zero love trying to manifest an opportunity to have another team at match point for some more Apex and for the Aussies to go back-to-back-to-back, but you can't deny NRG and TSM. Statistically speaking this weekend, NRG, number 1. Most average total points per game at 8.63 points a game. Most total average kills. They have been dominating in the statistical category. They have been playing unreal. Sweet Dreams is trying to silence every single critic. And even he acknowledged, it doesn't count until I win on LAN. We'll look at this opportunity for a player and a remarkable human being, by the way. One of the brightest minds from Kansas City, Missouri. Opportunity to close this one out. But guess what? Right behind them, TSM, second place in total statistics for total average points, 8 points per game, and second place in total kills per game. They have both been fragging and frying, and they are putting on a clinic right now for the rest of the lobby.
That's why they're the top 2 teams right now in the overall lobby, sitting down at match point. Onna could very well just meet them after this game. We're going to see how that plays out. NRG Sweet having to rotate all the way to the beacon first because they didn't have a beacon in their POI of staging. They're going to be quick with it, though. On World's Edge, we already saw it before. They run the Valk, Watson, and Loba. And on Storm Point, they do change up that variation with a Bang, Valk, and Seer.
That's right. Most important thing right now, you see the map on screen, the quick rotate from Lava Siphon. This is a favorable zone for TSM. They can close this out here if they find God's spot. They correctly predict the zone rotate. Meanwhile, NRG, not a bad zone either. They want to hit that second beacon, but they're going to find the guard on the way, and they don't want to take that fight. Neither does the guard. They want to both rotate early, live to fight another day, so it looks like NRG is going to ignore that beacon and will just take an early rotation with the info that they have, obviously, rather than waiting for the zone to close. So instead, NRG makes the rotate through.
Can we talk about how quick a lot of these teams have already been with it just to get into this next zone? I mean, there is that beacon in the middle of Lava Siphon, like we saw TSM already get that scan, already start their rotate, but EXO, GO, Moist playing on the edge, NRG already in the middle of the rotate. Alliance is going to start rotating soon, leaving Thermal. They're going to have that beacon there too. And let's tune into the guard who already get the crack over here in Harvester.
That's right. Rambo pushing through, trying to be the tip of the spear right now. No blue shields for anyone here on the guard. They rotated so incredibly fast. That's what they're known for, RKN. Currently living in Atlanta with his wife, who's a nurse, and just a remarkable human. Had a chance to meet her. They're both, I think they're relocating back to Florida. Big shout out to RKN, Rambo, and Keon. Keon, former D2 basketball player in the United States. He's an athlete, and he's also such a dominant controller player. Going to level up his Evo shield, but the guard decides not to take that fight for now. They're going to continue their rotate as opposed to contesting Moist Esports.
I mean, look at them. They're sitting in 19th overall. They need to get this KP. They haven't had the best game so far, as Moist are going to be quick with the rotation too.
Не получилось ничего сделать, видимо, из-за особенностей самого дома. В квартире вообще все закрыто. Я даже включил вентиляцию в этом туалете, чтобы сквозняка не было. Открываю дверь на балкон. Лютейший сквозняк. Просто из комнаты на улицу все высасывает. Проверил на этаже, дверь закрыта. Ну, общая, балконная.
Dreamfire eliminated. TSM knocks EXO. So TSM keeps darkzero alive here. Look at the map. Look how stacked this rotate is. Every team is here. 19 squads left. This is the fastest we've ever seen anyone rotate. Only 4 teams on edge.
They know with the quickness how quick they need to get in here. How gets the knock with the Arcstar. EXO now down one member, playing this as a duo.
Мобильно захуесосили.
Can't heal up, and that's the information from the Seer attack. But with the Digi-Threat, you're going to be able to see through those smokes.
That's right. Guess who's there? TSM. And I believe TSM has to be aware that darkzero's right below them. Of course,
Там денег не хватило, наверное. Ну и они ограниченно делали как-то. Ой, какое жаркое. Они их просто выгнали, да?
They survived on a sliver of HP, but Moist is there. The rivals from Apex South, the former second best team in Apex South, now taking over the region.
Ну пока что никто алынить не хочет, потому что 2 склада друг другу мешают. Но они дом будут занимать, нет? Они, по идее, должны понять, что в доме никого нет, и поэтому пойдут обратно, да. Есть? Один ног. Стикнул! Ой, как не повезло прям в момент. О, какой анлак.
MT is the IGL of this team. Typically not the fragger, not the flashiest player, but right there he was the absolute tip of the
Победил ветер. Нет. Я же говорю, особенность всего строения. Такое.
I tried my best, but you give darkzero's a manifestation. That didn't work at all.
Тут потолки, как в этом, ну вот, когда выходишь, тут потолки, как в офисе, которые, знаете, квадраты, поднимаются спокойно.
They're now inside that next building, neighboring Moist. They've taken control of that second floor. You see Verhulst taking some shots with Reps and Hal, making sure that Moist isn't going to try to push in on them. Reps is getting that information.
Yeah, and I just want to analytically kind of break down a little bit what we saw.
Не умеют строить. Ну,
bad position. I'm surprised they survived that long. They're on low ground. They're able to somehow survive, come in, wipe EXO, avoid the TSM third party, and then immediately work back in the house as they recognized TSM was going to back out and take another location. But ultimately, Moist was the unfortunate rain on their parade. As we got Moist right here, right now, and actually, it'd be interesting to jump into a listen.
Зато не жарко, жарко. Для этого же хочешь окно открыть, чтобы кислород шел. Я вот поэтому и хотел открыть. Немного душно становится. Воздуха мало.
I can't get it down. I'm putting it this side then.
Yeah, I can't get bacon anyway.
That's fine.
Just a quick little listen into them pretty much looting at that point because they already hit their rotate. They're just going to be chilling. Both TSM and Moist have great positioning and just going to poke each other with some sear cues here. Moist under some duress, but should be just fine with that Watson.
Love the comms too. Wondering, hey, did you guys splag that purple weevil that was mine real quick?
We've all been there in ranked, you know?
There's manners out here in
That's
Apex, and Fnatic doesn't care about them. They're chasing after another team right now. Charge Rifle beaming down another player, breaking that crypto.
That's right. Fnatic in 14th with 22 points.
Получить.
This is what's so much fun about match point. There's always a team or 2 or 3 that can completely ruin the opportunity for match point squads to win. It was much worse before we had anonymous mode, obviously, in the game. Now that we do, it's hard for these teams to tell who's who, especially with a lot of repeat comps. That kind of very popular TSM comp.
Explorer, короче, настолько уебищно работает, что я в 2 раза медленнее лутаю дропсы, чем в Google Chrome. Я в Google Chrome, наверное, уже все получил. Да. А у меня там только 2 награды. В прошлом году. Но это другие награды вообще, старые, по-моему. 7 месяцев назад.
For the players, it's about stamina here too, staying consistent. Nathan gets beamed from a distance, playing underneath tree here.
А может и новые награды, хрен знает. Но только, но у меня сначала они отображались, будто уже получены. Ладно. Может, я вас наебал. И действительно, это новые награды.
Taking a quick scan around some of the other teams left in this lobby. 12th place right now is Fun123. Former AD Raccoon, top 3 team in APAC North. Obli and Karanpu. Picking up Sangjun. Great shields right now for them.
Тише, Денте, тише.
We'll see if they can find a way to break through. 30 points overall, they need 20. As we're taking a quick scan around.
Это баг картинки.
In this lobby right now. The Guard in 19th, Exo Clan in 18th, Space Station in 17th, Element 6 in 16th. That's the bottom of the leaderboards. On the top, well, Onyx Esports. We have not talked about them, and we need to. The Boogie Boarders signed by Onyx just before this event. In 3rd place with 46, Xset with 43, Alliance with 41, as well as Dark Zero, who's eliminated from this lobby. Team Singularity, representing South America. And now once again, I'll say, Forza Brazil, what a show for the South Americans.
Yeah, I love to see the South American scene rallying behind Singularity, giving them all their energy. I've been seeing it on social media, and I love how you also highlighted Onyx, because this is their opportunity to also be sitting at match point, to sit alongside TSM and NRG, as we actually take a look at the overhead of Onyx inside of this building. 3 squads in this vicinity.
We'll let the stage set here as we get ready for this late game. Tension so tight, so intense. 17 squads remain. Can you imagine the pressure, the moment? Mandy gonna get tagged up, just a little tickle of a CRQ here, as Alliance is gonna be well positioned for now. We'll jump on board with them as we take a look back at Harvester. This is our edge teams. Fun, rotating for Thermal Station. This is huge right now. If they take out Xset, that's one of our match point contending teams. That means it's more likely for our 2 teams to win, and NRG and TSM.
Going in here, though, they still have one white evil shield. As Xset have the health advantage. They're trying to gatekeep them, but they're getting shot from behind. They have to look for the third party that they're
Fire
going
не поймал, нормально.
Fun with the information, though. They send out the seer. Oh, you can currently see they're trying to chase down these players who manage to go onto the low ground.
I love that. They're immediately aiming down sights to try and beam Obli, but the head glitch is there. Nice job from Obli using line of sight. He's gonna melt, doesn't get his crack, but they're taking so much storm damage right now, Viggy. They're just gonna reset. They have time. The storm is not ticking for a lot. And Xset will continue to gatekeep, but E36 is there. Fun's peers from APAC North might come save them.
That's the third party. That's the third party I was worried about. And they're actually, I like this call here from them too. They see the zero on the other side of Harvester at the very end, coming out. They're backing away, because instead they could just prioritize rotating into circle just to gatekeep, not just Xset, but Fun on top of it.
That's right. The gatekeeper will become the gatekeep E, right? With Xset gatekeeping Fun right now, still in zone, by the way. E36 going to try and do the same potentially. Xset's going to back out.
Громче стрим лиги, тогда мой голос перебивать будет. Когда ты говоришь громко. Ладно. Вот так лучше? И лигу, и меня слышно?
Leaving out of Lava Siphon. This is huge because they're going to have a high ground advantage of all the action from the teams rotating away from Harvester.
Yeah, that's a great position. This is always a
Идеально, окей. Превосходный баланс.
This is basically a 4-course meal of APAC North dishes. We got some sushi, we got a couple of different entrees coming, because we got Fnatic from Japan, we got E36 and Fun from Korea, and then of course Xset, the Americans, trying to join in and see if they can be the last team alive.
Fnatic are getting griefed by charge rifles from left to right. I mean, right now they're just trying to make sure where the other teams are. You can see them just trying to aim down their sight. Ooh, get some information though. The nades are getting sent down as Alliance. Take care of Shady.
That's huge. One match point contender takes out a member of another with a knock. Fussy, Rocky, team of 2, last 2 alive. Does Alliance decide to take their numbers here? The Seer ult is there. They're going to run out of it, but they are scanned. Wait for the scan to dissipate. Here comes the push. Alliance trying to step on the gas pedal. They're going to get some damage off the rip. Look at the patience here for Onic. And Alliance wisely decides to back out. Here's why. You might be wondering, these teams are they nervous? Why are they not taking these fights? No. Alliance, XSET are both on match point, or sorry, close to match point. They know they just have to make late game, and they'll get there with placement points. They don't need the kills. There's no reason to play ultra kill hungry and aggressive. I like these calls coming through from Alliance and XSET.
I really like how you highlight that, because aside from Onic, XSET, Alliance, Dark Zero, Singularity are also tied for 39 points before this game here too. A lot of these teams have to change up the way that they place depending on their goal. Currently, Fnatic are also right behind Fun. XSET are going to help take them down as they exit out of this lobby. 16 squads left, and Onyx still playing as a duo. They managed to pick up the banner, but it's about the information. You can see qadRaT just going to be able to get that information, holding on to that tactical, waiting to see if they have the opportunity to maybe wrap around, but look who's on their 6. Look who gets word of the party that they did not get invited to. It's Space Station, making the rotation from the south side of the map.
Space Station nearby. I'd love to take a look at the overhead map if we can to show you where the zone is pulling. You see it at the top left. We got the next zone intel, and it's Ascend in zone right now. TSM right nearby. They predicted it well. Alliance gonna push through. Oh my goodness, the beams are gonna come through. Mandy, SSG joins in and takes out Onic.
That's what I was worried about. SSG was middle of rotating away from launch site. They get involved in the fight. And Ascend, who was in that next circle like we just saw, that usually like...
Ой, какая неприятная зона. Сейчас столько складов откиснет на ротейте. Энерджи решили запушить. Найф нокается. Свит остается на красном. Реп подсасывает. Не, уходит назад. Вот тот один. Рекс будет пушить? Нет. МСТ, прайсе. Не дает резнуть. Они будут пушить-то двое. Надо уходить. Это съели. Ой-ой-ой, репсы насували. Если это он, конечно.
Ice in his veins, he's cold. Ice cold. North Carolina represent the teenager who just a year ago broke out into the scene by getting picked up by Team Liquid. Hodzic found him. He gets swooped up by NRG, and now he has a chance to maybe recover some banners as Moist is gonna have to rotate. Reps is out. TSM and NRG down to just one.
Ну, челов, у которых матчпоинты вырезают. И сольный остается у Энерджи. Матч затягивается. Ну, хорошая нычка под лестницей. С ХГ только убить могут. О, нет. О, нет. Но если будет сидеть, его не увидит.
Look at this. Alliance force outside the buildings. E6 rotating in.
Ой, какая грязь. Е6 будет подсасывать этот файт. Или есть сейф? Да, в ЛГ, но зона идет. Сюрик перетипал. Упал. Гиба, кстати, не было давно. Space Station отъезжает. Ой, как сосет, но не хватает. Как же кресло навалило сейчас. Пост, свап. Двое живо, нормально. Обратно, кубитку занимать. О, Г36, кстати, фулл составом живо. Из живых Энерджи, у которых есть матчпоинт, но очень маленькие шансы на топ-1. Are on top of the high ground of this building. Ascend aren't going to be moving. They did get involved in another fight previously, but they get the extra cover. Moist still alive here, going to be able to also have so many death boxes at their feet, so that way they can actually reset, change up their weapon loadout if they're low on ammo at the same time too. 7 squads left. Ascend, Moist, Guild, by the way, still alive. E36, Fnatic, GO, and the Guard. Ой-ой-ой, сейчас если 31-й будут в обход идти, они могут Энерджи заметить. Хотя, скорее всего, по дому будут играть. Ну, зоны тут вообще нет. Решили воду принимать.
Look, he's already a legend, but that would just put him on the top.
Замес фанатиков.
Able to move in from the low ground, playing
Спрей в скалу.
gets the crack. It's Yuka. They're going to be able to send it down onto the guard as Raibo's the first one to go down.
И 3-6 в спину въебываются, да. 3-6 сейчас будет доедать, зона еще поджимает. Успевает резнуть с крыльями. Спасает катушка от Сюрика. Мацу минус. Смоках не видно ни хрена. Ой, очень болеющий. Жесткий скипера. Хотят пережить, а имбот нокается. Кашеря может сверху насывать еще. Я за киллфидом слежу просто, что еще происходит дальше. А Сенда решили другой склад закрыть. А Энерджи живы! Топ-4. Подфайт, скатывайтесь дальше. Гил топ-3, отойти. Блять, просто пожить. Лишний... Нет, его видят. Бля. А, там был... Не, это отмена. У них сир есть? Нет, сира нет.
Only up to Juzna, the only one alive. Guild, the only one alive. 2 rats against a full squad that has the high ground.
Unbelievable. 2 teams to 1's gonna make it so difficult for Gildersons.
Ну, Го умирают третьими в идеале. Если эйсы никого не будут зону чекать, не будут пушить, просто сидеть на яйцах. А, его сейчас найдут. Он браслетом будет вылетать. Ну, Асценды тут забирают топ-1. Вопрос, кто второй, это третий займет. Гоу. Браслет.
Sending out the bracelet through the windowsill into the line of sight of Guild. The 1v1 comes in, and Kashira already with the information, gets the EMP. They're going to fully send it out to Guild. No time as Ascend. Clean that up as an easy win for them there in that game 6.
Энерджи топ-2.
Against NRG and GO.
Ну, в соло пожил долго, молодец. Блять, если они... О, если бы они фулл составом, прикиньте, выиграли бы. Ну, не факт, конечно, сам геймплей другой был. Из-за фулл команды.
And maybe, just maybe, unlock match point. I didn't see their point total, but they might be there as well, Vicky. They might be the only EMEA team. Confirmed they are at 54 points. Ascend represents Europe and unlocks match point.
3 teams now making their way to match points.
Says comment there, it's not done yet.
Yeah, it's not done yet. It's actually crazy. We are going on to a game 7 follow, and we are making the transition to Stormpoint.
I cannot believe what has unfolded. We get another game. 7 games here. Will we get more is the question. Or will NRG, TSM, or Ascend close it out in 7? I cannot wait for this next game on Stormpoint, but before then, we gotta throw it down to the desk. Rain Day, Glitter, Tiff, Genome, take it away.
Элементы разбираться. Как ты не сдох? Как ты ног? В общем, за счете поинт тоже нужно, если первое место не занимаешь, чтобы призовые повыше. Но хотелось бы, конечно, топ-1.
I mean, talk about a comeback too, because we were so focused on NRG and TSM seeing what they could do on World's Edge that we weren't even really too focused on the teams below. The massive performance for Ascend, and what I love about this now, we're back to switching the maps over again. We're going to Stormpoint. This is a massive win for Ascend because they're very strong in this map.
Tiff.
I mean, look, this is what we were talking about this morning. Production was like, hey, yo, we need your picks. And I was like, this is where we think it's going to go. We want to see 7 to 8 games. And if that happens, we're going to Stormpoint. So we picked the teams that were going to be better on Stormpoint, at least historically, right?
All right. Gino, talk us through this game here.
Yeah, look, Exo Clan have been struggling. They've had a couple of early game exits so far. We also saw another bit of Apex South action there with Moist taking out DZ early and hurting their chances of reaching match point. A couple of those teams now sitting up there in the 40s. Onyx They were at 46, got no points, and as a result, it was only Ascend that now moves up to that match point eligible status.
Wow, just an incredible showcase too. Alliance having some moments. They're one of our teams that are slowly closing in on match point, and big moments from TSM that almost went their way.
Yeah, so I was talking through with this Monsoon, and he was like, you know, TSM is going to be in one of the best positions along with NRG in that underneath the center tree. And he said as soon as that ring started to pull back, that they would have to move to the building that TSM was already inhabiting, which is exactly what you saw NRG do. And unfortunately, things just went completely south. They're starting inting on each other, and then Ascend assumes that amazing position. They have the Watson, they can fence it off, and honestly, I saw Lufka, who was kind of just keeping an eye on that. He was watching the fences, making sure, looking down
Нет,
the
ждем,
low.
когда
But the
команда
fact that
спокойно первое место займет.
Guild, hello Guild, ratting it out in a seer meta, let's go. The fact that he was able to get to top 3, if he would have clutched that, I don't know what I would have done.
Listen, the smart man knows how to fight. A wise man knows what to say, so he doesn't have to fight. And I think Ascend just kind of watched that one and said, not our time yet, and took the right position.
Узика запалил плюс ротик.
Feeling very, very good after that, and heading into what will be, I'm sure, our match results. You can see that 11 kills, 12 placement points, put them in a position for match point, almost assuredly. NRG so close, second place, but not enough to close out the tournament. So guess what? We'll go again. Heading to page 2, though. Looking at these teams, yes, TSM already on match point. Yes, ESA coming very, very close. They started strong. They have kind of fallen back off. But looking at Dark Zero, who are in 8th place right now, and you even look at the fact that XZ is a team on the other side of the things. When you take a series of results, you're going to see how close this is starting to get, with Game 7 very much approaching. 3 teams on match point, Tiff, and it is 6 other teams 10 points away from being able to join.
Look, this may just go the distance. I predicted 7. Genome had 9. We might actually be going towards 9 because I have a feeling this next match that we're about to experience,
Limited
you just have to pick up. I mean, XZ, they just need to wipe one team.
Yeah.
They can go out south of 18th place, but as long as they win that initial 3v3, they're on match point.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, with NRG that far ahead, 80 points, they have probably locked second in the bag.
Yeah.
At least 6 figures about to be transferred into their bank account here.
I mean, you know, for all the success that they have outside of competing as well on stream, maybe don't even need it that much. But they'll take it, I'm sure. And of course, it will be very, very worthy. But they don't want second. I don't think they'll be happy with that. The money's one thing, Glitter, but they want to hoist the trophy.
I'm glad you said that because we've mentioned it a few times over the weekend. There are only 2 teams that can claim the title of the championship here at LAN so far in this game. And NRG has come so close so many times. You don't always want to be the bridesmaid and never
yes,
bride.
and to be so close in terms of I have the opportunity, I have the opportunity,
Yes.
I have the opportunity. How does that start to play on your mental? How many times can you go?
Тут еще
and
можно
almost
регулировать,
make
где
it happen
сенсор
and then
находится.
not
Вот это
see
имба,
it
конечно.
done? This is a crucial game for all the teams on match point, and you know the players have to step up to make it happen. So if you're seeing a player make some incredible plays, if you're noticing that these 3 teams have had a standout start to you, you can vote for our
4000 есть.
ALGS MVP powered by Monster Energy. Use the hashtag and then the player's name right behind it on Twitter or on Twitch. Let us know who you think is going to be the Monster MVP for today. Also, we always take time to celebrate
тут
the
2000,
common
наверное.
elements of the game that
Просто.
makes Apex so
Ну,
special
блин,
and so
грамотно.
difficult to master but easy to pick
Пушки
up,
дальше
which is why for our
продолжают
segment here,
раскачивать.
we're going to take a look at WD Black's What's in Your Pack. Today, I want to talk about
Переводи.
the Golden Knockdown Shield tip. It has played a role in not only today, but a big part of Apex games in general.
Yeah, it's been one of the most critically valued items. You can see you revive squad mates with bonus shields and health, but there's a lot of different scenarios that we have gotten to witness it in so far here at the Split 1 playoffs. One of my favorites right here, NRG. This was the circle we were talking about because we thought we were going to get a recreation of it here in the series. The fact is they were able to utilize the bracelet on the Loba, go back back and forth and shoot the reses. But one of my favorite moments, Glitter, was when we were casting up there the other day. It was going to be Geo, Gombere. The fact, the way they utilized that, it was to the most impeccable thing.
Yeah, this is it right here. Newcastle at the moment is passive retrieve the wounded. It gives you 750 damage. That is actually a lot. You need a full team focusing that down to punch through that knockdown shield. And with the ability to move your teammates around while you are reviving them, it makes it incredibly impactful on top of the fact that you get that extra health and shield back when rezzed.
Really smart play there. Dropped the shield, gave it to his teammate at low health, knowing he was going down, so that he could pick him up without having to use a medkit, shield batteries, Glitter. Those are just the intricacies that make pro play so fun.
That's why we're at the level that we are at here, and I'm glad that you caught that while we were casting too, because it was literally a split second. There was
И он с крыльями его резко.
drop that shield, and it changed their entire outcome of that game for them.
Well, big shout outs to WD Black. That's been What's in Your Pack. What do you have to say? I mean, those watching at home, are you hype? Are you ready? Those in the crowd, you guys hype? Are you ready to see somebody win this thing?
Ньюкаслов, кстати, мало стало.
You know, this is one of those moments that it just starts to build, because now we're having Game 7 approaching. Will we get a win? We've got some predictions, but somebody's going to have to not get given this opportunity.
О, это здесь новая карта? Нифига себе. Высадка в Лондоне. Какая река чистая. Да, заценил игра в Фонданте. Может, после закрытия мобилки не добавят лобби забрать баннеры. Я надеюсь, они добавят дезматч. Насрать на все остальное. Дезматч добавьте в игру. Лайты нужны. О, это арт? Да. Это через фотошоп. Загуард. Як жаль, не показали наш твит. Через И. Скоро компьютеры захватят мир.
Welcome back, Copperbox Arena, to ALGS Playoff Match Point Finals. Fallout here alongside Vicky Katie. We got one more game. We got a game number 7 with 3 teams at match point. It's Ascend Club representing Portugal and Poland. It's TS7 NRG. Scripted. You would really think it's scripted. That's how good this final has been. Are you kidding me?
This is crazy. I mean, Ascend is one of the most consistent teams, if not the most consistent team in EMEA, and they are looking to represent, showing some love to the crowd, showing some love to EMEA, the scene that has been able to rally up behind them, the first team from EMEA to make it here on match point.
That's right. Apex Twitter is losing their mind. I saw tweets from Monsoon, Vax, ЛАНа, everybody.
Ну, в целом мне хочется, чтобы Energy выиграли. Учитывая, какой они перформанс показывают на этом турнире. Заслуженно должны быть.
ALGS history this weekend. Huge accomplishment for Nathan as we take a look at Ascend.
Love it here. We get to see the Ascend family on screen. Look at this. Gotta say hello. The qadRaT fam, absolutely love the support. Very touching story from qadRaT. His pops rallying up behind them. I love feeling the crowd energy here for our players. Talking about us making the transition though onto Storm Point. This is incredibly important. Ascend's composition allows them to bunker down like they do. They're very good at predicting where the zones are going to be pulling, and that is always their priority. Now that we're making the transition to Storm Point, as you guys can see right now, game number 7, Ascend, one of the teams alongside Dark Zero, GO, and Xset to take 2 wins on this map in this entire weekend.
That's an important stat line, Vicky. So once again, Ascend has been dominant on Storm Point. So a really important story going into this last and final game. They're dropping uncontested with opportunity to go huge here and win another game because they've been so consistent on this map. Can Ascend do it for EMEA and become a champion, much like they were in the winter circuit years ago? Once again, All of Portugal is watching, the entire Portuguese esports community. Right now, the backs of these two.
YouTube России закроют. Да это, блядь, новость 200 лет гуляет.
It's so crazy for them to have been able to secure that W on World's Edge speaks volumes. Because let's not forget what happened at the very beginning of the day today. When we did start on World's Edge, Ascend ended their run at 15th with no KP. The second game on World's Edge, 18th as a placement, 1 KP. Then when we make the transition into Storm Point where they're the strongest, they got 18th with no KP, and then following that, 4th with 8 KP to their name. After getting that dub and 11 KP on World's Edge, they're gonna just carry that momentum now into their best map. I'm so excited. Again, this script writes itself.
Can you imagine our first European LAN championships in Sweden of last year? In about 8 to 10 months, first with a live audience, is what I meant to say. And Ascend comes in as a European team and just steals the tournament win right under the nose of TSM and NRG, steals the opportunity for Sweden
28 декабря.
championship. That would be unbelievable. If we take a look at the overhead map and show you, Dark Zero dropping in mill. Ascend drops right outside of mill, just southeast. So DZ potentially on a rotation. They like to play early rotate. They don't like to fight, so it's unlikely, but could potentially take out Ascend. I mean, they know Ascend is dropping there. Do you think teams will start getting a little bit more strategic? We know Dark Zero was doing it yesterday. They were inting on purpose.
We could see, I mean, remember Fun also with their quick rotation on the ground.
Переходим на Twitch.
Trying to cut off the guard when this is a team that also likes to quickly rotate. And as we can see where the circle is going to be taking us, Ascend looting exactly what you're talking about. Their POI, north of Cenote Caves, they're going to be able to get that information. But the one thing that they're missing, they don't have beacon information in that building off to the right of post-kill. qadRaT is trying to get into position to maybe try to scan a beacon. If there is a beacon close to the mill, as you can see, Dark Zero is going to be looting that POI.
That's right. Keep in mind, they do run crypto, so they'll have a chance to scan on rotate. qadRaT now just clearing out some prowlers and rotating through here. ESA
Зона на Gale Station.
This is kind of what we're seeing right now. Lay of the land.
Скорее всего, вряд ли на антенну
It's over down to Gale Station. LG rotates here. This could be an opportunity for Luminosity in 15th place to try and make a comeback. SSG, favorable zone for them as well with Replicator.
Let's talk about where this circle could be taking us, Fallout. Let's break it down as we see Luminosity already in Gale Station since they land in Fish Farms and they have the beacon. We've seen this circle plenty of times before. Usually landing on one of the buildings of Gale Station. If not the buildings, then to the north of the building.
Ну, можем сейчас
There's
глянуть.
a lot of open space minus that slight little high ground that you see on the choke point between Launchpad and Fish Farms by that rock. So Luminosity now going to be playing by the edge. Ascend in already some trouble. qadRaT did manage to get the scan on the close to Dark Zero, and Dark Zero are not going to let
This is exactly what we highlighted. Dark Zero likes to be strategic. Fun or PvP is one of the best coaches, and Ascend's going to say, don't you dare! Sit down, Dark Zero! I'm the king of the mountain!
The trade for trade, though. Zero getting the knock at the qadRaT sliding through. Not in the way that you want in your DMs. Dark Zero is the first squad to get eliminated. Gotta ego it real quick here. Lufka feeling himself when he was literally.
Люди подумали, что БМ, а возможно случайно эмоцию нажал.
Thoughts of DZ there on why? I mean, did they decide to push and try and grief Ascend to take matters into their own hands, or did Ascend hide and rat? We didn't really catch the fight early on, and the sigh of relief from their coach, but. In my eyes, Dark Zero, you need 9 points. You got to trust the system, trust the process that other teams will take out Ascend in late game and just rotate, play for placement, much like we saw XM and others.
The thing is here, Follow, is that they heard the drone from qadRaT scan the beacon off to the
Юка
right.
из фанатиков нахреначил 49 килов.
They already know where Ascend land. They already know where Ascend is in the standings. The fact that they're at match point allowed Dark Zero to be like, okay, well, you know what?
Юка за всю команду отдувается.
And the thing is, Ascend also have amazing shields to work with in terms of loot. Lufka having the gold Eva.
Yeah, I respect the confidence, but sometimes confidence isn't the only answer. A little bit too strategic, too thoughtful for DZ. If that was the case, if that was intentional. Again, we're interested to get their thoughts. But yeah, you're right. I mean, every team knows where every team lands. They knew that Ascend was dropping there. They've played on Storm Point already, and it's well aware. You know, it's public knowledge. Sven Apex, big shot to Sven, drops all the map info before. So of course they knew that they were there. They rotated through. They tried catching them off guard, but they got punished. And I disagree with that. If it's game 10 and there's 7 teams on match point, and there's a likely chance that the game ends, then yeah. And you're in 18th place, then yeah. But if you're right there close to match point, no reason. Don't want to harp on it though by any means. Kudos to Ascend for winning that 3v3. Lufka went huge.
And also wasting no time to make this rotation.
All 3 kills for Lufka, by the way. Look at the top.
Absolutely, no, he went crazy. You saw him go for the slide from the rock. He was able to clean up the rest of Dark Zero. feeling himself, and that's the confidence that we like to see, especially from a team sitting at match point. They're also going to be able to not only quickly rotate with the Trident, but they're the only team underneath the beacon building, the beacon in where this next circle is going to be pulling. We know that the congestion spot has already probably been Gale Station, leaving out of Fish Farms, LG, or lands there. They had the beacon there. They already had that information. It's beautiful here. Onyx is probably going to join in on the fray too. Space Station usually land in Launchpad unless they want to try to gatekeep another team. In that choke point north of Launchpad, they'll also be the team that is going to inevitably meet themselves with the other teams that have the high ground by the choke point leading into Gale Station.
Yeah. Good breakdown, good analysis there as you jump on board to TSM. And just a heads up for everyone in terms of what's in the replicator, in case you weren't aware right now on rotation, is the purple scope, purple sniper scope, purple extended sniper mag. So a sniper heavy meta, which is why we're seeing so much sniper play. A lot of longbow, but Hell says, nah, just give me an R301, I'm good.
I just can't wait for the weekly rotation to also change in a bit. I don't know if it's happened just yet or we're going to get it soon here, but that mobile respawn beacon is in the replicator. What does it mean, though, when the mobile respawn ends up being on the ground? That's what I'm excited for if we keep going through the series here, as Fnatic are also going to start making their rotation on the Trident.
NRG, you saw them doing the armory. On the rotation for checkpoint. ESA in 11th place. They started strong in this tournament. They won a game on Storm Point, slowed down ever since. TSM hits a Valkyrie. This could be a crucial one. Where will they place?
They were really close. I mean, they got second, but they got 8KP to their name right there, too, as TSM with the Skyward Diver coming in from the north side.
That's right. You know, Verholst and his Valkyries over the years have been improving. Hal, of course, very critical of those Valkyries, but Verholst right now navigating the skies very clearly. The captain, the pilot of this team right now. Verholst going to slow play this rotate. And they're going to land Oob, or out of bounds, and then rotate through, and it looks like it's clean. TSM, safe rotation into the next zone. That's big.
I like this. They love this building. When they make these rotates to these southern zones, especially when Antenna's in that next circle, they love this. But looking at the fight from Ascend, they get beamed by a charge rifle, but they get the knock immediately with the Havoc.
Yeah, and Ascend used to keep in mind, they used to run Newcastle and Watson, all pro league, right? We know how comfortable they are with that team comp, but that means they also know how to beam that team comp. Lufka is playing so unreal. He's brand new to this roster. They're playing unbelievable. Let's jump into a listen-in with Ascend.
You're alone, Lufka. It's fine, it's fine. Okay, you ignore them? Yeah. Oh, she's moving down. Can we loot a bit? Yeah, you can. I cracked the other team. Nice job, Lufka. Did you got 2 kills or what? We got 2 kills. I killed only one. We got 2 kills. I'm swapping weapons. You killed I'm getting destroyed by another team. Yeah, on height. Accelerate on their post. Okay, I'm gonna take it, dropping a bot. Nice job. I'm gonna take the beacon. We have 3 teams close. I don't know if there's another team in Chief Hall, boys. I don't think so though. The Valk is on the top, on the roof. You have to go closer and push her? Yeah. Can.
Как турик закончится? Про стрим или про турниры имеешь в виду? Пока демка еще отдачи нет. Но демка не один в один передает картинку.
From a global perspective, everyone talks about TSM, everyone talks about NRG, but Ascend came into this tournament as a favorite. And if you ignored that, if you denied that, then you're insane. They've been playing so good in a very stacked and a region with a lot of depth in EMEA for a long time. They won the Winter Circuit playoffs with VJ a while ago, and since picking up Lufka, they've been great.
I love the way that Kashira talks to Lufka, too. It's almost like he's pulling him back like a Pokemon, just returning to his Pokeball out here.
Duo, right?
It's actually insane. And NRG, as we tune in, they're getting shot at earlier, and they're going to be able to hang out by the gate, try to see which of the squads want to rotate outside of Jurassic Park, as ESA are going to be sharing some of this low ground with Fnatic.
Yeah, same way you keep me in check sometimes. I get a little wild with this sometimes. Things got me, you know?
There's Fallout moments.
A lot of love for my girl, Vicky. Thanks so much, everybody in chat, for all the energy, everyone in the crowd, for all the energy and support throughout the weekend. Gosh, this has been so entertaining, so much fun to watch. The growth of Apex as a pure form of entertainment in esports is unbelievable. Fnatic here from Japan, a global affair. Can APAC North represent right now the best chance? Well, it's Ganbarea Tucson from Korea in 10th.
Where we going? Where we going? Nowhere. I had to juke you real quick. Got to keep you in check. And they were like, oh no, wait. Miscommunication real quick out here. As Fnatic is like, okay, we made it exactly crossing the open field into the line of sight of where we originally saw Ascend. Fnatic is doing this because they want to get the beacon that's right on top of this building. They got the Bangalore smokes to allow Yuka or Matutasha, as Matutasha is going to take the high ground, to get that next set of information.
You know, we've all been there in ranked with our friend. Hey, get out of the front seat. I'm driving. You know, we've all been there in ranked, kind of goofy. You didn't think at the pro level that would happen as well.
I would never let you drive a Trident.
Yeah. Sorry. You know how good of a driver I am of a Trident? Wait, I navigate the seas, the lands very, very well with the Trident on hand. Jumping on over to Phonyhead and ESA. 18 squads left. Once again, a stacked endgame circle. Phonyhead currently in a great position here on edge, not in the next zone, but certainly well positioned with Fnatic down sights.
Geo also getting a knock in the feed here as ESA are holding onto this high ground. This is fantastic for ESA because they saw the opportunity to come right back up here. They're going to be able to also pressure out the team that we just saw Fnatic just rotate on top of those buildings. And with the beacon being right there and ESA not having a crypto, they don't really have the free opportunity to get that.
За Energy, я за фанатиков вообще. Но хочу, чтобы Energy выиграли. Из-за того, как они играют на этом турике.
Here comes the push, Phonyhead. The IGL protects as he turns is going to be, but Phony goes down. Yuka goes down as well. Meltstera are going to melt. And just like that, it's all up to Cody. I believe the last alive. No, he's not. He's dead.
He's gone. He's out of here. ESA now. Fnatic going to be able to come out on top. They're going to be able to get the shields up on top of that too. And it's only up to Luda from ESA.
Это последний.
1 HP from
А
the
этого
outside
нет.
of the serial.
Теперь
By the
есть.
hair on his chin, will Luda escape? But ESA tries to ape, not able to do so. And you know, Vex Gaming tried something interesting. They tried playing Catalyst for that reason, to be able to push buildings with confidence, take over doors. It didn't work for Vex, obviously. They didn't make it past the elimination bracket round 1. As we now have Phonyhead going to get taken out, and it's all up to Luda last alive. We can take a look at the overhead map, though, and show you exactly how things are going to end. Ganbarea Tucson, the top APAC North team, taken out. Fnatic trying to take that spot. But let's look at the overhead map, or the side-by-side map, if we can. Take a look. Ascend is in the next zone, and they're deep south, with the potential to get a Trident, which we've seen teams do before. Use the Trident deep in the waters while everyone else fights, and it's no man's land between them. Will Ascend play that way is the interesting
Не
thing.
улетел,
Luda
Юка
finally gets
забрал.
taken out here with
Красиво.
an easy little pick from Yuka. Nice shots, though.
What was great is that it just looked like the whole lobby wanted to light him up. You know, but
Я хочу, чтобы выпустили мышку Магнезиум
it was
М42.
basically out here for everybody to shoot at. Team Singularity now just trying to get away. Creeping Barrage being called in by them.
Это тогда топчик будет, думаю, с боковыми наклейками еще в комплекте.
Remember, this is where we also saw TSM originally rotate. They're probably still within the vicinity after they took that skyward dive from Verholst. They're finishing up some of the members of Singularity here before NRG trying to call off to reposition if they want to disengage.
And I love how NRG's playing this. Shout out to Sweet. He's probably saying, let's just keep playing our game. Don't change anything up. Don't get nervous. He's been here before, and a lot of people have criticized him. Does he show up on land? Does he get nervous? Can he IGL the top tier? Yes, he can. And he's showing why right now, leading his team with such great success and such decisiveness is Sweet. They're still playing for kills. They got a few there. TSM's going to join in. They're playing aggressive, and they're trying to maintain that lead. 82 points right now above Ascend with 59. Keep in mind, that's another micro storyline here. Yeah, match point's important, but you got to rack up points if you want second place, which is a big chunk of the $1 million prize pool.
Yeah, that's exactly what Reindeer was saying here too. You want to be able to pocket some of that money out here, even if you don't manage to win a game after reaching match point. And NRG are leading the way with huge points currently, as it's DF on the other side inside of these buildings.
Quick update. X at 2 points for match point. Alliance 5.
Атлантис не щупал. Больше, чем те мышки, которые я знаю. Атлантис мини может быть удобный будет.
Close to each other. The Bangalore also going to come through from Sweet. He's going to tag for shields, gets the stun. That Bangalore stun is so grueling, but they're not able to follow up.
Я честно не хочу. Уже чтобы одна мышь была идеальной для меня, и этого достаточно. Не слабо. Хотя мыши апгрейдятся 4000. 4000 Гц в моде.
Can we get angles from the far side? I'm trying. I'm on swung here. There's two up. I hit help guild. I'm batting on the door. I'm batting on the door.
Инсайд уже.
Yeah, they're all on roof. I'm needing it.
Не надо кламить.
I'm med kitting. 80 on left. Flat behind them, get and kill them all. I will once I med kit.
Анреги.
I'm 1 HP. I need a bat. Pulling on me. 800 on this guy. Guild, you gotta do something. Blood on front. The guy's dead. Blood. Hey, blood. Bangalore's low.
1 в 1. ХП. Ой-ой-ой, да чё? Нет, одно. Он Феникс ел. Блять, третья зона, он опять один, ну бля. 703, не знаю. Нет, наверное. Ульта в лифт улетел. И энерджи подписают. А почему энерджи не резались? Там же можно было, наверное.
Alliance, they see him though. He's forced to hold forward because of the circle.
Yeah,
But they use out on Yuki. It's Moist to have Alliance. Clean up another one with a quick little heady out to Guild to eliminate NRG.
That's right. I sounded like Mario there with that screen. Please forgive me. But Alliance Hockeys with the headshot to close it out. Style points is really what that was. Alliance now with an opportunity of 47 points to get to match point, Vicky. We have one team left, and it's Ascend. And I previewed it earlier, but they have the potential to use the South in their rotate to win.
Trying to push around the side of Ascent. They put down the Seer ult right now to get the information as the Rolling Thunder gets called in. qadRaT maybe trying to find an opportunity to unleash the EMP to negate that Seer ult right now. Now they're going to be able to have the advantage. They have the advantage. Post goes to the side. He goes to the flank. They get 2 knock from Fnatic.
Post kill and qadRaT, the duo. That's
Фнатика закрыли.
Ascend is earning
Это
this. Ascend
плохой раунд для меня.
They took out Dark Zero.
За фанатиков болею, хочу, чтобы Энерджи выиграли. Рексеты вовремя подсасывают. Все команды с матчпоинтом отписают. Опять начинается. Но 13 матчей в финале это рекорд, по-моему. Выиграть с матчпоинтом.
Can Nocturnal do it? So many people have disregarded him as an IGL over the last 3 years. Finally, over the last year, he earned his respect. But no one considers him the best. It's all Sweet Dreams. It's all Imperial Hal. Nocturnal has been performing for so long and has an opportunity here. In this next game to close it out, they hit 51. They're at match point. Moist Esports at 48. Alliance at 48 as well.
While we take a look at Alliance right now, while they try to plan their next move, they're not in the next circle. Let's jump into a listening with Alliance.
Bro, you. Fire. Devako did. You guys gotta run it. I'm dead zone, yeah, I'm dead zone. Find a spot to play, Mandy. It's all you, probably. You wrap the low ground, Mandy. Wrap the low ground. I'm coming. I'm still ulting for you. Thank you. Getting bottom, Mandy. On me. I'm needing stairs. Alright. Get in the bottom, need that.
И Альянс подписывает.
Oh, you hate to see it. The miscommunication between Mandy and Hockeys right there.
Ну там еще сквад. В принципе, он еще за счет этого файта может подольше пожить.
Hockeys still alive, but they're only 2 points away from being able to also be at match point. Space Station in a lot of trouble. Zenile trying to slide through. He gets the crack right now.
Does Hockeys know that SSG is so damaged right now? Hockeys.
Ну фанчики живы.
Here comes the push. It's gonna be fun. 1, 2, 3. They're gonna take out Frex's SSG out. Fun. The Koreans. They feast.
Hockeys couldn't fully send in that moment because he knew that Fun was already inside the building after putting down that Seer ult. He had that information.
Игры с матчпоинтом явно больше не будет, чем 20.
6 squads left currently. Fun.
Hockeys, what? Are you kidding me?
Mandy is still alive. He crawled out of the building. He gets res by Hockeys. And Hockeys with the clutch res. They need 1 more kill to be sitting at match point.
Hockeys and Mandy need 1 kill. Are you kidding me? Hockeys found a way to res Mandy. It's all up to Mandy. It's all up to Mandy.
Oh, they go down. They go down. They can't get it.
Все равно слишком много складов.
taking their position.
Не, зона вообще, я ни разу не видел, что здесь играли.
There's so many other teams on that border. It is
Это что за спорт?
insane in this game 7.
Alliance 49, Moist Esports 49. That is
Да алло, тебя слева
unbelievable.
настают. А, фанчики улетели.
We still have a few more teams. Fun 1, 2, 3. If they can get all these kills here, can maybe get to match point. Okay, they need quite a few.
Блять, они еще упадут и просто... Ноктюрн минус. Еще. Забрали. Успевает. Вроде успевает, кстати. Е6 также живы.
The monster, the beast, the basketball player, the guard on high ground. Look at their positioning, Vicky. This is the most arcane thing I've ever seen.
This is our house.
А катушка не дает все ракеты использовать.
Hold on to the rock. They've created the fence line, and they have the height to look at these two
Иксет сейчас мешать им будет.
The only problem here is Fallout. In less than 45 seconds, that circle
Но
is
там
gonna
деревья,
close
в
behind them.
принципе,
They're gonna have to move forward.
чуть прикрывают.
What's up into a listen with the guard? This is going to be insane. Let's jump in with RKN.
Матчпоинт за очки получает и не за победу, да.
Can I look down and shoot, you think, or no? New gen behind us, new gen behind us. Fighting under us, maybe? We can't.
То есть дропы есть, да. На официальной трансе. Не падайте, сидите. Сейчас, вот сейчас уже надо чуть ниже опускать. Деревья не так хорошо прикрыли. Хотелось бы. Гварды нокаются, но их закрыли. Свиньи также живы. Они сейчас будут закрывать сольника, чтобы засекьюрить топ-2. Потому что ближе всего к нему находится. И тут Эксета. Ампи не успел свапнуть армор, свапа не было. Размен. Не, это Эксет выигрывать должны. Нет?
Element 6 led by qadRaT, the
Ладно.
Frenchman, the lone French player in these finals, clutches up when it matters and skyrockets to 8th place with 43 points. They stay alive and the fans react. The British team, Slayers and Amphi in his debut.
But so many teams Fallout are
Пузан наваливает.
right there. 1 point away as the crowd goes crazy for E6. 43 points in total for E6. It may not be match point, but this is exactly what E6 needed to wake up. They had a really rough start, but now they are rolling around, changing the momentum.
Slayers, the gentle giant's been a staple on this roster since the beginning, since the 69 IQ days with his good teammate and friend Smegito. He's been competing. They pick up qadRaT and they elevated as a team. This man right here, the Kraber monster from yesterday, has been making plays and does not get enough respect as a top IGL in the world, let alone in EMEA, but that's going to be it for us. qadRaT, Element 6 on top. Rain Day, back to you.
All right, EMEA having their moment. There's just a few representing them here in this match point finals. But guess what? It is Element 6 showing up big yet again in a clutch situation. And I'm sure they're excited to see it. The fans, electric behind us. Welcome back to the desk. Rain Day, Glitter Explosion, Tiff, and Genome. That is the passion that will fuel you on. Amphi, Slayers, qadRaT. Talk about Element 6 right now having their moment.
I mean, they kind of really snuck that one in there at the end. We were watching that push, and Xset was wrapping around them, looking so strong. We need to see what happened from their side of things, because that was a phenomenal save to close that one out.
And, you know, Xset had done a great push. I thought, actually, they were in the driver's seat there, but Element 6 rotation to get the high ground proved really valuable in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely all about perspective, right? We saw that when we initially watched the 1v1 with Yuki and Hal. We saw it from Hal's POV, but Yuki was in control the whole time. So you have to think about that. When we run it back from Element 6 POV, it'll tell a completely different story. But I am not surprised that they just came out on top here, because let me just roll back the clock. ALGS Split 1 Pro League, match day number 1. Guess who comes out on top with the first match win of this year? It's Element 6. They had Slayers on Lifeline, and it was the coolest thing I had ever seen. And I reached out to qadRaT, and I was like, yo, dude, like, tell me how you're feeling, right? They brought on Amphi. He's like, yo, Amphi is so good, right? They put him on a Valk for a little bit. They taught him all the rotations, and they were like, I'm so excited to work with Amphi this year, and to see the team chemistry start paying off. We know the fans are happy. I enjoy it so much.
And they picked their spot in the crowd so well. They're like directly in front of where the Element 16 is, right? So exactly, that energy from the crowd is just going directly into that team.
All right. Game number 7 was crazy. We're going to another one, but Gino, talk us through what happened to these match point teams here.
Yeah, so I was keeping my eyes squarely on the 3 teams on match point, Ascend, NRG, and TSM. Ascend, they started out with a contest against Dark Zero. They won it, a bit of an early scare, but then they found a really good spot at the bottom of the zone. And as you see later on, unfortunately, they just got sent by Xset right at the wrong moment. They won that extra fight against Fnatic, but unfortunately, a Balcol just came in at the wrong time. Didn't quite have time to get the reset. NRG and TSM, they had slightly longer rotates coming up from checkpoint, from the wall, so they couldn't quite get into the zone. They were coming through antenna. Won a fight here, I think it was against, Dreamfire, but then unfortunately, as they continued into the zone, just couldn't quite make it, and that's definitely the story of some of these zones, right?
Буги, но если б они знали про лучший энергетик МБ Energy, они бы его пригласили в качестве спонсорства.
Throws out the black hole, hits the fence, it bounces back here. It's like, I don't even know if he would have been able to get it over if that would have saved them. Then you start focusing on Ascend and Alliance as they go to take their position on the other side of Shipfall. The moment we started seeing it pull more towards Gale Station, more towards Shipfall, I'm like, yo, Ascend can win this. They have won these, and Glitter was like, my stomach dropped. And we ran out here, and I was like, I need to see the reactions live, bro, because I thought they were going to take it.
Right.
There was just too much chaos for Ascend to handle. I mean, the zone might have been in their favor. The map is literally in their favor. This is something that could have completely gone their way, but no one was about to let that happen. Exit, the guard, also phenomenal positioning up here. They were able to capitalize on EXO pushing out a little bit earlier than them, trying to wrap around that rock, but as soon as they started taking those shots, they knew they drew too much attention onto themselves, and that's when they started taking damage in return. They go down, opening up the door for Exit to continue their push, but it is E6. E6 wanted it more.
They really did, and you can maybe say that Keon bit off a little more than they could chew. That attention ended up dropping him early, and then they had to play as 2 as the guard and not a full team dropping. But it ultimately led to Element 6 making the move.
Дода пицца. Мне Дода не нравится. Братец Кролик, если бы не закрылся, вот это самая лучшая пиццерия была. Ты просто заходишь в меню, тесто, тонкое, толстое, сыр, тип сыров, сколько, начинки, хоть всю, ладно, не всю, но там до хрена можно, 14 где-то или нет, 14 до хрена. Там то ли 8, то ли 10 начинок можно напихать. Какой соус? И она по цене выходила чуть дороже, но она такая нажористая была. Потому что на начинке дофига можно добавлять. Что там? Xset присоединились к матчпоинту, альянсам не хватило, и Мойз по одному. За Мойзов обидно. Они могли быть с матчпоинтом. Там один матч был хороший, им одного не хватило всего лишь. Dreamfire, опа, 3 поинта уже, они один. Молодцы. Но все еще мало. Команда на 19 с 21 очком. Dreamfire дисбан походу будет из-за этого.
The teams rotating in are just getting obliterated by everyone who's found their spot in the zone, but they are hotly contested.
Так это ж круто, когда ты делаешь то, что тебе хочется. Это практически как ты сам приготовил. А не выбираешь из того, что есть. Делаешь свое. С бургерами, кстати, то же самое. Там можно было даже первое, второе еще заказывать. Там и обычная кухня была. Обидно. Вдвойне будет обидно, если мудачье на конкурентах задушило, либо как-то там загнобили ресторан этот. Потому что место было топовое, я постоянно там заказывал. Заказывал бы дальше. Я бы его вообще забил на всякие Бургер Кинги и так далее.
I didn't really get to see it from Element 6's POV. We kind of checked in with the guard who's up on this rock, but the fact is they're able to swing behind. We mentioned it, EXO had rotated out from underneath the guard so early that was allowing them to get shot in the back, but they had to jump down. And the moment they kind of send it on them, Slayer's just swinging back and forth. The way they're just approaching this from different angles, like they just kind of swarmed, bro. It was like hunters like swarming their prey like lions.
I think one of the big factors in that fight
I love that. Yeah, there it is.
Was the fact that they didn't lose much health, right? So they won the fight, and it was, you know, they'd taken a fair bit of damage, but luckily the instant shield swaps just pretty much brought all of that back. So it was a very quick reset for Element 6 to kind of even things up there.
We are getting to a point where now there's almost too many teams that are on match point to try to single any one of them out. If that is a strategy, not all teams employ that, but some do try to say, hey, that's E6, or that's Ascend, that's TSM, take them out. We know, we recognize their legends. It's kind of too much now. I actually think we've hit that threshold. Any more teams, certainly. 2 teams are on 49 points. Several other teams are in the 40s, only 10 points away. Guess what? We are going to see if Game 8 ends it all, or if we go again. It's match point, baby. You got to love it. And to take us through it, it's Onset and Gaskin for the call.
We go again, everybody. We go again here in London. Match point is obviously what we're looking for now. So many teams starting to cross that 50-point threshold. We've got 4 there at the moment, Dan. The question is, will we end it right here, right now? Or maybe we'll just keep this thing rolling.
I have a feeling that we're going to end at World's Edge. We're still on Storm Point. We have 3 of our 4 teams on match point who I would consider World's Edge teams, right? Their percentage wins throughout regular season is not that great for Storm Point. Bar one, TSM statistics are far superior than all of the other 3 teams when it comes to Storm Point victories. So, if anyone's going to do it, I kind of have an inkling towards TSM, but there's just something about this lobby on set that makes me think we're going to keep going.
I get that feeling as well, but what a banger game it was from XSET in that previous game as well. A huge amount of points that pushed them over that threshold. But one of the teams, of course, who is on match point, we just saw them for a moment there, Ascend, the European powerhouse, forcing their way past 50 points. And now we have to find out if it's going to end here, if it's going to end now, or if we're going to keep this thing rolling. Copper Box here in London. Let's get this thing going as we head into our next match.
We want to see as much matches as possible. We want as much action on our screens as possible. But of course, we have 4 teams who want to end it here. They want to end it now. NRG, Ascend, XSET, TSM all have the opportunity to hoist that trophy above their heads at the end of today. And it could be very soon. However, if you do not complete it on this map, we suddenly move over to World's Edge, where of course it is going to be a very, very different game.
Well, let's see how this zone pulls. Let's see where we're going to be going, and let's see where the teams are going to be having to rotate to. You can see once again, no surprise to see teams comfortable on their drops. But I mean, I've got to just mention Alliance. How close were they in that previous game to securing that 1 extra point they needed, but they just fall short there.
Not just Alliance as well. Moist only 1 point away. Onek only 3 points away. We have 4 or 5 teams who very much could be on match point after this game as well if we don't see one of our 4 win this game. So if you are one of those 4, you have to take this opportunity. But remember, this is XZ's first attempt at it. Everyone else has had at least 1 game to try and win it so far. As we see our circle information, we're going up to Stormcatcher, Thunderwatch area. Teams like Singularity, Onyx, EXO, they are in the perfect area.
Very, very likely to be a Thunderwatch end here. We have seen it finish right at the northern tip, and for Alliance, who only need 1 point, you would imagine, just with the fact that they're dropping at such a priority position over a Lightning Rod, with the height that they will be able to have with the priority to the zone, surely they will be joining us on match point. 1 KP is all they need.
So what's going to be interesting here is NRG are going to have to rotate essentially through XSET or behind and shadow XSET, 2 of our match point teams. TSM, depending on which area they try and rotate through, if they go north, they will avoid those other 2, but they very easily could end up going south and matching XSET and NRG as well. We could have 3 of our match point teams all arriving through the command center chunk.
I have to wonder if there's going to be a choice of a slower rotate for either of those teams, or any 3 of those teams, as you say, to try and avoid those fights that go down, to try and stop being cut down at the pass. And one team to keep your eye on for sure is going to be XSET. They're already on their journey, but it looks like we've already got a little bit of a fight breaking out, and it's E6 on our screens.
E6 versus E36 keeps happening. It's the battle of the E's, and E6 obviously had that incredible game just previously, popping off as they did yesterday, and they just seem to come out of the woodworks when you least expect it, this squad.
Yeah, if you like the fuse on E6, all of a sudden, before you know it, they start to catch fire, and we saw it in that previous game.
Сделал, чтобы в игре все награды появились. С дропсов? Зайти в папку дропс и привязать аккаунт, естественно. И потом нажать «Получить». Там же в дропсах все написано, что нужно делать.
The smile on his face is infectious. Yeah, and doing it for the rest of EMEA, of course, our Element 6 as well as Ascend, who are performing very well at the moment. But you got to remember at the start of the tournament and even the start of today, E6 were memeing a little bit. We saw Revthane coming into the equation. They've been running all sorts of compositions based off what Twitch chat was saying at one point, but they are a realistic team that could be winning this event. They're only 7 points away from match point. No one is guaranteed to be winning this game here and now. There is still going to be chances for them.
TSM making their rotation. It's going to be the skyward dive into one of these sides of the building. You have to wonder if that team on the roof is going to be a problem. They should be able to drop inside without taking too much damage. And TSM complete their rotation. This is a huge moment in this lobby. Hitting that Valkyrie redeploy, getting up into the sky. Onika close, and we're trying to hold down as much space.
Они думали их пушить будут, но они зачилили.
The problem is with 3 people dropping out of the sky from TSM, they had to give that side up, which means that TSM now.
У них белые арморы, у ТСМ фиолы, фиол и 2 синьки вроде. Еще сквад упал. Вот и опасно теперь файтиться. Да, 2 синьки фиол. 4 сквада. О, хороший скан.
But losing their roof as well. Playing from this position is very tough to do if you lose your roof, because when you do have to rotate out a little bit later, towards where that zone is likely to pull, you have to be so aware of what that team is going to do.
Подвал ротейтится.
That team above you, of course, it's exit.
Of course it is. It had to be, right? They may have arrived a little bit later, but they said this building also looks a bit juicy. It looks like a good area to hold. We get a good vantage point where we can shoot down below. And also it's a good spot to then move, depending on where this circle is going to be shifted. It's about positioning yourself for all these different factors.
Ascend making a much slower rotation to this zone, though. They are outside of zone for now, making their way over from the western side of Storm Point. NRG currently hold up inside of the wall as well, maybe just doing a little bit of crafting, maybe just making sure that when they do approach things towards the end of this game, they're going to be looting and booting, suited, and able to take these fights. Well, Moist down on this low ground, they only need the 1 point now.
Only need the 1 point, and they are in a spot of bother. They have been targeted by 2 squads. They are cramming themselves into this little nook and cranny, hoping they can stay alive and maybe go undetected for a short while before they then make their rotation. It's always tough, I feel, when you only need 1 point, and now they're going to try and make their move, try and escape, but exit, they're being relentless.
Nocturnal just harassing them with his charge rifle, lots of damage being done. And of course, Exit, the plan here with the long range is just to fend off any teams who try and take the other side of this roof as well. They don't want any LOSs onto them. And having that charge rifle as a secondary weapon here for Nocturnal is going to be vital for them to do so.
Just trying to build up those Evo shields even more. Let those in the vicinity know you are the big boys in the area. You're going to be the ones dealing the damage, and you're the ones you're going to have to avoid when you make your rotation. Crazy that we have 2 of our match point teams in this building, as well as Dark Zero. Remember, they were somewhat favorites coming into this event, being the back-to-back LAN winners, but they still have quite a bit to do when it comes to getting to match point. They are 9 points off. Very much achievable, though, if we don't see any of the guys on match point win.
TSM still trying to just command space, still trying to make their presence known. And Reps has got a lot of work to do here on the Seer. The heartbeat sensor is not just good for seeing where one team is, but when you've got multiple stacked up on you, it means you can plan your next move. There's a team above you, know you can't jump on roof. However, if you see a little bit of damage coming in, you hear a few nades going off, maybe by kind of focusing where the positions are, you might have a climb up where they're not looking at you and can do some damage.
Well, TSM, they can hear a lot of commotion around them, and I'm curious to hear what they have to say. So we'll jump into a listening with TSM and see what's going down.
It's all far right, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, team right below us, team cannon spot, and that's still the team right above us. Keep looking at my left.
I don't see anybody.
He's sitting behind. Come back. It's a far east zone. You see this?
Yeah, I do.
That's not good for us. We need to start bullying Evan. We need to start bullying. Keep bullying the team underneath.
Who do you want me to scan for you?
Just on the roof.
I can scan a guy right below you.
40 on Seer.
He's cracked. He's cracked.
Leave a charge. I'm going back.
He's one. He's literally one.
He got down. He got down.
Yeah.
Is the team still on the roof?
Just watching inside. Yes, they're inside the roof. They're on the roof. They're on the roof.
I wasted my ult.
That roof team can easily drop here and kill one of us.
I know. That's why I'm standing here.
I finished one.
60 on Bangalore.
Height.
They scanned me. Height scanned me.
He dropped on the door.
He dropped on the door. He dropped on the door.
Okay,
oh,
he went back. He went back.
Yeah.
I'm checking out underneath.
Keep coming that.
I don't see them underneath. I'm waiting.
You did you?
I'm 4 or 5. Yes, I do.
On scan under.
You ready to peek now? I'm peeking now. Come.
1 second behind you.
84 cracked. Down.
Nice.
He's fighting knock. Careful at height. He's one shot.
Как он тем временем откислят? К свиньи команды. Элементы навалили. Дарки доели.
5-3 now.
Where did he go?
Ладно, что с Энерджи происходит? Я вот включил.
As we jump out of the listening with TSM, I just want to once again highlight what a great job Refs is
Они на
doing
краю.
there. Just relaying information. He's the human UAV here for TSM.
А элементов тоже
E6 were
закрыли.
able to take down another squad, but now they're being pushed. It's Space Station on the other side. They may have lost one, but they should be able to convert here, and they will.
Вот момент, где их закрыли.
Eliminated. And that means that E6 did not get enough points to be on match point. Remember, they were close, but they are still now 6 away. Whereas Space Station, look, it's a 25-point game they need here, which is still achievable, but at least they can start planning as they're into the top 15.
Space Station should be able to reset here. The res is going to come in. All of this action happening just outside.
Интересно, насколько шторм.
How many teams are stacking up right now? It's an opportunity to kind of talk through that, Dan. The only teams who are outside of this zone right now are NRG, interestingly, playing from the north side of the zone, and on the southern side is Luminosity Gaming. While we see Team Singularity taking a fight, though, it looks like they're trying to swing onto SSG and cause the damage, but at the moment it's looking a little bit shaky, it's looking a little bit ropey, and it looks like SSG might have a way back into this.
Well, SSG doing so well in this fight. 2 still up, very healthy as well. Just need to make sure they're watching the angles so the other can shield cell up. It's a 2 versus 1. You just need to play this correctly and hope no one else is in the area to try and third party.
1, 1, 2, 3 might be thinking about having a look at this. They're moving down from the northern side. And if this isn't finished quickly and they can't hit that res and get it off quickly enough, then this is what is going to happen. So they've got to be very, very quick about this in the kill feed as well. Yuki just got a knock onto NRG's Nathan. Now that has huge implications, because if they cannot get him up, then that would be the point for Alliance to move them onto match point.
It was via the charge rifle, so maybe they have a chance, NRG, to get them back up. Also, confirmation, both Moist Esports and Alliance have hit match point. They've gone past 50, and that means they will have the chance to win if we get to a next game.
Well, NRG managed to get Nathan back up as well. So important for them. And this rotate, it's very, very tough for NRG. But I like the idea behind it. They want to approach the zone late. They want all of the carnage to unfold in front of them. And then from the northern side, they want to try and take a little bit of space away from one of the teams who might fall in those fights. Ascendo, one of our teams also on match point, having to restabilize here. And look at this, Fnatic trying to rain down some thunder, but the importance of that interception pylon cannot be understated. That means grenades, any utility that's thrown their way is going to be eaten up. But look at the line of sight that's still available. Ascend in the mud here.
Ascend just desperately trying to get back up, punching Kashira and Lufka into a position where maybe the revive can happen. They're actually the most eastern team we have out of our match point squads, because we heard TSM's listening. This is going east. We're going to have to move. It's the same for Rexet, but Ascend, they've lost their main man. They've lost Kashira, so post-kill, Lufka are going to have to go as a 2 unless they can deliver that banner to the beacon.
Going to be very, very tough to do with how this lobby is playing out at the moment. Dreamfire thinking about going fishing. Can't quite hook them though, unfortunately. A little bit of damage being done by that Sentinel. Well, not enough to really capitalize on, and certainly not enough to drop from this high ground position they find themselves in. Here is the massive play though. This could be a huge influence on this lobby. If NRG can find somewhere to play, if they can land and reset here, then NRG are involved in this endgame. But look at the shots that are coming in. But NRG are threading the needle here. They want to try and play underneath.
And look where they're going. TSM are here. Exeter are here. 3 of our match point teams all in this same building right now.
And you can see how TSM earlier on were prioritizing trying to take the team down that was underneath. They know this is a dangerous position for any squad to be in. Exet will know that as well. We have 3 of our match point teams stood on top of each other right now.
Ascend are not far away, that has to be said, and you can see TSM, they're peaking this. They are threatened by this new arrival into their household. They say we need to be forcing them away, but NRG also getting grief by Ascend.
NRG trying to reset desperately. But playing underneath here, even though you've got some cover, it's not great geometry to work behind. You've got the pillars, you've got some rock formations, and of course you've got the wall and the roof above you to shield you, but teams rotating in late, like LG, moving uphill.
Energy,
they can damage you. There's so many angles you have to be aware of.
Imba energy.
Just how impressive a victory would be from any of these match point teams from this position that they find themselves in. It is a very difficult rotation if this pulls east. We've got Alliance over there, you've got Fun over there, you've got LG already over there. So you have to work so hard as now TSM are going to have to take a potential fight in the doorway, but it looks like the other team backs off. Meanwhile, NRG are down to 2.
NRG down to 2, and it's Fnatic who are having an influence now. Fnatic
Видно, потеряли.
Gilderson's down as well, it's all up to Nathan. He's got a Peacekeeper, but NRG are out!
Не, конечно, болею за Фнатик, но тут можно было и не убивать Energy, конечно.
Another match on the horizon, but still an opportunity for one of these guys, one of these teams to be able to bust out. TSM are still holding a solid position, waiting for that next zone, waiting for that information.
Не думал, что получится такая ситуация, когда команда, за которую ты болеешь, убивает команду, которая, по моему желанию, должна выиграть.
Ascend have got qadRaT back on his feet. We talk about important moments, we talk about IGLs. qadRaT is now back in the fray. Ascend very much still with an opportune moment to win this game. I would argue that they are the furthest east out of these squads, but now Lufka will fall.
Phoenix Kid gonna be popped. Ascend. The amount of teams
Да уже край света будет.
qadRaT's gonna have to slide out of the way. These grenades just about manages to do so. Now it all falls up to post kill. We've already seen Ascend
Задолбали своей бурей.
managed to get back into a position where they can play this game out to the end, but it's not looking good at the moment for them.
Ascend are usually so good at finding these kind of nooks and crannies where they set up with Watson fences as the circle again does shift east. It is going to shift away from TSM, away from Exet, and Ascend, as long as they can still stay healthy.
Матчпоинтами живы пока что 3 команды. Но правда у Ascendов только один живой, один нокнутый.
Onic in a great position though. They will be in the one part of the building that stays within that zone. There's going to be so many important fights that break out in around 60 seconds time or so. Everyone, like you say,
Будут улетать, скорее всего.
has to leave the natural cover and engage to see if they can get some space to play from.
Speaking of Onic, they have also crossed the match point threshold. We now have 7 teams on match point.
Бумеранг не совсем.
They are under fire. They are in a lot of trouble here.
Реверсивный.
Sykes has got that one up to try and keep Nocturnal and Fun alive. Fun's trying to hold the line at the moment while Nocturnal is going to be in position to pop that Barry. Exit come back out and say, good morning, we want to take you down. Nocturnal with the spray does a huge amount of damage.
So much damage, back into the smoke. Will be able to get a sell off. He's done enough damage to push the other team back. And now they're going to try and get the res here. Exit, they're still alive, but no!
The gravitational lift, you can see
тут ТСМ решил убивают. Надо доесть. Так и нескольких, так и противников.
They were waiting for that moment to be able to full send it to take the top of this building, but in 3 seconds, everyone's got to go. Everyone's got to go east. And remember, Ascend are still there in that zone. As a LG, as a Alliance, there are a lot of teams that can ruin the day here for TSM.
The important thing here for TSM is they cleared this side. You can see Fnatic down on the low ground. Ascend somehow, once again, like a phoenix from the ashes, have 3 players back on their feet and a wonderful position now with this zone.
So many times in regular season, we've seen Ascend win games like this, where they get the fences up, where they hold position, where they hold as much area. But now, TSM, they're making their move.
This is a ballsy play from TSM. They want to try and take the height. They want to try and force Onic away. They want to claim the building as their own. That's going to take so much damage, though. But here comes Hal. Hal takes down Gambari Otasan.
ТСМ идут уверенно. У них ХГ. Если зона к ним идет, это пиздец. Нет. Зона вообще в другом месте. Но у них есть Валькирия. Им надо подсасывать файт, который будет наверху в зоне. Если он начнется, надо на Валькирии лететь туда подсасывать. И зону занять. И склады все там зачистить. Они на файт летят. Правильно? Там же файт. Все верно. Да, и там двое. Вот, как я и говорил. Грамотно. Я тренер, кстати, ТСМов, кто не знал. А где третий? Бежал просто? Аки снизу. У ТСМов очень много шансов на победу, прям очень много. Они просто сейчас будут встречать типов и не дать зайти в зону. Не хочу спойлерить, но если все грамотно отыграют, то это победа для ТСМов. Фанатики. А вот фанатики могут поднасрать сейчас. Если будут они падать на ТСМов, Кашера может сосать файт. Одного потеряли. Отдают ульт. Им надо жить и встречать. Аноним, спасибо большое. Надо встречать, сейчас Кашера будет подпушивать справа. Нет? Он край играет. Фанатики, вдвоем, Юка. В упоре, выбивает его через смоки. Нокнули все-таки. Все, ТСМ Кашера. Решающий. Это решающий. Либо Асенды выигрывают турнир, либо выигрывают ТСМ. У них у всех есть матчпоинт. Лысая башка. Я хочу, чтобы лысая башка выиграл. Я не то чтобы хейтеру ТСМ, но... Надо, заслуженно. У ТСМов уже есть первое место за турнир. Но все, это последний матч. За 8 матчей заканчивается гранд-финал. Осталось узнать, кто же победит. Валькирия Ватсон, по-моему, по скилл, да? По скилл взял угол. Зона ближе всего к ТСМам находится. Они прям в зоне уже. Им просто нужно встречать. Не навпитывать много урона. Кашера ближе подходит. Его не видят. На шифте. По скилл получил урон. Кашера в спине. Пытается. Мало урона дал. Ульта есть. Дрона. КП мало. Нокаются двоих. Это ТСМ выигрывают. Опять. Ой, взяли первый и на текущий момент выиграли последний. Ну, клап, чат, все. They had an 80% win rate from top threes in regular season, and they've converted here today. And what a moment it is for that squad. Raven, the new addition, he brought new life into TSM. And they will be champions here in London. TSM rise from the ashes. Questions asked. Were they done? Were they dusted? Блин, лысая башка немного в обиде, потому что победа из рук ушла.
But TSM once again are
И гранат не было,
It
наверное.
all comes from that skyward dive, that big risky play to take the northeast of that circle and force the fight to take the lobby by the scruff of the neck and say, we want to own this game, we want to hit it here, we want to win it now. And you can see what it means to them, just pure relief, ecstasy, joy on the faces of all three members and the coach of Raven.
Absolutely incredible game as well from TSM. Let's just take ourselves back for a second. It wasn't just that moment. It wasn't just the skyward dive. The way that they managed that game, took the fights when they needed to, Dan, put them in position to win the tournament here in London.
And then we saw Verhulst's mum as well. We saw the interview earlier. Able to watch her son on stage.
Ну вот и все.
And what a moment it is to see your son achieve such an incredible thing. One of the best tournaments I've seen in terms of competitiveness. It took so long to get these teams on match point. And when we finally arrived, we just couldn't find a winner. But of course, it was going to be TSM.
First place in the pro.
TSM выиграли.
First place.
Финальный бой был против Кашеры, у которого тоже матчпоинт.
What an unbelievable performance. And once again,
TSM, по-моему, даже не нокнул. Империал теперь окончательно за ЧСВшится. Больше сил, больше ответственности делать. Да? Обновилось. Второе место Energy. Асценды третье. Фанатик 8. Ну-ка еще раз обновить. Ну тут не до конца, наверное, все есть. У Эхо 56 киллов чел настрелял. И они не такое уж призовое место заняли вроде. Эхо 19 вообще. И столько чел киллов сделал. Хотя до этого, возможно, у него статистика хорошая была, но в финале пошло. Тем не менее, килл-лидер. Подождем еще раз. Пока обновится вся таблица. Овервью заполнили? Нет еще. Сейчас все обновится здесь. MVP, Eliminations, все вот эту вот таблицу выведу, кстати, в группе ВК.
To lift the trophy, and you just saw it on there. That's what it's for. That trophy, to be able to lift it above your heads, it means everything to these players.
And leading up to this event, the amount of times I heard, well, TSM have to win
Какая Апекс принимает, по-моему, вообще ни одной.
They're worthy of all the kind of praise that they get online and throughout the talent recognition as well, and they have done just that. They've proved
Не могу зайти в Апекс в России, что делать? Других-то заходит.
That is going to do wonders for them the rest of the season, but they now set the benchmark. This is what and how good you've got to be if you want to win a tournament. People will be doing VOD reviews for weeks to try and see what TSM did differently. How did they achieve this? What were they trying to do in their composition? What were their rotations like? This just starts a whole new wave of development when it comes to the meta.
Аноним, спасибо за 100. Команды так себе, я бы в соло всех убил. Верю. Верю. Я поэтому, кстати, на турнир тоже не поехал, чтобы призовой не забирать. Пускай что ТСМ уже. За них там почти все болеют, тем более. Не огорчаясь, только такое большое количество людей. Решил на туре к ней ехать. Посмотреть лучше с вами.
Has answered that question unequivocally. Your most winningest team in the history of the ALGS London. Make some noise for your champions of the split
113 тысяч. Ну, на финальном матче, мне кажется, еще больше смотрела. Тиммейта не видно из-за руки.
fellas. It's been a long time coming. Hal, I can
Хорош,
see a
Борис,
smile on
знаешь
your
кого?
face. What does this moment mean to you after all that you've done, after all you have heard online, all the time you guys have put in, all the adjustments you've made to finally hoist that trophy again? What does it mean to you?
I still got it. You know, we still got it. We never left. And
Руки из кармана вытащи,
we
блин.
appreciate all you guys' support. You know, we always come here to play our best, just for you guys. So we appreciate all of you that coming out. Thank you guys. Even the haters, you know, whoever roots for NRG, you know, I still love you guys. So yeah, I appreciate it.
It is your moment, certainly, but I'm going to talk to someone who I think many consider maybe the rock, maybe the glue to this team. You've been beside Hal's side this entire time. You've been through the ups, you've been through the downs, Jordan. How does it feel to hoist that again and be a champion?
It just feels amazing. I mean, it's been 3 years since we did it, and it's about time, honestly. We put in so much work with Raven. He helped us out so much. We swapped up so many different things. We still kept the core, and it still worked out, so.
Thank you so much, man. Many people know this story. I want to reiterate it here and switch over, talk to Big E. I knew Evans did great things. Verhulst, you've had to grow so much and mature in your role from joining this team from ESA, now meshing with Hal and Reps, seeing the potential, but not getting there immediately. You took the challenge on, and you had the support not only of your family in most of the events I've seen you at, but your mother specifically today in the interview, the touching interview she did. Speak to me what it means about everyone's support during this time, and it finally got you here.
I mean, honestly, there aren't enough words to say how much I love all the support that you guys give us. You guys are the best fan base we could possibly ask for. You guys are all the best, and I appreciate my family for coming out, as always. And yeah, we appreciate you guys.
Такие неловкие стоят. Ну, после шока небольшого.
I don't know whether to call you a psychologist, a master general, or maybe just the right guy at the right time. Raven, the coach of TSM, make some noise for what this man has done. Raven, this is your moment. You have earned it. I know how much you've given up. What's going on?
А Рейвен, интересно, играл за какую-то команду?
I mean, definitely a super emotional win for me.
Но он себя реализовал как тренера, для него победа тоже очень важна.
I've been grinding for just 3 years straight, and I had a lot of people doubt me, but I stuck to it, and I appreciate all the people who are supporting me and who had my back, and also shout out to my boys for all the hard work and willing to give me a chance and listening to me. So, thank you.
Спасибо ребятам, которые дали шанс, прислушались. И пошли в жопу те, кто меня хейтили, условно говоря. Кто в меня не верил. Госпожа, так я тоже жирный. Я работаю над собой. 85 до брелочка, сука. А сколько у меня, кстати? А, не, я забрал все. Нормально. Ну, трансляция 4 часа 40 минут идет, кстати. Можно было на 40 минут максимум опаздывать. Теперь молись, чтобы... Так, это ж... Да. Все обновилось? Да. ТСМ забирает 300 тысяч батчей. Хенр же забирает 160, Асценды 105. Эксайт 85, Альянс 105, 50. Фанатики 30-ку. Dark Zero чемпионы прошлых 2 турниров, не ошибаюсь. На этот раз 13 место. Нет, ты пухленький. Ладно. Вообще-то у меня первая стадия ожирения начиналась. Если бы я еще 2 килограмма набрал. Но я решил, наоборот, 3 сбросить. Меня всегда удивляло, как от бедра у пацанов залетает. Который браузер формы не открыл, нормально не пошли считать спун. Вообще странно. Одного браузера достаточно. Он не увеличивает скорость. Да, ну да. Меру упитан. Так я ж говорю, я худею. У меня 43 килограмма было, а сейчас 42. Ой, 40. Блядь. 93 килограмма у меня было, я до 90 скинул. Хочу 80 весить. У меня раньше было 75. Потом 85 средний стал. Я вот думаю, вот 80 прям вот золотая середина будет для меня.
It's not the winning position, but it's the prelude to it. As you said, they had to clear it out. Otherwise, there is no way they were going to get a Valk ult off without getting contested.
Блин, а сейчас Кашеру будет показывать, как он пушит, да? А, не, еще фанатиков.
So battling your way out of that is almost like a mini battle royale in itself to get to that final circle. And here we see it. This is where TSM managed to clean up.
And this is where we were talking about the potential issue. Right there. Look how much farther ahead qadRaT is from the other two teammates down behind that rock. That
Но он мало просадил. Ой, 140 клин. Что этот геймпад творит? Все вылетело. Там геймпад, по-моему, полетел Империя Хала. Рост 180. Ну, 177, 180. 180 у меня записан, когда я себе операцию на носовой перегородке делал. Худеешь как? Ну, вообще, я по себе понял. Вообще, я по себе понял, что я могу не есть. У меня первое время было желание прям вот заказать что-нибудь, похавать, там, бургеры, хэмбургеры. Вот, грубо говоря, продолжать тот же образ. Но потом... ну, я начал и сам готовить, и от доставки отказался. И я понимаю, что я, в принципе, даже есть не могу и не есть. И у меня и силы есть на день. Даже позаниматься как-то. Не просто прям поебашить физически, а в плане физкультуры, в плане... как она называется-то? В плане кардио. Там педали покрутить. Прям сильного голода нет. Вот я хочу сбросить и потом физухой подтягивать стать. MVP? Ну, это не удивительно. Это голосовали, это приз зрительских симпатий, скажем так.
Honestly, I think ever since like the meta change to, Syrian Horizon, I was mechanically like lacking in my opinion. So I decided to switch a controller. And it's the first LAN I played on controller, and I got MVP, won the LAN. So I feel like I took a big risk playing controller and swapping to something that I haven't played in for a while, and it all paid off, so.
Hal, I'm going to be honest. You have gone through a journey of putting yourself a peg below her, right? Kind of saying, I'm going to go off M&K and I'm going to do it on controller. And you had to learn. And you had to kind of get laughed at a little and say, is he really going to do this? Is this, going to get him where he needs to be?
Все покупаем контроллер, короче.
In my opinion, personally, hiring Raven, knowing, hey, we need something in our team comms. I need to take something back. I need to mature in the way I'm communicating to my teammates. Talk about your growth both in that situation and in the controller, but also personally for you in this journey to win here.
Yeah, I think like Raven Raven was my idea for the most part. I wanted to look for a coach after rally because I felt like I was kind of.
Давайте MVP по киллам, пожалуйста.
I needed help outside the game, so I decided to look around, and we eventually got Raven. And I've said it on stream before. I think this is the biggest pickup ever. Like it's kind of like Mac and.
Если по киллам эхо будет, все так же.
Evan is same with Evan. Evan Raven, like this team is a dynasty, just like in the beginning of the game. This is the start of another dynasty for sure.
I think the question, that's right. You can see right down there how some of your best moments of the tournament. As you react to this, a lot of ups and downs, but you came in here winning the split. You guys felt confident from the very beginning that you could get the job done, even though you had to make some adjustments. But my big question here, though, is looking at the support, not only that Evan's gotten, we've talked about, but your fans, they travel, they're here in Europe. It's not North America, this is Europe, and you still have the most fans in the building right now. Talk to me about what TSM has meant to you as an org for your career and obviously for the support in this journey.
Такая тема, как голодание, говорят, довольно полезна. Если что-то делать правильно, то будет все полезно. Все в меру. Какое-то интервальное голодание, по-моему, называется.
Al, one more thing. I know we had a conversation earlier. You gave props to Sweet being a better IGL than you. You both took a step back and said, no, Zero is the best IGL because he's won back-to-back. You just won right here. Are you going to tell the fans, everyone watching at home, who's the best IGL? Who is it, Hal?
It's me.
I think that'll do it. Tiff, that's your Monster MVP. TSM, Imperial Hal.
I mean, you heard
Реально честно, ясно. Полезно жить по кайфу и не стрессовать. Жизнь такая, что один стресс в день.
He got the MVP as well. Some really solid words coming out of that. But I most importantly heard the dynasty, the ability to step back, know what you're lacking on and need to work on. Bring in Raven as a coach. They completely changed up everything about their play style. Drop spots, macro rotations, Genome. I mean, it paid off.
He talked about being the best IGL in the game, but honestly, the thing that really gets me about Hal is I think he's just the most competitive.
Тут не обновили даже. Ладно, посчитали. Так, мне финалы нужны.
Not only that, but he's obviously willing to work on any small, minor issue that there might be. He's not afraid to admit, need a little bit of help. Bring Raven in. Huge boon for the squad. That's so important because someone thinks
Если киллы посчитали, это лучший игрок просто.
Everything to be better, but there's one more opinion that I need. Rain Day, we gotta talk to you. Let's get back you on the desk. We gotta talk about this. I know you just got to break it down with all the members of TSM. A little MVP nod to Hal, the CEO himself. Let's get one more time for TSM, the CEO.
А, стоп, они были в ТП, эхо. Если они были в сетке лузеров, забейся. Он больше игр отыграл. 12. Короче, минус 12 надо делать. Потому что нечестно. Сетки винеров, короче, десятка команд. И они здесь играли. Стоп, они здесь играли? Нет. А тут есть количество раундов?
Yeah, it's just been a really great time. We talked about the ALGS Split 1 playoffs this year being that road to coming full circle, right? The road to redemption. A lot of stories started back when Apex launched back in 2019. We just celebrated the 4-year birthday, but now we have to talk about what's to come. We have the future, right? Because things aren't over yet. We have a season reveal tomorrow, February 6th, so be on the lookout. You've all heard about the changes that are coming and maybe some rumored bugs. buffs. I know that I'm a Wraith main, and I want to see some cool changes. And once again, can we get a buff Pathfinder? That's what we really care about. His passive was the beacons, and everyone's got it.
Ой, все, раскачала сливы. Pathfinder пассивка. Рейсу бафнут. Все новости на канале qadRaT есть. Ликт. Ну, завтра, видать, ребят, видос ждите про балансные правки. А, тут финалы не посчитали, кстати. Финалов нет.
I kind of hope so. At the same time, I kind of want to see these dynasties start to build, as Hal said.
Ладно, статистику, когда все заполнят, я в группе ВК выложу. По победителям, MVP и топ-10 киллеров турнира. Они берут новости с qadRaT. Молодцы. Хотя бы ссылку оставили. На стрим заходили. Поддерживали. Можно просто адвокат. Спорт, крайности, голодание. Ну, я, так сказать, в крайность не выхожу. Я просто понимаю по своему организму, по самочувствию, что могу. Выжить. Такую погоду выжить надо. Да, хз, вроде.
Respawn, everyone behind the play Apex team. But guys, this isn't over yet. We will see you in Split 2.
Увидимся во втором сплите АЛГС. Не, ну продакшн хорош, на эмоции выводит. Бинокли. Биноклс. В этот момент в чате надо. Окуляры. Блин, а что не поставили? Апекс будет сегодня, да. Покажу, как надо играть, как можно было выигрывать турнир. Почему я не поехал? Electronic Arts. Всего лишь 2 официальных партнера. Я в шоке. Ни AMD, ни Intel, ни Nvidia. Денег мало, видимо. Ну что, дофармливайте на основной трансляции. Пока есть возможность. Последние секунды, последние проценты. Я стоп-стартну. Перерывчик сделаю, позанимаюсь. Там по приседанию, отжимания. Ждите от меня также таблицу по победителям, по стате киллов, по MVP. Можно даже сейчас прям сделать, что время терять. Ладно. Все? Не дали пофармить. Ну вот негодники. Ну вот так вот все вышло пока что. Блин, может на эту сцену выбку, кстати, добавить как-нибудь? Захват игры. Устройство захвата видео. Потом подровняю, но как-то поудобнее будет. Вот. Ну что, турнир закончился, результаты вы видели. Вместе с баблом, кто сколько залутал, я выложу сейчас в группе ВК и буду дополнять, когда инфа на Ликвипедии обновится. Результаты. Результаты. Прошед. АЛГС. Пост будет дополняться по мере обновления. Как вам прошедшие матчи? Каково был бы рад. Так, там Play Apex ты выложил, отлично. Ребятам скажи, что можно дофармить на других каналах. Ну да, кстати, кто не нафармил, вы ж можете нафармить у Шива FPS. Шив стримит? Да? Шив стримит. У него дофармливайте. Так, из русских никого, да, с enable дропсами? Блять. Урикента нет.
Как вам в целом турнир? Не так уж и много кто на ТСМов, кстати, ставил, учитывая, что это самая популярная команда.
Дропс включены. Да, блять, они все добавили в теги просто это название. А дропсов ни у кого нет. Ну, Тими, у тебя что, enabled? Тими тоже наебывает, походу. Или нет? Обновить. У него нет этого значка. Ладно, сейчас попробую через... Через другой браузер. И... Тоже ничего не показывает. Короче, я точно знаю, что у Шива есть. И рейд хост на него кинул. Поэтому на ютубе, кто смотрел, кидаю ссылку на свой канал. Заходите, подписывайтесь. Дам вам пару минут, пару секунд. Можем заодно поболтать, пообщаться. Заходите на мой Twitch. Я потом кину рейд на Шива. И у него дофармите, чего вам там не хватило по дропсам. С вами увидимся где-то через час. В 9-10 запущусь. Позанимаюсь. Продолжу, так сказать, тело в порядок приводить. Вот когда шею, например, вот так голову назад отводил, чтобы второй вот это вот подбородок не появлялся. Вообще, мне кажется, еще и из-за осанки также роляет. Ну, в первую очередь питание, потом уже занятия, упражнения, конечно, да. Следите за собой, за своим здоровьем, не болейте, берегите себя, родных и близких. Напоминаю, что в группе ВК, опять же, я буду обновлять пост касательно статистики турнира. И во всем остальном поговорить, пообщаться сможем через часок примерно. Дропсы не кончается, пока стрим не ребутнется. Ну, в любом случае, есть стримы, которые идут и будут идти, и там 100% вы сможете получить этот дропс. Так, рейдирую Шива. По-быстрому переходить. Спасибо, ребят, большое всем за фоллоу. Рад всех видеть новичков на нашем канале. Стримчик будет еще через час, напоминаю. Надеюсь, ранкет поиграем. Если найду стак, побегаем, подолбимся. Пообсуждаем, может быть, даже турнир. Вот. Все, ребят, обнял, приподнял. Не прощаюсь. Так что до скорых встреч. Буду всех ждать на прямой трансляции qadRaT Gaming.